way later. What's up? I could be like, it's over there on YouTube. So we're gonna be picking up where we left off on this one. We're gonna be picking up where we left off on Farming Simulator. We are doing the Precision Farming mod. For those who don't know, that is an official mod that is released by Giant Software in partnership with the European Union. It's some of the regulatory agencies underneath, I don't know which ones. Basically, it adds a lot more realism to the farming, so instead of just you chuck lime down on the ground and you thumbs up every, like, 3 harvests, you actually have to manage the acidity of your soil. You also have, like, instead of just blasting every crop with 2 rounds of fertilizer, you instead, you could just, probably get it in 1 pass, but you actually have to manage the amount of nitrogen, all that you're putting there. There's also stuff like the impact of tillage and all that. And it's a thing about promoting sustainable farming, as well as it is just more realistic in general. And in a lot of ways, it's actually easier to make a little bit more money in a little bit less effort than the normal game. Because again, I don't need to do 2 passes of fertilizer if I don't need to. So with that said, to pick up where we left off, right now, I've got our field set up with some cover crop. So we've got oilseed radish because we can get a minor subsidy once we go through the winter months with that. Because is precision farming on console? You don't think you tried it? I have no idea. I wish I could answer you. I just don't play console, so I have no idea whatsoever about the modding scene for console. It would be in the same place you get your mods, and you just need to check for it. It's Giant Software. But yeah, so we got this because we were talking about trying to have it where I would plant either something like corn or whatever, just some crop I could grow during part of the year, and then have the cover crop for the cover crop for the winter to take advantage of that. Because also that gives me some fertilizer just for growing that. We also grabbed a greenhouse as one of the last things we did yesterday, just to give ourselves another form of income. Normally when I do these runs, I have all sorts of restrictions that, you know, I'm not allowed to take loans or leases or anything like that. In this particular case, I am not doing those same restrictions. And that's just because I wanted to make sure we could get the precision farming going as quickly as possible. And if I have all those restrictions, it just takes longer to do all that stuff. Alright, so meanwhile, we have acquired an absolutely horrific amount of debt. So that's one thing to be worked on. And so we're going to try and grab, if we have very easy contracts, I shouldn't say easy, contracts that give us a decent amount of money for relatively low effort, to work on that. We will be skipping any fertilizer, weeding contracts that I've been told that those don't work with precision farming, which makes sense with how precision farming works. Honestly, those contracts kind of all suck. Oh, the other thing I was going to check. So to give you an idea about some of this stuff, if we look at precision farming here, so this is my field. You can see it's all sorts of weird colors right now. That's because we surveyed it. So like the bottom third of my field is loamy sand, the middle third is silty clay, and then the top third is sandy loam. And what you need to know about that is that means I have to have different pH amounts and all that for it. So we look over here, you can see like the pH that my soil is, and you know, we're roughly in a good place there. You also have the field nitrogen, which is the fertilizer. As you can see, it's pretty terrible. It's very genuinely pretty terrible. That's part of the reason why we have the cover crop, and then I will need to fertilize it by our next harvest. The expected yield we would get, you can see it's pretty awful. It's looking like it's somewhere in the ballpark of like 65% here, and then maybe 70% up there. So that's pretty bad. Seed rate, that's fine. That doesn't matter too much. But you get the idea, we got all these things. And then there's the environmental score. That's basically kind of giving you an idea of how well you're taking care of your field from a sustainable side point. Now, because of where we're at, I'm only going to get 1% more for my crop than I would otherwise, because my environmental score is not great. The weed control is not in a good place, and then the nitrogen, which is our fertilizer in the soil, is awful. The other thing that precision farming adds is you have the track lines. So here. And you're wondering what these are about, the track lines that you've got running through our field. This is so I can drive through the field with my vehicles I can put down like fertilizer and all that without destroying my crop. Because we'll need to do that. Whereas it's not really a thing you worry about without precision farming. I don't think there's much reason for me to put down fertilizer. I could probably put down fertilizer. Wait, is the mouse cursor out of sync for others when you're waving around? It looks like you're circling your field. It's moving around the airfield. Oh, is that happening again? I've had problems with that in this game specifically. Yeah, so like my mouse right now is on the 15. Yeah, so we got that nonsense. I figured out how to fix that before. It was a graphics thing that I had to adjust something. It happens every once in a while with certain games. I don't remember what it was. I think it's those things that gotta go to the main screen and like change settings there. But yeah. Hey, Kravik. I also have to keep in mind that the mouse isn't going to line up quite right. So what I'm thinking is I'm willing to bet for something to work on. If I put down the fertilizer on the field, I actually don't care about fertilizing this crop. Hey, Inns, how's it going? Good to have you. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. But yeah, so I don't really need to fertilize the crop here in the sense that it's not something you grow to harvest and then sell your output. Stop it. Okay, sorry. It's what's known as a cover crop. Its whole point is literally just to be there for purposes of holding in moisture, holding in nutrients into the soil, providing a little fertilizer, that kind of thing. Now, I also realized, there we go. I've been messing with potentially starting a new YouTube series doing a, like, proper Survival Man challenge. Because that's one of the ones I like to do in the past, and that's, you know, doing this has gotten me the itch for that. So, I started recording some of that stuff. And also, welcome to Phoenix. Good to have everyone here. So I'm just going to go over here, we're going to grab some fertilizer, I'm going to huck it down in the field, we'll take another peek at the contracts, and then honestly, if we don't see anything with the contracts, we might just advance the month. We're getting into the winter, so the number of contracts available for me to take are going to start really kind of winding down until we hit spring. And then we don't really have much farm yet, so there's not a lot of processes for me to work on right now. What I don't remember is how much fertilizer we get for the cover crop. I think it's only like 15-20%. But I also haven't messed with the oil seed much. You know, I'll grab the fertilizer, but we will not put it down yet. Let's grab the fertilizer I'm gonna need. Oh, I should also check sales. Nothing I care about. Yeah, nothing I care about. Mods-wise, we're mostly running vanilla. We do have, when I say mods, we do have, like, the mods that are for, oh. It's plus that much. I always forget that. We do have mods that Giant Software produces. Which usually those are, they'll take vehicles from their past versions of the game that aren't available on release and just add them in by a mod. And the reason they do that is because otherwise the installation size and the download size of the game gets absolutely astronomical. I was expecting that fertilizer to go farther. Which I should have known better. Gets to be absolutely astronomical. Actually, let's just take a look at the contracts real fast. Did we get anything we care about? I mean, that's a pretty good cultivating contract. Those are all terrible. I'm debating whether or not I want to buy a cultivator and then use that contract to pay for the cultivator. I mean, it wouldn't pay for it, but it'd help. Versus lease it. We might just advance the month. I could use the $6,000, but we might just advance the month instead and focus on trying to keep our own farm going. It's the big thing is I have horrific debt, and I do need to manage that. But as I was saying, like, when it comes to, like, mods are running, we're mostly running just the giant software stuff. So, like, again, where the devs added vehicles in that were from past titles and that kind of stuff to the game. So if you see vehicles, you're like, man, I don't recognize that one. We do have some of that. I like it a lot because I feel for Farm Sim 25, one of the things I've kind of observed is the lower end tractors, there's not many of, which makes it a little less interesting on the early game because, you know, oh, you want to start with a crappy tractor? Well, here's your choice. Well, what about other options? Sorry, there's only one crappy tractor. So that's the one you're going to use. Versus the mods, once you start getting those and you get lots and lots and lots of, like, low to mid-end tractors are added to there. So it gives you a little bit more options to use there and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so now the decision making. Do I take that $6,000 contract for a 5-acre field to do the cultivating? If I were to buy a cultivator, because I'll probably want one anyways, so we can handle 160 horsepower. So that's 4 meters wide. Gonna be pretty limited is what I'm seeing. Yeah, so we'd only be able to do that one, which is 4 meters. Where's the one there? So we'd probably want to just lease it. That's fine. I should do it, and I know it. Alright. So I'm gonna borrow the items. So that's bigger than the one I could run on my tractor. By a pretty good amount, by like 25%. I believe we're top left? Yeah. So we'll knock this one out really fast. Because it is $6,000, that'll be a little bit of our loan paid down, which means we'll reduce our interest payments. We are going to need to work on that. That interest is going to be absolutely horrendous otherwise. We did get our greenhouse up, and that's mostly to try and counter the interest. I don't really have a room for a lot of stuff. I am keeping my rule about not just chucking down a bunch of generators and giving a thumbs up and having limitless money. So we're not approaching this in a proper challenge run way, but I'm also not going to allow myself to use any type of, like, cheese strats. Because you got the cheese strat of just slapping down a solar panel, fast-forwarding a couple months and slapping down a solar panel, and then you have to fast-forward half as many months and you slap down a solar panel, and then you fast-forward half as many months and you slap down a solar panel until you're literally slapping one down every single day and making millions of dollars daily. No judgment for anyone who plays that way, but for me, that's not fun. I like the slow build, I like the challenge, and to me that circumvents a lot of that. They also, for those who didn't see, they did fix the cheesy exploit, whatever you want to go with, that we messed with a little bit with an XAT run. Towards the end, when we were just trying to rush the last couple things to get it done for Dare Drop, there was an exploit that when you went to repair a vehicle, it would tell you, okay, that's going to cost you $13,000, and then you'd repair it, and it wouldn't actually take the money from you. And so it became a whole thing where you could buy used vehicles, repair them, and sell them right back and get about half the difference in profit. So needless to say, that was a very exploitable thing. But that is fixed, so that's good news. Because honestly, if people are like, oh, but I just want to be able to do my farming, I don't really care about the challenge side of it, like, then there is a mod called government subsidies, just get the mod. The mod covers that use case perfectly fine. Where just every month they give you extra amount of money. You know what? I thought it didn't. I was like, man, it feels like this is bigger. It helps if you actually unfold the tool. I was sitting there, I was like, there's no way this was that much horsepower and all that. There we go. Makes way more sense now. You liked and shared and connected to you with notifications, bell and all. Well, thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we're just doing this contract to get ourselves a quick $6,000 and some change. That's enough to knock down our loan a little bit. From there, we'll advance the month. We'll get a little bit of money from our greenhouse, and we'll see what we got on the other side there. We currently only have one field, and I don't have everything I need to fully operate it yet, but we're going to work on it. I kind of partially wanted to, I kind of partially wanted to, like, last stream, I was sitting there going, okay, well, what are we growing for our first crop? And I was leaning towards sunflowers. Not because it's anything like saying like special strategic decision or anything like that. But because the other run we were doing with the Survivor Man Challenge, you know, we went into barley. The Survivor Man Challenge we did before that, we started with, I believe it was wheat. But you know, it's grains, because grains in a lot of these runs are pretty, they're kind of the default crop. You know, if you don't, they're like one of the ones you can just start with the easiest. They're kind of all around useful, that type thing. Whereas, you know, stuff like the specialty crops and the root vegetables and all that have a lot more procedures to them. Some of the equipment can be horrendously expensive. And don't get me wrong, it's expensive to get the grains going as well. But when it comes to the grains, you get all the equipment for that. And that covers like 80% of your equipment for almost all the other crops, with a couple of exceptions like sugarcane and the olives and the grapes and that. Because, like, sure, the harvester mostly does just grains, but it can also be adapted to do stuff like the sunflowers, soybeans, and a bunch of other stuff like that. And then, like, you know, the cedars and all that can be used for a whole lot of things. But it'll be good to get a lot of that going. Alright. Like I said, I'm going to try to get to being able to do our own fields kind of as early on as we can. Just dealing with debt things. Because the sooner we get our own fields going, the more we can actually mess with the precision farming side of thing. Because all the precision farming stuff, when it comes to working contracts, just give zero craps about. Because you don't benefit from the sustainable farming stuff or any of that. You don't get any, like, the subsidies for doing a cover crop or whatever. Did you ever fill up the greenhouse? I mean, yeah, I added water to the greenhouse. Yep, no, if we look at the greenhouse here, we do have it producing everything. It's got its 40,000 liters of water. And yeah, it's just producing everything. Right now we're having it just immediately sell. I don't have a vehicle that I can pick up the crates. So while I'm certainly not making as much money as I could be making by saving them till their good sell season, which actually I believe we're getting into the good sell season. I want to say it's over the winter that it gets the best prices. I think February is like the best price, or January or something like that. It's one of those things that even on its bad months for sale, it's still relatively okay. There's some crops and all that selling it at peak market versus the worst time of year to sell it is night and day, like one and a half the value, not one and a half, like 50% more value, like really substantially more money. And then there's other ones that the peak versus the bottom is only like a 10% difference or something really trivial that it's just not even worth worrying about. But we'll work on all that. I mean, 10% is still not nothing. But a lot of times there's the opportunity cost. Okay. It's also nice being back in a normal tractor. Like, the last run we did in Farm Sim, we were doing all the Nexat DLC stuff. And with the Nexat DLC stuff, that was very much getting that one monolithic machine and using it because that was what all the dare drops were for and everything. And it was using this one giant monstrosity of a vehicle. That's cool, but it doesn't drive like a tractor in any regards, or any vehicle you'd be used to, because it's this very wide vehicle. That's very, very short when it's in its work mode. It's very much, if you have a problem that's worth doing, it's worth over-engineering to the point it's tough. And we probably, even if I have the ability to get it, we probably will not be getting it this run. We did figure out a lot of major flaws with the Nexat. If you're on a perfectly flat area with lots of large areas to do fields, it's a very incredible machine. But the moment you get elevation of any kind involved, it's a very awful machine to deal with. Riverbend is probably one of the most elevation-involved maps around farming. I'm not counting Silver Run, because Silver Run is more around forestry. But generally speaking, most of your maps, they're a little hilly or flat. Versus this one, it's not mountainous or anything to that extreme. But like, if we look at the map, like this is all like hills and all that here. You've got the river and all that. You've got like all these crag areas. Just lots of corners and, you know, bumpy terrain. Because like even this field we're on, which doesn't look that bad, I would expect it kind of in the middle, where you see that track cutting through the middle there. I would actually expect the Nexat to have problems with bottoming out in parts of that. Like that's how unable it is to really handle elevation. Plus, even the boundary around the outside where you can sit there and sure you can do stuff to make it so you can turn around inside the field and all that, I would still expect it to have difficulty dealing. And for those who don't know what the Nexat is, the Nexat is way down here. It's this monstrosity. And as I think this is 30 meters wide, this whole big thing here, and it can turn, like you can configure to turn its wheels sideways and then turn this to face forward, so it can drive this way or that way. And then you'd put like your pieces of equipment that go the entire width of it. It's really kind of a slick piece of equipment. But to give you an idea, the thing on the back of our tractor right now, the cultivator, is about 5 meters wide. So multiply that by 6 sideways is how wide that thing is. So it can be incredibly efficient when it's working on the fields and all that. It's just very cumbersome. Yeah, actually, to give you an idea, I believe from the edge of the field over there on the left to probably the left edge of the road I'm doing right now is probably what it would do in roughly one pass. Not exactly, but to give you an idea how ridiculously wide it is. Which is good, because that means I do the whole field in what, like 5 passes? But it's bad because then you have this giant thing that you got to get to the end of the field and kind of swing it around to try and not hit stuff, so you have to like back it up, turn it a little bit, you know, finagle it around. or you turn into travel mode, which makes it go forward from the lengthwise, and you like drive around and you turn it back into work mode so you can then go sideways. And it just takes time to switch it between everything. So while it's really cool, it's also like, you know what? There's certainly something to be said about, okay, but it's just, I hit the drive button and I just turn. And just follow the GPS. Basically, the next act is only good when you're like, I have a ridiculously large flat field. For that, it's golden and will outperform just about everything else. But all other circumstances, you're probably better served with just getting a really big tractor and dragging something behind it. And I do plan on getting animals as well. To circle back, we'll see how much I commit to it. But I am planning and trying again to do a Survivor Man Challenge series on the YouTube channel as like actually edited videos. So where sure, if I were to grow a root crop, it might take me 4 or 5 hours to go through the whole process, start to finish. You know, make a YouTube video that's 20-30 minutes that I go through the whole thing, where that part, like right now where we're going back and forth, to trim that down to 20 minutes, either one, I'd be like, I'm going to cultivate this field, fade out, fade in, the field's cultivated, or more likely what I usually do is it's like, all right, let's get started on cultivating the field. Music starts playing, I stop talking, it fast forwards through it at like double, triple, quadruple time or whatever. And so I blasted the whole field in just like 2, 3, 4 minutes or whatever it is. And it gets done real quick. But I want to do that because I know there were people who really enjoyed it. The only reason I stopped the first time is just what I was doing was taking a very, very long time to record and edit and do all the videos. Like a video was taking me 10+ hours just because of how long it took to do the processes in game and get everything sorted out, because of doing a very ridiculous challenge. And then from the viewership of the videos, it just wasn't there. That, you know, you're putting in 8, 9, 10 hours for a video, and you're getting double-digit views, and going, okay, if this is generating revenue, you know, someone would throw a fistful of nickels at me, and a fistful of nickels is not something sustainable for 8-10 hours worth of work. So it's just, you know, I had to do something else. But I am curious with the YouTube channel generally starting to pick up views on the live side and all that, and that there's still that draw for Farm Sim, and with the new mod and everything. And that Farm Sim actually, outside of my channel, does pretty well on YouTube. Like, very, very genuinely, Farm Sim does pretty well on both Twitch and YouTube in general. It's never one of those big games on the platforms, but it usually is relatively high, actually. It does have a very large following, more than you'd generally think. Let's see, would you say the mod rewards you for kind of doing the extra stuff, or is it mainly increasing the difficulty and realism? So here's the funny thing, I would actually argue I genuinely am thinking precision farming might actually be easier than without it. It's got more complexity, but as far as the work you put in and everything, I genuinely feel like you put less effort to get the same / better results. Because, like, for example, when you are running without precision farming, you have to go through and do 2 passes of fertilizer for every field to get your 100% yield bonus. And it could be that you have the seeder put down one of your passes of fertilizer, or you slurry, or there's a whole bunch of fuzziness there. But you get the idea. You do 1 pass to get yourself to 50%, and another pass to get you the other, 50%. With precision farming, you don't need to do that. You can just do a pass with fertilizer if you do things right and just get it done. And they also have, like, the weird thing without it, where if I put down a round of fertilizer, I can't just put down another round of fertilizer. I have to do something else to the field or pass time before I can do the next process to the field or the next round of fertilizer. Again, precision farming, to my understanding, that is just not a requirement. So all of that goes away. But you do get bonuses. Like, for example, normally putting down your oil radish is just not something you got to worry about. Yes, it gives you a little bit of fertilizer, and technically it's more cost-effective than buying fertilizer, but it is a whole bunch of labor that if you're not running precision farming, why the hell would you ever do it? Precision farming, if you put down the oil radish over the winter, you get up to 200 of whatever your currency is set to per hectare of ground as a subsidy. And that's not a lot of money. It means like a pretty sizable field to make you like $1,000, $2,000, but that's still $1,000, $2,000 for what you're probably only putting down, you know, $100 or so of seeds. You know, that's just a win. You might still skip it because it is, you know, another round of doing the cedar, but you know, that's fine. And you can get a higher yield. Like, if we look at my field right now, my field's in bad shape. It's got no fertilizer. I'll still get 1% more money than I would otherwise. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's easier with an asterisk. It's easier as in labor. It's not easier as in understanding what's happening. One thing to keep in mind with a lot of things, I'll actually show you once we hit the end of the row and turn around. It's not one of those things like for managing the pH in my soil, so the acidity of my soil. It's not one of those things that I have to go through and drive the lime spreader and like, oh, I'm switching soil, let me manually change what I'm doing. You can do that with a lot of the stuff if you want to manage it yourself. But we actually look into stuff like the sprayers and all that. Where's my sprayers? I'll try to find one real quick. Yield improvements. So we actually look at the sprayers, for example. You have these two things here. So if I click that one on, with this configuration, each nozzle of the sprayer will turn on while there is actual weeds below the nozzle, and may use 90% less herbicide, reducing the cost of protecting the environment. You have the pulse width module, which also allows it to detect what you need for, you know, applying your stuff. There are sensors you can get that will detect the nitrogen in. It's more complicated, but less effort, right? But it is those things that you have the added bonus, so with that thing, when I'm putting down the herbicide, instead of just full bore blasting it and you just start churning through your herbicide, it literally only uses the herbicide exactly where there are weeds. So you get kind of the same end result of no weeds in your field, but instead of, you know, churning through 1,000 liters of herbicide, you might churn through 200-300 liters. And so you save a ton of money on that. And it's the same with the fertilizer as well. Because if we look at the different stuff in precision farming here, I've got like my pH. So you can see that because I have my different soil types, I have different desirable pH. So it would need different amounts of lime. This is my fertilizer. It's awful. But you can see the idea is we can get that better off and you'll get better yields and all. Right now that field's still not had a full cycle, so it's pretty bad shape. But it's pretty slick stuff. But as far as the actual playing side of it, for me as the player, mostly what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend the extra 10, 15, whatever $1,000 to get the equipment on my tractors and all that, to be able to detect the nitrogen in the soil and the acidity of the soil and those kind of things, so that when I'm putting down the fertilizer, because if we think about it, if I spend, say, $15,000 for the thing that detects the fertilizer in my soil, so that I can use my sprayer to put down more fertilizer and be more efficient. With some of those fields, you're going to put $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 worth of fertilizer down on one field normally in the base game. Like, you're going to get $30,000, $40,000 worth of money on the other side. Yeah. Yeah, no, the mouse pointer is off. I need to remember how to fix that. I've had to fix it before. Yeah, I think it's one of those things I gotta go back to the title screen and just change something. I think it's something like the game resolution or whatever to get that resolved. I run into that before in a couple of games where with certain resolutions, weirdly, and I don't know why, it's just weirdly what OBS captures is different from what I see for the mouse, and I cannot explain to you why that is. It has to do something with just the nature of how the resolutions and all that work. Because when you're capturing the game, a lot of times your mouse pointer actually is a separate thread's not the word. I mean, it would be a separate thread, but is a separate layer to the interface that is handled by the operating system and all that, and weird stuff can happen with it. It's one of the reasons why I don't like stuff like having games with resolution upscaling and all those types of technologies. They're kind of neat stuff, but you do get lots of those weird edge cases where things just don't work the way you expect them to. You zoom with OBS, you have different canvas size to capture resolutions. Right. That we are capturing, I can't remember if it's 1080p, because that's what Twitch supports. Versus, you know, the game's resolution is definitely running well higher than like 1080p or whatever it's set to. Because taking a game like this and knocking it all the way down to 1080p so it aligns with like YouTube or Twitch compression and all that makes it look real bad. That is one of those things that gets me when like a new game comes out and people watch like a YouTube video or a Twitch stream of it and they're like, man, the game doesn't look that good. It's like, right, you're watching like the Picasso painting levels of compression version of the game. There's a reason all the games don't seem to improve quality past 1080p when you're watching it 1080p. You gotta find like the super high res trailer version of the video that's like way up there, or, you know, see it on an actual screen. Did I miss a whole stripe of the field? Check the far end there. That's concerning. Yeah, and this is, I was warned that the fertilizer and weeding contracts with precision farming can be dodgy. So I'm trying to see if any of these stripes aren't grayed out. Oh, you know what I bet you it is? I know what the issue is. Because they turned on the track lines, those don't count as part of the field. So 10% or 8% of the field has lost those track lines, and so they're not actually cultivated or whatever. Can I go in here and ungenerate the track lines, maybe? No. Alright, so that contract's going to be failed, unfortunately. So we did lose a little bit of money on that. So we aren't going to be taking those contracts. The harvesting contracts will probably be fine, but we will probably avoid contracts otherwise. See, that's why you hear the odd streamer talking about how they're pushing through 4K quality. It's like, yeah, no, there's a thing now on Twitch where you can actually go through and you can actually go through... Sorry, I'm just checking everything here real quick. You can actually go through and as a separate thing, you can do your encoding like on your end for the higher resolutions, and you can do that, and technically people can tune into those higher ones. Generally speaking, not many people could go out of the way to do that. And, you know, you're still like, it's going to mean you have more like latency, weirdness kind of stuff happen and all that. Alright, so we got all that going on. Yep, and your water is fine for right now. There's a really good chance with a lot of this. Yeah. So, basically, with precision farming, I guess just assume your contracts are going to be pretty bogus. Outside of ones like harvesting, where they do have a pretty strong leeway going on for them. For right now, we're just going to go ahead and advance the months. We're in the winter. We're not going to have many contracts to pull from. So we're going to be advancing until we can potentially get our stuff going. Okay. That's cool. Not really what I need right now. Yeah, so you can see now we're in the winter proper. I literally have only 2 contracts to cut down trees or whatever. Why does it... I'm having a weird thing sometimes where I cannot enter my tractor from the tab button. Yeah, so that's a lot of stuff. That's fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay. Yeah, so we've got very little pH in this. That's fine. We'll end up needing to do all the other stuff. You've had that times too? Yeah. This is, I think, one of the only times I've run into it, but it is pretty dang annoying. Now, I do know we need to go at least as far as February to get the subsidy for our field having a cover crop on it. So we'll get at least that far. Okay, we can go ahead and real fast pay down a tiny bit of that loan. It's not going to help us that much. I am peeking here just in the off chance we get something really good on sale there that I need. Yep, and so this is another one we don't care about. What kind of stuff are you farming? Arable farming? We are just starting, so I actually haven't set up a crop field yet. We do have oil radish, but that's just a cover crop. You don't really use that as like a produce. That's to sequester nutrients and moisture to your soil. Arable farming so far as... Yeah, so we just got our subsidy for cover crop. Let's say 138 bucks. Cool. Got $138 is what we got for that. That is probably not worth it. It was up to, I'm assuming because the soil is in horrendously bad shape, is the reason we're not getting way more than that. So let's go ahead and check here to see what it says for our nitrogen. Yeah, the nitrogen's still terrible. So we are in February. Let's go ahead and check what we can grow now. We're not doing cotton. I can go die in a fire. So let's go back over here, advance the next... Actually, check contracts. Yeah, we'll advance the next month. How is this doing? You're still fine in water. Oh, yeah, so right now the only crops I have is I've got a bunch of greenhouse stuff, so like tomatoes, strawberries, spring onions, Napa cabbage. But those aren't really the same in this where you like manage a field. I do wish some of those they would let us grow in a field. Like, I would like to do strawberries, because strawberries are kind of a cool plant. Have you ever seen how those get planted and harvested? They like build these like big ridges and then they kind of plant them in from the top. Yeah, the 132 when no other income is coming is still 132. Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. The problem is it's 132 then. Okay. So, I would need something that I can use my cedar for, which is going to be... We would be able to do oats and still have that going. Yeah, so oats are one of our options. Sorghum is an option. I can't remember if soybean you can use. I feel like the soybean was the other planter. I can never remember. Let's grab our cultivator cedar. Okay. Grass, peas, spinach, wheat, barley, oat, canola, long grain. Okay. So oats are definite, and then sorghum would be another one you could probably do. Does this not do sorghum? Interesting. So I guess we're doing oats. Because the goal was to have it where we could do the cover crop during the winter, so this is the winter here. Which means I would need to have it grow and harvested. So that means I can't do barley, because that goes over the entire winter. Canola goes over the entire winter. Oats would be fine. And then, you know, wheat is another one that goes over the entire winter. I'd definitely like to move over to sunflowers, but I believe that's going to be the planter instead. So the unfortunate reality is we are probably doing oats. The alternative would be growing something like spinach or one of those other crops and then leasing the harvester, but that's going to hurt us a lot money-wise. Because spinach you can do 2 rounds, but I guess we're doing oats. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so probably want to try and get later on to do something a bit more interesting than just for the grains. Right now, you know, it's beggars can't be choosers. We're just going to work with what we got. And that's fine. Now, what should happen with this is we should get a certain amount of fertilizer, nitrogen in the soil. So if we do check here, you'll notice how this is getting to be a slightly brighter line. That is because we have jumped the nutrient in the soil up to somewhere around like 60, which will reduce the amount of fertilizer I will need to use in the future, like for this harvest or whatever. Okay. I'll definitely need to figure out what pattern to make when it comes to doing this too. make this way less of a problem. Okay. But yeah, so this is a drill seeder and all that. You think you need to actually use the cultivator? I mean, it is going up. Like, if you watch here in just a second, I could show you the nitrogen content of the field again. If we actually watch here, you're going to notice that this is slightly turning to a brighter orange, and even that spot got a little bit yellow. That is the amount of fertilizer in the soil going up. So we are seeing an improvement in the nitrogen in the soil. And if we were just trampling the crops, we wouldn't see that. Yeah. No, it's all good. I understand it being hard to see. Right, yes. This is a, if you actually look at this, the front part is a cultivator, and then it's got a seeder behind it. I am noticing the number of seeds you have to put down is actually fairly high for this one. That it's automatically set itself to 280 seeds per meter squared. Whereas, like, the oil radish was, like, negligible seeds. Okay. And we'll definitely want to get a better setup for this later on, where I'm able to go through these faster. But yeah, so my hope is, I believe because we are using the direct drill seeds and the rash and all that. Yeah, no, I know oats aren't amazing, so we definitely don't want to stick to that long term. But it's something that we could do the oil radish with, just to, you know, try it out and whatever. Because I'm curious, if we make the nitrogen content of our soil way higher, and then we put down the oil radish, if we will see a better subsidy, because it says up to $200 per acre, hectare, whatever it was. I don't remember the units that they actually used for that part. I think it was hectare. So I am curious if it's better. Generally, the only time you do oats is if you need it for production, or you want higher amounts of straw. If you remember correctly, they give the most straw. Can you sue the oats you make, or use the oats you make for animal usage? Yes, if I own animals. Right now, we do not have animals. That's something that has another cost to it that we're just not ready for. We're early game, so I can't do all the things. I don't have the money to do all the things. Yeah, so put down the oats. And we'll see what we can't figure out for something later on. A lot of the crops I think would be more interesting to do, we'll need planters for. But I needed this to be able to do the oil radish. You like oats and sorghum too? Yeah, so normally, was it oats and sorghum you could do on the same field? Because you have the oats or this window. No, they overlap. I do know there's been times also that I've started with oats because there was another crop I wanted, so I think you could do oats for like your first time doing a field, and then switch to like wheat, and it would line up. You just can't go back, because then, you know, the wheat overlaps the oat season. So there's a way to get like one extra go out of a field before then. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? Yep, and exactly. Happy Mother's Day for any of the moms hanging around and all that good stuff. Hey, Salberry, how's it going? It's good to have you. Can I get a shout out for Salberry, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Lots of fun chaos over there. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. But if we can get that shout out, I'd really appreciate it. Yep, now we're checking out the precision farming mod that Giants comes out with in partnership with the European Union. Bunch of the regulatory stuff. And been playing some sharks and minnows recently. I have no idea what that is, but that's good. Yeah, it's a weird mod in that you grab it like a mod, but it shows up as a DLC, even though it doesn't cost anything. But for those who missed what's going on with this, I'll try and get to the next straightaway, and I'll show some of the stuff. Because like normally in Farm Sim, you just drive over and it says, the field needs lime, and you put down lime. The field needs fertilizer, and you put down fertilizer. That's a silly short game. Didn't do good on stream, so you ended up recording it. Fair enough. I've run into no shortage of those before. But, it's kind of interesting in that, like, it adds a layer of complexity to the game, but it actually makes a lot of things, you know, easier. Because, like, when you go to fertilizer fields in Farm Sim, you do like your first pass of fertilizer, it gets to 50%, you have to do some other thing in the field, whether it's, you know, spray it with herbicide, or weed it, or fast forward time, to then be allowed to do another round of fertilizer. But with precision farming, you don't have to do that, you do a pass of your fertilizer. It also reduces how much fertilizer you use, because it's a whole thing about like sustainable farming and all that. So you spend a bit more money on your equipment to get all the sensors for detecting the nutrients in the soil, and otherwise you just spray your field per normal, and it just, by the magic, uses less resources. You also like take soil samples and all that. So it's one of those things that like on the surface when you hear about it, you're like, oh my god, it adds so much to it, like it's so complicated. But in actual gameplay, about the only extra new thing you do is the soil sample. Otherwise, everything else, like, oh, I need to do liming my field? Okay, I will lime my field. Turn on the thing that adjusts it to how much lime I need. But it's kind of cool. It also gives you reasons to, you know, be a little bit better about how you're handling stuff. There's like an environmental score or whatever, which mostly is you doing the things you already should. So like if we go in here, like if I go to like the pH, you can see that we got different soil types now. Mostly that just determines how, like, what the desirable pH is. You've got like your fertilizer is just nitrogen, how much you expect to get out of your field. You can even now, with like the precision farming mod, you can actually go through and say, okay, how much do I expect to make on this field? So if I go on this field, I can go economic analysis. Right now, because I don't actually have it planted, it'll sit there and do the calculation of like what I put into the field, what I got out of it. So right now it sees me as having a field of oil radish, which is a cover crop that doesn't make you any money at all directly. It just gives you fertilizer in your field. So it's like, yeah, you're gonna lose money because you've got something that doesn't pay you. But it's cool. It's a neat way of it having different. So then it's okay if like you were trying to lurk or whatever. You got anything fun you've got planned for this week on your stream and all that stuff? Like right now, I'm looking at doing farm sim. We might hop into some Timberborn as well, and then just getting ready for Roadcraft next week. It's kind of the big things going on at the moment. Let's see, can going from 1080p to 1440p slow a game down while getting better visuals? Yeah, no, that's, turning up your resolution can always get you a better image on your local machine. Now, the higher and higher that resolution gets, the more nuanced better gets. But, it can definitely do a thing, but it does mean you are having to render significantly more as well. So it can absolutely have a negative ramification on your performance. But yeah, so there's definitely pros and cons of turning up and down the resolution. Like there's certainly a point if your resolution's too low, it looks pretty bad. But as far as like when people are like, oh yeah, well 4K, 8K monitor and all those things, it's like, okay, but really between 4K and 8K, you're probably not going to notice it as much. Like if you do the side-by-side thing, you'd be like, oh, that one's slightly crisper. But if I randomly just grabbed you and was like, hey, what resolution do you think this monitor's running? You know, there's a very good chance you will get it wrong just because the difference is so nuanced. It's the same thing with like ray tracing. That I'm actually pretty annoyed that every other game is trying to shove ray tracing in there because you take a very significant impact to your performance by turning on ray tracing, whereas the improvements in shadows is very, very minor. There is some improvement, but it's relative, like it's fairly subtle, fairly light. So it's just kind of one of those things of like, you know what I'd rather have? I'd rather have 30% of my frame rate back. Does it mean if it's just upscaling from 1080p to 1440p? Probably not influence it that much either. Yeah, I mean, if it's upscaling, I'm generally unenthused about the resolution upscaling tech. Like for me personally, I would rather either just run at the lower resolution or whatever. I've had way more problems with upscaling technology than just running at whatever the resolution is to begin with. It's the same thing like dynamic resolutions. On paper, dynamic resolutions is a pretty cool technology where if you start seeing like the frame rate dip, it can lower the resolution to let your computer catch up and all that kind of stuff. But in practice, I've just seen a lot of games that get very crashy or the graphics get very glitchy when they're doing that. So ultimately, in those cases, I'd rather just run at the lower resolution and have it run smooth. I value my game running smoothly way more than being like, I can see the individual hairs and freckles on their face. It's like, nah, man. I just want a steady frame rate. Not even a high frame rate, just a steady frame rate. Like, most of the games for content creation reasons, I limit it to 60 frames per second. Yes, if you turn it up to 120 frames per second and it runs smoothly at that, you will notice a fairly nuanced improvement. Like, you can put them side by side and be like, that one looks slightly crisper. But if, again, I sit you down and I go, what's this game running at frame rate wise? Unless it's really bad, you don't typically notice that much. And there's a very, very good chance you'll guess wrong. You'll probably guess what are the standards of like 60 frames per second, 30 frames per second, or whatever. You know, so your odds of being right are high just by the fact that there's only so many standards. But it's very easy to overestimate how much something does, especially when you're doing the side by side where it's very directly comparable. It's another one that was fun that did with a bunch of people who are audiophiles who are really into like different audio technology, that you're like, no, I need these really high, amazing bit rates. And again, if you put the two things side by side, you'd be like, oh, that one sounds slightly better. But the moment you step away from having that direct comparison and you start like kind of doing the okay, what do you think this is running at, that, you know, flip a coin, that's going to be almost as accurate. So it's a whole big thing. Is even actually turning down the graphics setting in one of your games to a point that you're getting close to running at the minimal, even though your system is capable of running well beyond maximum? Purely because the late game it becomes heavy CPU intensive and reducing the graphics is a massive difference with late game performance. Oh yeah, well that happens in a lot of games that are like in the factory automation style games. That most of those are very heavily CPU locked games. That just, they run your processor really hard because of all the things they're managing. So it becomes a thing that turning down a lot of your system stuff can be really good to just making the game run better. Because I appreciate games that don't have hard limits on them to make sure they run smoothly so far as how much you can scale. So like when you're playing a city builder, and the city builder has like a very hard limit that says, hey, we're not going to let you have more than 100,000 people. Because, you know, at that point the game starts running rough because there's just too much computation happening. I'm happy with the game being like, hey, just so you know, we've got this limit, but you can turn it off. I like that because that future-proofs the game a little bit. Because if down the road we get better, you know, CPUs, it sucks to feel artificially limited. It's one of the reasons that annoys me with stuff like, for City Skylines 1, they had very, very hard limits on like how many trees you could have, and how many this you could have, and how many that you could have because of performance concerns. And there were mods that you couldn't, there was a generic object limit that you could not get rid of because of the nature of how the game was programmed. You could get into stuff like integer overflow problems and that kind of thing. And so there was a hard limit on the game you couldn't turn off because it would literally break the game. But you could turn it off for like the trees and all that, so until you ran up against that hard limit on just the objects that could exist in your world, you could have that. Because it annoyed me so much that in City Skylines 1, if you're using the default settings with no mods and all that, your cities would end up looking very plastic because you just wouldn't have the trees covering the ground that much. And so it was like weirdly like every city was built in this giant open field for the most part, because you just couldn't put enough trees to do otherwise. And so the cities looked very artificial to me. So I liked to turn that off because then I would tend to have my cities have a lot of trees to them. It's a gaming question, Hearts of Iron, late war. The amount of units everyone has, the massive load, actually gets to the point where you have to pause the game to make your moves. It's the only game you question whether you should have gotten a larger CPU. Yeah, I can see that. RTS would definitely be another game that'd be computationally heavy. You remember several console and Switch games having limits that weren't lifted even with better hardware? Dragon Quest Builders was such a game. Yeah, no, I could see that. Especially games that they came out for like PlayStation or whatever and then were ported to PC. It would not surprise me if they had a bunch of just arbitrary limits in regards to making sure it ran right on, you know, PlayStation or whatever, that they just didn't allow you to disable on PC because it was just the way the game was coded. It was just there. To a certain degree, that happened with, I believe it was Planet Coaster 2, that there's a bunch of stuff that had limitations in the game that were set for performance considerations, and then a bunch of people on PC got pretty upset about it just by the fact that, you know, they had paid good money for the game and they have a really good computer and they had this arbitrary limit put on them. Alright, so what I'm going to quickly do is before we go and fertilize that field, I'm going to buy more fertilizer because I don't think we have nearly enough. I'm going to try to avoid incurring more debt, but we'll see that. So you finally remember turning down the graphics in Shogun Total War, so you So you'd have too many paper-looking rectangles in one place. Oh yeah, no, there's I don't know about that one, but there's definitely a lot of games that like you wanted to do certain stuff and the game would start getting really, really chunky and stuttery, and you'd be like, all right, I need to turn down all my graphics real low to handle this. That's like, again, for another example of a game that's like, hey man, you could do what you want in this game. We will let you break our poor game. Hydra Near is one of those games. They're like, hey, you can keep building up your automation. We got buttons to help fix it when you inevitably get things really, really not okay. But if you want to build a giant factory that produces absolutely obnoxious amounts of ore in very rapid amounts of time, and just handle the billions of objects moving around, we'll let you do it. Your poor CPU is going to be ripped out of your computer by the sheer amount of force coming from your CPU fan going at absolute maximum velocity, but hey, you know what? That's a you problem. Alright, so let's go here and pick up more solid fertilizer. So I got 6,800, so I can get 3 more. Hopefully that'll be enough. Storge's recent update completely changed how pops work, primarily to help the late game performance issues of it. Of course, late game is still plagued with sheer number of calculations, but it helps. Yeah, I've heard very mixed responses with the Stellaris update. Now granted, that's honestly these days, anything changes and you'll have people scream, and then you gotta go, alright, but who is being actually reasonable here and who is just screaming because change bad? So I don't really know where it stands, but I have heard it's really buggy, but I haven't messed with it at all. You really appreciate when devs give you the options and leave it to you to decide responsibly? Yeah, I don't mind when the devs are like, hey, we've got this limit turned on, here's the tick box for you to turn it off. Just so you know, turning this off will likely have performance implications. I think that's completely unreasonable and, completely reasonable and fair. Let's say you're hesitant, but so far you're enjoying it. You have some complaints about the planet UI, but beyond that, good aside of the bugs and stuff. Gotcha, well that's good to know. A lot of those bugs are being actively worked on. Makes sense. You kind of appreciate that every manufacturer or service in real life, to be honest. There's so many so many safety concerns in real life. Yeah. All right. Alright, so I'm not lined up yet. Okay, so if you notice, we have activate automatic application rate. That's the precision farming. So the field over here, you'll see what's saying for our nitrogen, that some of this area we're around 45 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And our ones it's lower. You got the little flag there that's showing where I actually should be with this. So what'll end up happening is we'll put down a bunch of the fertilizer, but it's also one of those things that if I just drive off the edge of the field, you'll suddenly see the amount of fertilizer we're using just bottom out. And that's because I don't need to fertilize that. The new DLC is extremely fun. Playing an empire currently that eats people to get new species traits. Oh, that sounds cursed. And the exact kind of thing that you expect from a lot of those kind of games. Road seasoning, yep. Yeah, so now if you look at the map down there in the bottom left, it's turning from red to yellow for most of it. That's just showing where we're at with the the fertilizer. I might need to do another pass. We'll see. It seems to be hovering close to where we want it. Alright. There's a new Origin DLC where you play as a living planet, one giant ecosystem that has to terraform other colonies to match. That sounds kind of cool. But yeah, so you can see in practice, basically I'm doing the exact same fertilization that we normally do on the field. The big difference is being this time, I'm not using nearly as much fertilizer. And there's a little bit more to manage with it. Okay, so let's take a peek at what it says now for our field. So the yield is still marking fairly low. The nitrogen amounts are good. So I'm wondering if I need to resurvey it. Let's try resurveying it now, because I'm a little bit curious about this. Because it is marking the soil types and all that kind of thing, but at the same time, it feels like some of the stuff isn't updated. So I'm going to try doing just one tile in the corner to survey it to see if we notice a difference, because that's one of the things I haven't messed with too much yet. I'm going to guess it's probably not going to do anything. Let's also try and go over to this corner over here, where I missed stuff the last time. Okay, so we've got our previous survey data. We've got this one. Let's send just that one off the lab before we grab a bunch. So that remains consistent. That's good to know. The yield is still showing as super low. But it still has a nitrogen of 0 rating. I mean, I guess let's try just doing another pass. It could just be I couldn't get enough fertilizer out the first round. Let's also park and take a look at what we got going on here. Yeah, so if I put my mouse over it... Yeah, so it still says nitrogen bad. Well, actually, no, this is saying nitrogen perfect. Okay. So yeah, so actually, that's giving me really good ratings there. So the expected yield is actually around 90%. But there's a couple places that's not perfect. Okay, so it's good that we checked that versus running around. So it could just be oats aren't exactly an environmentally friendly crop, is the possibility. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that the bars won't update. Because I did just walk up to the field and actually gave me pretty good numbers. Let's look down here at you. We got all that fine. Right, we had our last cultivating contract. That's the thing. It seems like a lot of these contracts I can't really do right now. I think the precision farming is breaking them because of the field tracks. How is our greenhouse doing? Does it need more water? Let's go ahead and just knock that out while we're sitting here. Okay. Yep, so now I got our field set up with our oats. It'll have some track lines and all that. We will need to do... The heat maps can also be misleading, and you tend to look at the red as bad without realizing that's actually requiring the low nitrogen for a specific crop type. That makes sense. Yep, we'll see. This is part of the reason we're doing it. We're experimenting, we're learning, we're doing all that good stuff. And meanwhile, while that's filling up, let me go ahead and start hitting the snooze on the ad break happening up here not too long, because then it'll be around the time that Tomb gets home and all that. All right. But yeah, so most likely we're going to end up needing to lease the harvester. That's going to probably hurt us pretty bad. It's going to eat a pretty big way into our income. Ideally, what we would want to do is, like, next season, try and get ourselves an additional field and everything. Just to... Because, like, every additional field I get that I'm growing the same crop, when it comes to time to harvest and doing leases and all that, I'm going to get way more money. As we both commented in the past, giants are not great in displaying, sharing information where the players would find it useful. Yeah, that's honestly a pretty big comment in the entire simulation genre. Like, and it's also one of those ones that people get, like, weirdly upset about. They're like, no, you just want baby game. It's like, well, no. Give me the relevant information. Like, SnowRunner's another one that when it comes to, like, the vehicles, they just have an arbitrary, here's your power, whatever information, and it just doesn't give you enough information to make an informed decision when you're purchasing the vehicles so many times. And it'd be like, oh, you always want baby games. Like, nah, man, if I'm about to drop $1 million on a piece of equipment in real life, you dang well better believe I'm going to look up all those numbers and everything. And this is a video game. It's not exactly like I can go to... you know, real-world brochure and all that. It means I gotta pull up your wiki page. And if that's what we're turning to, just put that information in the game somewhere. Like, let me do that comparison. Let me math to figure out being like, that's the one I want to go with. Instead, you gotta turn to wikis and Reddit and all that, and it's never a good time. Alright, so we got that all set up. So we got our field planted. Okay. So what we'll probably do is we'll go forward. That gets harvested in... Where's the oats? That gets harvested in July. They're saying you really don't want... Yeah, I really don't want the handheld. I want data. All the data. Data to the point that it's overwhelming, but it's all relevant and accurate to what the profession is using in real life. almost as if I'm asking for the simulation to actually be a simulation rather than an arcade game. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I want simulation games to remain fun. Like, there's definitely a point where a simulation goes all in on the realism and really kills all the fun by bringing in all the not fun parts of job. Like, imagine Farm Sim 20 and like, no, we're going all in on the realism. So you go and you harvest your crops, and then you have to fill out a big pile of paperwork and do all sorts of like surveys and tests and all that, just to, you know, keep your legal credentials and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, that's fun. And that, you know, at the change of the year, you have to fill out all your tax paperwork. So like, there's definitely, I wanted to drop that, but it would be nice to have a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, so we're getting good to okay ratings on a bunch of our stuff here. We are expecting a better stuff there. You definitely went over the top. Yeah. No, but I definitely agree with the whole thing that there's certainly times when you're like, why do you hate information? That's, there's been a number of games where it's like, you get the information, or you can hold, like, the Alt button to get all the information. I'm not seeing anything with weeds going on here. Because, like, it's not mentioning weeds growing. I'm not seeing any weeds started here. Which confuses me, because weeds are turned on, right? They shouldn't be turned off. Yeah, they're turned on. Okay, I had a momentary concern there, being like, wait a second. Those are turned on, right? Yeah, the weeds are turned on. Does this whole system have a weeder built in it as well? I know the other one we looked at mentioned having a weeder built in. This doesn't look like it does, though. Maybe. It might also weed as well. Because the one we went to do the first time, I had the attached to the weeder. Yeah, no, it's got the needs rolling marked. But as far as weeding, it's got no highlight. We'll see. Maybe it'll go like a month or two, and then we'll see a bunch of weeds pop out. Sales. You keep putting that same thing on there. Oh, potatoes. I wouldn't mind messing with the potatoes in this run. Those are definitely one that ends up being a chore. And I keep checking the contracts, but right now I don't want to mess with them because we failed them because of weird stuff happening. But yeah, so we only had to do one pass of fertilizer, and it's looking like we're going to get pretty close to about the most we can hope for the yield. That is one of the things that you run into, is because of the soil things, you will have some soil that's just bad for crops in this. And that's a whole thing. As long as we keep the greenhouse going, that should slowly chip away at our debt. Oh, mowing contract? That's fun. We're all good here. Yeah, no, the root crops are definitely the... No. The root crops are definitely the one that's like, no. Yeah, so I'm kind of keeping an eye on this. I'm curious if we'll actually see, like, the nutrient content of the soil go down as we go through the process. Or if it'll just, like, pop down as, like, one... Okay, so we do have... So that's interesting. The one edge there said weeding, but the entire rest seems happy. Actually... Our yield potential's gone up to 100%, with an expected yield in the upper 90s. So it looks like we're looking pretty good. Yeah, so this clearly hasn't updated any of its information yet. Because this is telling me we're looking at pretty much about as close as you'd be expecting to a perfect yield. not counting bonuses that we can get on top of that, which we will probably be able to potentially do later, like rolling the field and all that. And it was what, June or July that we harvest this? July. Yeah, so I'm trying to avoid going into contract 1 because they don't seem to work well with this particular mod. And then 2, watching me cultivate 30 fields back to back to back. Not really, like 4 fields back to back. Probably not what people would particularly want to do. Okay. So looking at our list here, we can get the mower. We have the disc harrowers and all that. With that said, we can go ahead and knock down our loan 1. Because every time we knock down that loan, it's a little bit off of our interest we're paying every month. And I know I'm running out here and peeking at this. I'm just kind of trying to see how this manipulates the numbers. This is my first time messing with this. But saying that, getting into carrots and parsnips and red beets are one of the cheapest crops you do start. Yeah, and that was one of the things I did. That's looking really good, actually. Yeah, so you get basically 100%. For doing the Survivor Man challenge on the YouTube series I did, just because it was the cheapest crop I could get into, I don't remember, I think it was carrots. It was one of those. But getting into the root crops is what I did. And yeah, it was like genuinely going from planting to harvesting and selling. The whole process took me like 8 or 9 hours, like real life hours. Because it was a very large field and I was stuck doing that harvester that's 0.8 meters wide. The money I was making was solid. Like, I was making really good money on it. But holy crap, was that painful to do. So you should be ready to harvest now. Yep. Okay. So we might get interrupted by the hail. And unfortunately, I'm definitely not going to be able to afford to buy a harvester. So we're going to end up needing to lease this. Not too thrilled about that. So we're going to go ahead and lease the cheapest one. I'm going to need to borrow money to do that lease. That's encouraging. There's a good chance we're actually losing money on this, by the way. But we'll see on the other side. Alright, so customize, lease. Yep. So leasing, that's 5,000 bucks. Combination, grab your header, lease. Oh yeah, no, and I wasn't using auto loader on that run. So it very much is me sitting there with the little forklift attachment on the tractor, just picking up, like, I think I was able to get, oh, I can't remember, something like 6 boxes onto a trailer before then the tractor would struggle to drive with it. These are like 6 or 8 or whatever. So yeah, it was over 100 crates of carrots or whatever it was. And having to run them up like this big hill to the sell point, like 6 or 8 at a time, on this poor little 100 horsepower tractor. But yeah, no, but I was making on that field, I was making like 50,000 a year or something like that, which is really good. It's just, it was good from a in-game time, real bad from a real lifetime. That's, I know a bunch of people have come out with a whole lot of spreadsheets now, trying to be like, okay, here's how much each respective crop makes you per in-game hour versus real-life hour, that kind of thing. You know, not counting the whole time manipulation kind of thing where you can speed up and slow down time. But part of the reason they want to do that kind of thing is basically get an idea, crop to labor, what's the best payout. Now, some of the crops you can kind of fudge your way around a lot of those considerations, just by the fact that you can be like, hey, AI worker, deal with this, and walk away. One of the best you ever done with root crop was multiplayer. Let's see, multiplayer, we took a contract harvesting sugar beets without checking the field first. Is the largest field in the map, rented 2 harvesters and 2 extra trucks. Was the largest field, and let's see, 5 of us working the field, harvesting, doing the extra loops, yeah. Alright. There we go. Because I'm not picking up hay right now. And leasing the vehicle to pick up a couple bales of hay, probably not worth it. All right. So I'll be curious to see all the numbers after it's all said and done. Let's see, financially it was kind of worth it, as all the money from the contract and selling the excess beets financed a few new things for the farm. It would have taken maybe a year to get paid otherwise. Yeah, no, that's the thing. A lot of those really terrible to deal with crops end up being the ones, like, in-game wise that really make you a lot of... Wait, why was I able to grow stuff... Wait. Wait. What? Excuse me. I apparently was able to plant crops on the neighboring field. Okay, that's fine. Hey, Monster, how's it going? Yes, apparently I was able to grow just a little bit on the neighboring field. Just because, for those who don't know, it has to do with the position of your vehicle. You can actually interact with stuff outside of your field. It's not constraining whatever your working tool is on it. It's a matter of where your position is relative to it and all that. So you can get like weird things where you can snipe a little bit more than your field and all that stuff. Is your first time chat? Yep. No, I see that. But I'm doing good. It's good to have you in chat and all that good stuff. Alright. But yeah, so now if we're looking what we got out of the field and all that, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The field is slowly turning from red to green. That's because when we first got the field and it had crop to start with, we harvested it right away. It didn't have any of the things taken care of for precision farming. Versus we've gone through, this will be the end of the first full cycle we've done with the field. And so we're going to get to see what our results were relative to just, you know, it doing its own thing. Now, I'm not expecting to get a huge bonus in our payout, but we might get some. Now, the big thing is we're going to want to hold on to the oats until whatever the appropriate season, the appropriate time of year for selling. Usually it's winter. The good news, I don't need them for anything else. I'm pretty sure if you keep them in the trailer, even uncovered, they don't rot. It's just kind of seen as there's a volume in your trailer. It's only kind of when you dump them on the ground and it rains. I believe when you dump them on the ground and it rains, it will rot. Which all rotting does in the game is it's not just, oh, you can't use them for this and that. Effectively, all it does is say you have like 2,000 liters of oats. When it rains, it might drop down to 1,800 liters of oats that supposedly like 200 liters were lost to rot. It just reduces the total volume you get. But the point is, it costs you money. Yeah, we managed to snipe all that little bit of oats that, like, got planted in the neighbor's field because of what we were doing. That isn't something I'd bother trying to take advantage of, because you can only do that just a little ways into their field and all that. It wouldn't be enough to make enough money to make it worth the effort. It just happened to be a thing that just happened because of what I was doing. You know, versus when you're dealing with your own fields and you're being more careful about where your cultivator's going over, where your seeder's going over. I was using that area to turn around because, you know, it's not my field. We can't destroy the crops in anything but our own fields. So it's just a weird byproduct of that. But yeah, I'll be curious to see the stats after that. But the next thing we would do is after this is I would drive over it again, put down the oil radish again. That way we have our winter coverage, get ourselves a little bit more fertilizer. You know, get that subsidy. All those kind of stuff. Even though that subsidy is like having nickels thrown at you, it's like, oh, okay, I guess. But I mean, if we're not using the field anyway, who cares? It saves money on fertilizer. One thing I'm noticing is I really don't need the tracks with the power seeder. It seems like the power seeder we are using is weeding as well, which is kind of the fun part of using that, is that's like an all-in-one. So instead of having to go through and like do our passive weeding, do our passive seeding, do our passive cultivating, all those kind of things, that you just roll in and it kind of just handles it, which is the whole draw for it. You're giving up a lot of the speed and width of the device to make it so it's one pass to do everything. Not everything, but one pass to do a lot of the things, versus that would otherwise be 3 different passes for 3 different attachments. And more than likely, it becomes a thing later on that's worth just using it when you start getting the really big, like, 18-20 meter wide cultivator, 18-20 meter wide seeder. Oh. It is raining. So we're going to turn that off. Oh, sorry, it's hailing. So unfortunately, you do take a harvest penalty if you harvest during weather events, like rain and that kind of stuff. So let's look at our field. So our field right now is we're still working on it. Its environmental score jumped up from 50 to 72. The weed control, still not anything there one way or the other. We should get environmental score, means our sell price will be 7% higher. And our nitrogen, still only good-ish. But now if we look at the different things, our yield on all this was hovering right around 100%. You can see the nitrogen anywhere we harvested is really bad versus the areas we haven't harvested yet. It's still marking it as good. Makes sense. The plant uses that. It did somewhat impact the acidity of the soil. Again, the crops are taking that out. And then soil type shouldn't change. That is a thing I think would be an interesting concept for the game. Would be the idea that you could amend your soil to slowly impact the soil. Stone picking for $10,000. Stone picking is not a fun activity. And I'm a little concerned. I don't want to take these ones because I'm a little concerned with the precision farming. We will just fail them because it'll detect that 10% of field from the track lines. And so it'll act like we haven't done 10% of the field. So I think, honestly, I'm just going to speed up time a bunch. I'll go ahead and top up the water while we're waiting. That is not the side I need to be pulling up to. We just top off the greenhouse while we wait for the hail to go away. But I jumped the game speed to be 3 times what it was. And if we fill this thing up, I can turn it up so you can watch like the sunset and all that in literal seconds, if need be. What's the weather say in the game for the day? Just for this hour, there should be hail. Then it should back off. All right. Yes, then we can finish harvesting that field. And as far as prices go, if we look at oats, December is the time it's worth the most money. And it appears... So that one's the train. We don't count that one. The grain mill will be the place that's probably worth the most. Which is fine. I believe the grain mill is literally the closest place to here. That's a sell point for it. Okay. So one of the things we might be worth doing is if we check to see what we can get out of that field, it might be worth us taking, you know, more debt on to get a second field, but we should see what we get output from this one before we worry about expanding any of that. Yeah, and these are all useful things, but not something I think we should go into debt farther for. And on top of that, what we can do is I could go here, finances, repay a little bit of that loan. Alright, so we're now super duper fast forwarding time. Until the hail backs off. Because I have nothing else worth doing until the hail's gone. Okay, drop time back down to what we were doing. And that is because, like I said, if you harvest during bad weather, you do take a penalty on your yields. Because, like, the idea is that, you know, the crop is all wet and sticky, it gets all you know, gummed up on the machine. Some of it gets ruined from the water and all that, getting into it and whatnot. All of those contributing to the fact that you're just not getting what you're supposed to get out of it. And you can actually, I believe you can turn that off. But you can, on top of that, turn off other weather events. Like, we'll probably see a couple spots here and there where our crops took hail damage. I believe that's what you're seeing right over there on my right, those little patches of crop missing. That's the hail damage to that crop. So we lose a little bit of crop to the hail as well. Those are things you can turn off if you don't want them. I've actually debated turning it off because I found in the past, it seems like to fix those spots, I've had to plow them. Which to me doesn't make sense because in real life, if I went over that with a cultivator again, it would just be better. It's fine, it's whatever. So it's not super encouraging that it looks like I might literally harvest this entire field without needing to empty the harvester. But oats is just not a super lucrative or high volume crop. Just how it is. But in a couple of minutes, I'm going to have to step away real fast to welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven, that kind of nonsense. And we'll get all that going. But yeah, so pretty good times with all that. But I do very much enjoy Farm Sim. It is one of those games on the channel that when I don't know what else I want to play, it's kind of one of those games that's always kind of nice to have in the back pocket and be like, all right, let's, you know, yeah, rough day. Don't want a game that I have to like super duper focus on to do anything. You know, I don't have to be like actively doing stuff the entire time. So we can kind of chill, have a nice conversation, just hang out, have a good time, listen to some music, whatnot. Versus that's actually one of the things I really don't like about streaming Project Zomboid, as much as I enjoyed that game in the past, is it is those games that the only way to stop and, you know, keep up with chat and all that is to like literally pause the game, because it's one of those games that one mistake and everything's gone and over. So it can be fun to stream and it can be engaging, but at the same time, especially as the community has grown, it becomes more and more, you feel like you're ignoring the community when you're playing it, because the moment things escalate, you're just stuck focusing on the game. RimWorld's a game that part of the reason that one keeps coming back, because that's to me that's almost one of like the best games on the platform for having a nice balance of being an engaging game, but also giving you downtime to, you know, talk with chat, keep up with things. There's a pretty good balance back and forth. For me, especially if you're playing as like Cassandra, that just works really well. I do find Randy, while Randy can be a very interesting one to play, not really great for that balance aspect, because sometimes Randy is just at 11 the entire time and just does not back off. And then sometimes Randy's on the other extreme where it just does not do anything for a long while. And so you eventually start getting, it's like, Randy, please do something. Like, I'm drowning here from the lack of anything happening. But we'll get all that going. But yeah, so we got Roadcraft coming up. That's on the 20th. We'll be collabing with FG Squared for the second half of that stream. First half of that stream I'll be playing on my own, you know, barring any changes. And with all that, that should be a lot of fun. That's the next entry in the Snow Runner series, Mud Runner series, whatever you want to call it. The premise in that one, like, you're going to cities or areas that natural disasters have hit, the roads have been destroyed, infrastructure has been damaged, and you're trying to build out the road and bring everything back together, get it all going. So there's a lot of struggle with, like, okay, I gotta get the sand over to that place to help build this road, but the road's gone, so I can't follow that, so I gotta, you know, schlep through the mud and all that, and just make it work. Alright, so bear with me, chat, because the ad break's about to happen. I can't pause it again. I gotta remember, there's a pause button for this game. The time doesn't keep progressing. That's fine. we can just do this. Cut it down to super slow time. And with that, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. As a reminder, this is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes, because like I said, I go downstairs, I welcome my wife home, throw something in the oven real fast, and then we come back and we pick up where we left off. But I'll be back in a few minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. This is going to be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. I'm gonna have failed this, like, at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Figure out check. Excellent news, the wonder has been built, completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Excellent news, you did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Glorious Empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect, the Emperor, I regret to inform you you have been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay, I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent, perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way. Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. We're going to declare the variable of a type integer. We're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. So we got 33,000 users on our malware. You heard me. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it and I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Done. Well, that's not what you want to see. Where are my SWAT? Oh! How'd you get through the door? I was busy focusing on, there's one of the prisoners over here had a shotgun. Edward over here. I was like, oh, I may not want to go there. How did you get through the door? Oh, he probably stole keys. He must have stolen keys off of one of the people that got killed. Well, that was Rita's go. Actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Don't be in a big building. Ah, we're in the middle of Louisville. Right, literally the exact middle of Louisville. This is a dead character. Oh, good. I haven't moved yet, and the jig is already up. BP cables are everywhere.
I am so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go.
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Yes, Ada. Choo choo indeed. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. Okay, and I am back. So, alright, sorry about that. Let's go ahead and get back in here, put the time back up to what's supposed to be, and pick up where we left off. Just make sure the mic actually unmuted. I've had it once or twice that I think it detects me unmuting, but I've had it once or twice where it picks it up as me pushing it twice, so that it unmutes and then mutes itself right again. But yeah, now sorry about the extra minute or two there. I don't know the exact day off the top of my head, but I've got my niece and nephew are visiting soon, which is super exciting and fun. But we're in that stage where everyone is trying to talk about plans and trying to figure out who is where and when. And so, like, me and Toom are, unfortunately, because of where we're at, kind of responsible for certain parts of the plan heavily. And it's when I say herding cats, not in a bad way. No one's being, like, difficult or anything like that. It's just, you know, you're dealing with a bunch of adults who all have different schedules and all that kind of stuff, and figuring out how to navigate all that. Okay. I could probably get this on here. Yes, let's go ahead and get all the oats out of the harvester into the trailer. And then honestly, just immediately, I'm gonna need a different place to park that trailer to make this less of a hassle. I also need to actually turn it off. Okay. Because that way we can just leave the oats in there until the price is better in December, so we can get our full amount of money we can earn for this. Because I did have to lease the harvester, which did bite into our margins by a good like 5,000 bucks, which is going to be a pretty significant chunk to the potential that I might actually lose money on that. We'll see. If we lose money on it, it just means we don't do that next year and we keep things going. All right, so there you are. So we'll return you. And you. Meanwhile, we grab you. The other thing that's curious is I'm willing to bet when it comes to the fertilizing the soil from the oil radish, I'm willing to bet you have to wait like what is it, like 3 months it takes to fully grow. I don't know if that's how long, but however much amount of time it takes to fully grow, to get the good stuff out of it, the nutrients and all that. But it does make me wonder if you were able to do like multiple plantings of oil radish to do stuff. It probably makes no sense from the economic side of things. Okay, so let's get the oil radish back down real quick. Because again, we'll get the subsidy in February when that's done over the winter. It'll give us whatever it was, like 15, 20, 30% fertilizer. Which again saves us money. I'm just going to try and go back and forth with this so that we can clean up the edges at the end. Yeah, because we just clean up the edges, that'll be good. We're definitely going to need to do stuff to make more money. Did it update our estimated economic stuff? So it's estimating I'm going to turn a profit of about 5,500. And I don't think that included the cost of lease, which would imply that we lost money on that, which is definitely not what you want. That's also a big reason of why I'm not just handing this over to the AI to deal with anything. Oh, what we should be doing is we know the harvest contracts could be decent. I don't want to do peas and all that. If we see any of the grains come up for the harvesting contracts, those ones are probably fine for us. Those we can make some decent money on. Because most likely I'm going to have to switch up what we're doing for our crops. All right. Some of the other things we could do to help ourselves out is production lines. If we can get a production line going, that would potentially work out pretty well. Because then what we can do is, for example, with, say, like oats, as we've kind of determined, aren't exactly worth a whole lot of money. But if I could turn around and take the oats, you know, feed them to pigs or whatever, and all that, then we have the potential of raising pigs and then selling off the pigs, you know, as we get more adults and all that. That'll be a little tricky to set up, because I need more than just oats to make them happy. But there's possibilities there. The big thing is, I was hoping to take advantage of the oil radish. It might actually be something that we decide to just go with a different crop, where I don't have a need to do the oil radish, or there's not the need. I don't have the opportunity to do the oil radish. I was trying to think what I would want to do as a different crop for this, because we definitely don't want to go through the whole process of setting up like a rice field. A good chunk of the money from oats is straw, yeah, and I would need to get a baler and all that. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. But yeah. Because then we can take the straw and, you know, bale all that up, do all that whole shebang. It might be worth considering. The big catch would be buying all the equipment to do that, most likely needing to incur debt to do so. It would take it a while for it to pay itself off. And it probably only makes sense if I plan to stay into oats. And it's mostly just messing with the oats because that's one of the few crops I could do the oil radish, and it not being a weird thing in the sense that, like, it would line up. Because when we looked at our crop list here, all of the other grains other than sorghum didn't line up where I could do the oil radish over the winter and grow the grains. Whereas a lot of the other crops, like specialty crops, a lot of those we could. Okay. We'll see. It might just be that I need to just stop caring about the oil radish. I was mostly doing it because I was curious about the subsidy, but the subsidy seems like it's honestly pretty terrible. Which makes sense. Okay, let's get to the other end here. All right. Because that'll be stuff going on. What we probably need is, like I said, get some contracts here that aren't really awful. I mean, I could probably take some of those contracts doing the peas and all that. It just, I really don't want to. They're actually pretty okay money. It's just very laborious. Mostly just the, as I mentioned the last time, the harvesters for, like, peas and all of that are just very narrow. So it's just one of those things that just takes way more passes to do the same amount of space compared to a lot of the other crops. Yeah, so I just figured I'd snipe the end of those fields while we're sitting there. Okay. Yeah, still thinking I'd like to do sunflowers just because we did grains the last time as our starting one, because it's just kind of the default option you do. So doing that and having a lot of the overlap in the equipment would be good. And I want to make sure whatever we're doing does use the precision farming, at least to start with. So not just immediately going into just having animals and then depending entirely on animals, that kind of thing. We could go into one of the specialty crops. The only catch with a lot of the specialty crops is the cost of equipment is usually a pretty big barrier to entry. That almost all of them have, like, a specialty harvester and a specialty planter. So if we look at some of these ones, like, we did the rice when this first came out, and they're not too bad when you think about it, because you got this thing for 95 and that for 25. That's not much, but that requires you to make a rice field. And they actually end up being relatively, like, the rice is actually relatively good paying. I honestly really like the addition to the rice. It's one of the few specialty crops they've come out with that didn't end up feeling very laborious. What about long grain rice? We can do that one. For all intents and purposes, the long grain rice works the exact same as any other grain. Like, it literally has the same seeder and harvester and everything. So it's certainly an option. But, like, you don't flood your field with the long grain rice or any of that. So, like, to me, it's almost not a specialty crop. It's just, it's effectively another grain. Whereas the not long grain rice is the one that is the specialty. So let's see. So the vegetables suck. The potatoes, I wouldn't mind doing those. But we would be in this for about 250,000. for the stuff we need for the potatoes. The potatoes actually do make you good money, though. We do have the sugar beets, which are very lucrative. But again, we're in here for, again, about 250,000 for the 2 pieces of thing that I need to chop the top off and then to dig them out. Yeah, it just chops the top off. I wouldn't be against that. Maybe planter for soybean? Yeah, that's... So, right, so I was actually looking at getting the planter maybe for sunflowers. Sugarcane, no. These 3 here are just awful. It doesn't even list all the specialty crops anymore. Yeah. But yeah, no, I was definitely thinking pretty heavily about sunflowers, and sunflowers also require the planter. But that would be the big thing. Ultimately, the decision still boils down to, regardless, if I do any of the grains, I need a harvester. And I'm probably going to need to buy it. So there. So that's going to be 120,000-ish to get the harvester and a header. So when it comes to consideration, if we do want to consider a specialty crop, and how much more it's going to cost versus something else, even if we're just going with like the very generic grains, that kind of thing, we're still talking, you know, 120,000 to begin with. So with that said, if we were to do something like the rice or whatever, that'd be worth considering. The downside is, even if I wanted to just be like, to hell with it, let's do the potatoes. What's the machine doing that I have right now? So it is cultivating, seeding, and weeding. The power seeders do that. So like, there's a bunch of them that have that. It's kind of your all-in-one setting up your field. So it doesn't fertilize, so I'll need to go through and still do that. But it does cover the basic things. The downside with the drill planters like this one that do all that stuff is they usually aren't as big. So usually what ends up happening is later in the game, you could just get the really large ones. So even though you have to do 3 separate processes instead of doing it all in one, you know, once you're large enough, it'll still just be faster because of how much area you can cover at a time. And for the moment, we're just putting down oilseed radish. That gives us a bit of fertilizer. And because we are using the precision farming mod that Giant Software comes out with each version of the game, we actually get a very, very minor subsidy for keeping that on there over the end of the year, the winter. But it's kind of one of those things that it doesn't help that much, because that subsidy was like, the last year was less than $200. So to have your entire field handled and all that, you know, we probably made $130 or so in profit by doing this directly. Now, the benefit, though, is it reduces our fertilizer costs, and that's where the magic happens, and I have no idea how much that saved us. Price of baling silage? Yeah. It does weeding pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't even realize it did weeding until we were going through, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna need to weed, and I realized the weeds weren't growing, and for a moment I thought I accidentally turned off the setting, but, you know, the setting is turned on. And I was like, oh, you know, if we look at it, it does have the little hooks from the weeder on there. And I would have never guessed it as well, except we tried to use one of the ones, so there's some of these that you can get them as separate parts that you can connect together. And it had mentioned I could add a weeder. I was like, heck yeah, I'm gonna add a weeder. You know, an extra $10,000 to save me an entire lap around my fields? Yeah, I'll do that. All day, every day. But yeah, so this is the, I want to just turn this over and get it done. The other thing we could also consider, and I know I don't want to, where are the... Oh, here. So your harvest is 600, 400, 500. All right. You're about to buy a 480,000 mower that windrows as well. That has a 10-meter path for that reason, so you don't have to go through the windrow grass. And incur a cool 280,000 debt doing it probably. Yep, that's where we're at. We're pretty badly in debt. We're at like 300,000 in debt if I'm not mistaken. But that's because we had to buy the land, and the land was $100-something thousand. We did get ourselves set up with a greenhouse, which is ever so slightly countering the interest. Basically, it's the interest plus a little bit of change over top of it. So at least our debt isn't slowly bleeding us dry. But we are going to need to up our profitability so that we're not just trying to survive on just that this whole time. Which is kind of where we're at, is figuring out what we can just straight up buy, because we want to avoid leasing. That's the reason why the oats didn't really help us this time. Hey, Red Hawk Blacksheet, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming and how did it all go? Welcome in, Raiders. We also would have sniped that into the field. I see I missed a couple spots because we didn't do the hedgerow properly. Playing some Magic of the Gathering. That's fun. Yeah, so probably just need to, not all the hedgerows, but just that last one. Probably all I need to fix all this up. Man, I hope you had fun. I used to play Magic way back in the day, like the actual card game. But yeah, definitely check them out if you're looking for some Magic the Gathering. Could cut some trees and sell the wood for wood chips. Yeah, no, I'm trying to avoid going into that. That is always like the tried and true, you can make some really solid income from that. Another possibility, I mean, regardless, I need to get a harvester. Like whatever crop we go into, I need to get a harvester. But another thing we could definitely do is once we start getting some stuff set up, we can buy people's fields when they're ready to harvest to at least make that little bit of money right at the beginning. That could be a pretty good way of, you know, reducing the impact of all that. Okay, that should be the whole field done. I see I missed the corner here. And now I can go through real fast and hit it with some fertilizer. Okay. Wait, I don't need to hit with fertilizer. We put down oil radish, whatever. I do not need to fertilize it right now. Okay, so let's check on the contracts, see if there's any contracts worth rushing around real fast. I mean, those are so slow. We will probably do some next month. One of the problems we're running into is we are finding that the mod we're running, the precision farming mod, which is again by Giants, it does seem to have some issues when it comes to dealing with some of the contracts. that genuinely what it causes is some of the contracts, the track lines. I'm guessing it's not calculating those track lines. And so where normally you get like a little padding of like, you know, 10, 15, 20% that you can actually miss and still get credit for finishing the field. It appears it's not considering that, so you get that 10, 15% missed because of track lines or whatever, and then you haven't finished the field, and there's no more field to do. So that's a thing they might need to adjust. Okay, so keep checking the sales. That's just cruel. So these go together, and that would be immediately jumping to a really good harvester, but there's not a way for me to make that money. I can't even take a loan big enough to get that money. Okay. So meanwhile, we've got sorghum, spinach. I know I'm gonna regret this. I'm just really worried about some of these not counting. That's gonna be a terrible one. That's going to be awful to deal with. So 77 is the far southwest. So yes, that's gonna pay me 14,000, which is a heck of a lot of money for us right now. But, and it's a big old but, it is going to take this thing a short eternity to finish. To a point, I'm actually going to slow down time out of fear of us not potentially finishing the contract during this in-game day. But 14,000. How much more can I borrow? That's not where I go. Finances. Like 100,000. 100,000 is how much more I can borrow, which isn't even enough to buy the crappiest harvester for grains. Let alone anything fancier. I'm gonna love when they try and merge back in, and again, I'm in their way. Yep. Accept your fate. Your fate is you're stuck behind me. This is just the nature of living in an agricultural area. When you live in an agricultural area, you just always run the risk of getting stuck behind heavy farm equipment that only goes 10, 15 miles an hour. And if you're lucky, you're able to pass. If you're unlucky, it's a no passing zone. We're way the hell over there, too. I should have turned the other way. I did not see where that was. It's fine. I'm already this far along. We're just gonna go scenic route on this thing. Riverbend is not a map I know well. That's part of the reason I chose it. Is like we haven't done a proper run in Riverbend. I just wanted to look at my farm. That's all. So there's our wonderful, wonderful, incredibly beautiful farm of oil radish. So lovely. Looking great. But yeah, and that's where I grew up in my late teens and early 20s. Driving over to like where all the big things going on in the area of Central Florida and all that. You had two kind of routes you could take. You had two different state roads you could come across. Later on, they added more. But there was the one that most people drove that was very a billion red lights. So it was kind of stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go kind of thing. And the good news, though, it was like, 2 lanes in the less dense areas, 4 lanes in the other dense area, and generally things moved. You just potentially could get unlucky with the lights. But then there was the alternative route, which was this like really, really... Oh, sorry, the other one wasn't a state road, it was a county road. It was like this really backwaters county road that the agricultural equipment of the area tended to take. And there was like no lights except for like the two extreme ends. So generally speaking, it was usually the better idea to just take the road with all the lights. Because while sure, the lights could kind of screw you, most of the time you had a pretty predictable commute time even with the traffic. Whereas on paper, the county road could be way faster because of the lack of all those lights, lower traffic, and all that. But there was always that risk because of this windy road going through the swampy areas that was no passing like 90% of it. You could get stuck behind a tractor going like 12, 15, 16 miles an hour. And if you did, that half-hour drive suddenly became like an hour and a half because you just could not pass it for the longest time. And it got pretty rough getting stuck behind a tractor and all that there. That was actually, I had applied for a job that was off of that county road, but like on the far end. And that was actually the reason I didn't ultimately take that job, is like, I'm going to have to drive this road every single day. I am not talking about State Road 60. State Road 60 might be another road. I'm not familiar with that one. That might be another road that's in that same ballpark. There's a couple of them. Because if you ever look at the map of Florida, you have like the roads that go down the east and west coast, and those are relatively fine. But then there's the roads that crisscross through the middle of the state, and you've got some that are like these expressways that are relatively fine. But a lot of those like state road, county roads, some of them are relatively good to cross, and a whole lot of them are like out into the boonies. That again, you'll have agriculture equipment go down, and all those 60 wiggles. Yeah, there's a good handful of them that wiggle a lot. And that's kind of the whole thing. Is like when you're cutting across the middle of the state, it's good to look up what road you're going on, because some of those roads, like I said, none of those roads are excellent or anything. Like the expressways are pretty good, but like all of the not expressways, not toll roads, you know, you're either dealing with lots of light and traffic, or you're playing that roulette with the will there be a tractor or a combine, not combine. We have like a tractor or like gravel trucks or some other vehicle is probably not going to be in a particularly big hurry. Will you or will you not be able to pass them? Because a lot of those windy roads that are really old roads that later got paved and everything, a lot of those roads are like no passing for very long stretches of them, because it is just winding around in the swamp. I'm gonna regret taking this contract. Okay, are you working? Okay, you're actually working now. Alright. What's gonna happen here in a second is I didn't pay attention that my drink is basically out, so I'm gonna get in position, and then we can watch the harvester for a minute do its harvesting thing before I take the next contract. But what I'll do is I'll run, grab a drink. I won't even bother like going to the away screen or anything. It's like literally just in the room next, like in the next room over. Just grab it, come back. But that's gonna be a substantial contract. It should pay us very well though, because that 14,000, that's just to complete the contract. That's not actually taking into consideration the when they do those contracts, they only expect you to get like 80-ish% of the crop. And so if you do collect everything, you get to basically sell that last 20% for your own personal profit. Or you can take the 20% and use in production lines or to feed your animals or whatever. But basically you get to keep that extra. Yeah, this would have been a much better route versus what I did. That's fine, we just wanted to tour the countryside. Hey, I have the right of way, sir. That's a Final Destination going on there. Just absolutely cut off a tractor hauling a big trailer behind it. that's going, you know, 30, 40 miles an hour down a hill. You're just going to cut it off less than a car lengths ahead. That is Darwin awarding yourself. Okay, so you're in position. Alright, so I'm going to quickly grab myself a drink and I'll be right back. And then I'm going to probably take another contract that we can work on while this does its thing for a while. Alright, I'll be back in a few. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so meanwhile, let's go see what our contracts we can grab. We're gonna do a bit of contracts to help out. So we have, that would be a green beans one, and we have the sorghum one. The green beans one wouldn't be too terrible. We've got 2 of them here. So what we could do with those. Alright, they're actually not super far. Are they taking that to the same place? Yeah, that's actually okay. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll borrow the items from... They literally charge the same lease amount. We'll borrow the items from this one. And we will accept the other one. And this is... The one field is right next to that other field, so instead of going the whole way around like I made the mistake the last time, we'll go with that. Okay, so this should be an injection of close to like 20,000 or so that should help quite a bit. Which is part of why we're taking the time to do this. Generally speaking, about the only contracts I've been taking in the game in general is normally I'll take a lot of the weeding contracts, especially with where they use the hoe on it, because you can just go so fast to get those knocked out. I'll usually take some of the better harvesting contracts. These I would not necessarily qualify as the better ones, because while they do pay out well, they are slow. A lot of times the better ones are when you're doing like a particularly large like sorghum or barley or wheat or whatever contract. Those ones can be pretty solid because they'll pay you 6,000 or 8,000 and you can knock them out in a very quick speed. I used to do the wood transport ones because those used to be broken powerful, but they did nerf those. And I'd say they're probably still worth doing, but now they're just worth doing as opposed to being particularly lucrative. If you're really good at handling the claw arm and all that, you can get through them and make a relatively good amount of money. Especially if, for example, if you were to take the time to buy your own equipment. Because that's one of the big negatives of the wood transport contracts, is some of the machines for wood transport are really good, and some of the machines for wood transport kind of suck. And this is one of the downsides of the AI drivers doing this. They do this half circle thing on the corners to avoid trampling over the crops. And it's just a lot of time they do that. And they do that so that way they don't have to drive out of the field. Because that used to be a problem in Farm Sim 22. Is they would drive out of the edges of the field and then they didn't know what to do from there. And so that's just a whole trick. All right, so let's grab this truck, get into position. I said truck, tractor. And let's see, open the cover. Now, we could probably do after that is get our tractor, gas it up, do its maintenance, all those kind of things. And get that all going. Would you stop cutting me off? At times that it's clearly I won't be able to stop. Traffic's the worst. They do drive like they live in the US. I say as someone who lives in the US. There's just a large number of people who it's like everywhere you drive is a race. The number of times I've been on basically the same route home as someone else, and they're weaving in and out between cars on the highway, and they're doing all that stuff, and they're speeding constantly, and you get to like that home stretch where you finally do split off in a different direction because they're going to like their neighborhood versus you going to yours, and you're thinking, yep, you've been driving like a maniac, endangering everyone the entire way, and yet, with you driving that way the entire way, you are still easily in visual range of me at the end of your journey. So you put your own property and well-being as well as that of others in danger, and you shaved off 30 seconds. Congratulations. Maybe they're driving right and you're driving wrong? No? When you're on a straightaway and there's no stop sign or anything, the person driving straight has the right of way. The person turning left into it does definitely not have the right of way. And that is your own bad decision making if you cut off a large vehicle moving at speed when you don't have the right of way. That is you have accepted fate. And it's not going to go well for you. Oh yeah, that's still teasing me here. Okay. So let's see. The tractor needs a gas up. Let's also grab the seeder because I'll repair that while we're up there. Now, it's who wants it more? You remember growing in Florida? Right. People going, you can say who wants it more and all that. Like with a four-way stop, yes, I would say that does happen. It's not right, but that does happen. But like if someone's driving straight, like if you cut off a semi, that is a solidly you issue. Because that semi's not on its A game. You've just killed yourself. Not that I haven't seen people do that kind of stuff. I've certainly seen my share of accidents happen, in person. But it's just one of those things that's like, look, man, like, you're the one breaking the rules of the road and the one paying for it. You're just causing collateral damage while you go. I'm a fairly defensive driver. I've just seen too many people, financially ruin themselves or physically ruin themselves because they drove their car like it's a race car and, cut between two cars, didn't quite make it around one, clipped it, and now their car's totaled, but they can't afford a new car. And then, they've also got a bad record and everything with bad credit and all that because of needing to do that stuff. And you're just like, well, you want to feel bad, but you kind of did it to yourself? You've seen more accidents on OBT in Orlando alone to last you a lifetime? Yeah, I've seen a fair number of accidents on Orange Blossom. You're gonna kill others doing that too. Exactly. That's one of the reasons that like I actually don't have a whole lot of sympathy for that. Like accidents happen and like people get into accidents, you know, through no fault of their own or just, you know, that 1 second of inattention. Like, hey, you know what? I get it. Things happen. But when someone is driving like an absolute maniac, you're like, look, man. And again, it's those things you really sit down and do the comparison of that person who's driving like a, you know, full on Need for Speed. I'm trying to think of the other one, the movies. Why do I always struggle to remember those movies? It's right there in the tip of my brain. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Thanks so much for the 25 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Tokyo Drift is one of the ones in the series. So, Fast and the Furious, that's what I'm going for. Yeah. Fast and the Furious. They'll drive like they're full-on Fast and the Furious, weaving in and out of the lanes, going full speed and all that stuff. And then very genuinely, over an hour-long drive, they'll shave like 1 minute off the entire commute time. You were a witness in a vehicular manslaughter case? Yeah, we're gonna not delve into that too much because it gets into pretty ick. But I've certainly seen some people who did dumb things, and I can't say for a fact they didn't make it through. I could say with a pretty high level of confidence, I very much doubt they survived the experience. If you do that by choice, a motor vehicle doesn't belong in your hands. And in most jurisdiction, if found out, you wouldn't be allowed to have one. Oh yeah, so we have a whole point system here in the States that when you drive recklessly or do other things that are endangering, you get points. And there are situations that are extreme enough that you'll basically be told, like, hey, your license has been revoked, don't let us catch you driving. But you usually have to be doing stuff pretty over-the-top egregious. I do know one person that I grew up, I didn't go to school with them, they were a coworker when I was like a teenager, that, I can't remember what car they had, it was like a Firebird or something like that, that they got pulled over going more than double the speed limit through a school zone, and they're basically like, here's your choice, you can sell your car or you can go to jail. Pick one. Because they had reached such an extreme over what's permitted that they could be, you know, they could be literally thrown in jail for basically criminal endangerment kind of things. I don't know what the actual charge is. There was just kind of one of those things, and I remember that. And it's like, the guy was venting about it, being all like pissed out, like, how dare they? And I'm like, in my mind, like, I didn't say this to him. Because one, you know, my teenage years, I didn't have that level of confidence. But at the same time, I was like, I don't know, that sounds like the system's doing exactly what it should do. You know, you're flying through a school zone going 80-something miles an hour. Was it the judge who said to that person? I have no idea. That's going back like 20 years in the memory. I realize the judge is the only one who has the authority to do it, but I didn't get all the details because, one, I wasn't exactly the most sympathetic person to them. I feel like if you're complaining that you got in significant trouble going like 80 miles an hour in a school zone, you know, that is 100%. Because, I mean, not being allowed to own a vehicle? Oh, well, so you could that's the thing. You could technically own a vehicle still. You wouldn't be allowed to drive a vehicle. So you could technically own it, and it could sit on your property, and you could drive it around your property. But your driver's license got revoked. Kind of things. Or your driver's license would get revoked. They actually, because that's not what he was complaining about. He was complaining that basically they told him to sell his car or he'd go to jail. That may have just been a threat by the cop that it's like kind of thing. Not that the cop was the one buying it or whatever. The AI still borked. So, for those who don't see, it's not borked. What it's doing is it's making that half circle thing on the corners. I mean, the judge calling out sell it or be jailed? Yeah. Oh yeah, but like I said, that was one of those cases that very genuinely, realistically, probably the right call was they go to jail. Because of what's going on. They were just giving us, like, as an alternative. I'm sure even with selling his car, he probably got community service, probably a nasty fine or something like that, in addition to whatever else. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Because we're talking 80 miles an hour or whatever it was in a school zone, which usually restricts you down to like 20-ish or so. Plot twist. So anyways, they're about to be released the next month after 10 years. I imagine it would probably not be a long jail sentence. That's probably one of those ones you spend a year or two. And then they probably still revoke your license. Most of the time, they don't hit you that hard. Because most of the time, you're getting pulled over for speeding, and you're going, 20 over, and you just get slapped with a fine. And you'll have people who gripe being like, oh man, that fine's like $200 or whatever it is. And people get really upset about it being like, oh man, that's just not reasonable and all that. And whatever, I get it. But then when you have those cases where you're like, no, you don't understand. Like, you're flying past all the other cars and they look stationary while children are trying to cross the road on their bicycle. Like, you're getting in trouble for a good reason. Like, you're making it impossible for people to keep themselves safe. It isn't a minor offense. Because you don't even have a driver's license, so this doesn't affect you. Plus, you're skittish even as a passenger. Not even mentioning behind the wheel. Oh man, for me, when I first, so it's like, I was on my learner's permit. I don't know if that's gonna like translate to a lot of people in other countries. You may not have the same thing. But at least where I'm at in the US, and this may have changed over the years, it was around, I can't remember if it was like 15 or 16, you can get what's called a learner's permit. So basically at that point you're allowed to drive, but I think there was like certain hours of the day, so like during daylight hours, with someone who does have a full license in the vehicle who is over a certain age with you. It's basically so mom and dad can sit in the passenger seat and be like, all right, we're going to go drive to the grocery store, so you can get some practice in with adult supervision. And so I was at that phase of having a license, that I could drive, but like I was under all those extra restrictions and all that. But I had gotten a job like doing like bag boy, cart pickup, that kind of thing at the local grocery stores. Like my first job that wasn't, working at the family business kind of thing. And I remember I was like bagging, doing like bagging the groceries, and there was this little old lady. And she was getting more and more frustrated because she was trying to pay with a check, but her vision was so far gone that she couldn't fill out the check. And that was with or without her glasses on. Like, she kept trying to like pop them up and down and couldn't even fill out the check. And again, that's something that you just need to put like the date here, the information, like you've got a handful of things. It's not a particularly high detail thing. And eventually we're like, you haven't filled out this check enough that we can legally accept it. Like you can't even figure out where you need to do it, with people trying to point like, hey, there's your signature spot and everything. So eventually she got flustered and she left and she drove out of the store. Like, obviously I don't know if she went home, but I'm assuming she did. And that was a very sobering moment for me, teenage me, all excited about driving on the road. Seeing this lady, I'm like, this lady is 100% gonna kill someone. Cause, yeah, I understand there's nearsighted and farsighted, but even with corrective lenses, couldn't manage it. And she just jumped in her car and just like peeled out of there. And I'm just going, I share the road with people like this. So that was a tough one. I've also seen plenty of stuff going on the expressway of like people like, they're doing their makeup in the mirror, and that's pretty bad. You're like taking that little brush, I don't know what it's called, taking that little brush and like doing their eyelashes, and you're just like, you are actively moving forward in traffic right now. All it takes is one person giving you the tiniest little tappy tap on your back bumper, and your eye is gone. The worst I ever saw was, it was on Interstate 4, which is one of the big roads that goes from the west coast of Florida, kind of snakes north and then back east. So it goes like right through like Orlando, from like Tampa to Daytona, I believe is the route. And I watched a guy in the middle of like downtown Orlando area, shaving his beard with a straight blade. And for one, gross doing that in your car, because where's the shaving cream going and everything? And just like, a straight blade, for those who don't know, it's a razor blade that's just like basically like a big knife. It's just a big freaking razor knife. And he's just going like this in his mirror in stop and go traffic on I-4, and I'm just going, it is like, again, that one you bump, you don't lose your eye, you bump and you've literally just slit your own throat. Like, straight blades, when you're standing perfectly still and in the mirror, are still one of those things you take your time and be very careful with. It is a very easy way to hurt yourself if you don't do it right. Let alone driving around doing that. I was just watching that, just like, the whole time I'm like trying to pay attention to my own stop and go, and just like looking over and just seeing that guy just going, and just being like, I can't do this. This is like the level of anxiety and stress I'm feeling right now watching this man is not okay. And you see that stuff, you're like, yep, I share the road with these people. Like on the freaking wheel. Yeah, no, like we're not talking past here, like literally just literally driving. And like I can only imagine he had like something on his lap and he's like doing this and like going down to like whatever on his lap. I'm like, where are you going, man? You got like a face full of shaving cream and you're just driving down the road. Like, how are you rinsing that off when you're done? What? Like, I know you got to get to your interview on time, but there's a certain point you accept you got to the interview and you just forgot to shave. He must be late for a meeting. Man, then you show up to the meeting looking like 80%. Having a little bit of a mess on the facial hair. There's definitely a certain point where you're like, you know what? It's just not that important. This is not that important. I am forgetting that the spinach actually does fill up relatively fast. Oh my god, that feels so big. I should not have taken it. I knew it was 14,000. I even looked at the size of the field. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm going to look at this field because it makes me feel better. The perks of growing a beard. I mean, you still got to clean up, like, around these areas. You still got to get the throat part done. Because then you get, like, the full neck beard thing going on. It looks bad. Like, I've grown my beard out a bit, but when you get, like, all the way down your throat, it just looks rough. Like, don't get me wrong, if you're going for the whole, you know, man of the swamp kind of appearance, you can make that decision. You can go full Duck Dynasty. That's fine. I am probably going to judge you a little bit for it, but you know. Yeah, but you don't need to do that daily, nor do you need to feel compelled to do it while driving. Agreed. Well, that's the thing. Like, don't get me wrong, there's times I come on stream that I'm looking pretty scruff because I just ADHD things. If I don't follow my process, the moment something deviates my process, I lose track of where I am. And then you're like on the road and going, oh crap, I forgot to shave. But that's, you just embrace that's the reality you live in, is you just didn't shave today. The worst I've ever done for that, I can't remember what happened. It was, like what specific happened. I remember I was going through and I was getting ready to shave and everything. And Tomb needed something, like genuinely needed something, kind of in a pinch. Like, she was trying to carry something, and she's like, hey, I need an extra hand. So I went to grab it. Completely forgot I had put on, like, it was shaving butter. But, like, I put on, like, shaving butter to shave. I'm like, all right, let me just grab that real fast, and I'll help you out the door or whatever. Because she had to get to work. Totally forgot that I had put on the shaving butter. Went on through the rest of the process without shaving. Started to, like, drive out to go to lunch, and I'm like, man, my face feels weird. And it's because I literally had not washed off the shaving butter. which wasn't that bad. Like, no one could see it. Like, I knew it was there, but it wasn't, like, visible. It's not like shaving cream where it's, like, the big foam thing. My face just probably looked slightly shinier than it should have. But it was definitely one of those ones that I got out there and became super conscious. Yeah, it's the same idea as shaving cream. It's just a different product. Serves the same purpose. How does that work? So, shaving butter is not actual butter. It's the name of a product. It's not like I'm taking rendered fat and, you know, rubbing it on my face. But it was still one of those things. And I think they call it shaving butter because when you wipe it on, it looks like melted butter a little bit. But it was one of those things that, like, I got out there. It isn't me like, oh man. Land O'Lakes brand? Oh, I couldn't tell you what the brand is. It has been way too long. So you lost a fight with a KFC bucket? It wouldn't have been that glossy, but it was one of those things like it's like where you've missed like a shower, you haven't gone to the point like from the hairstyle, like not BO style, like you deodorize and everything, but you missed a shower, so your hair might be just a tinge on the oily side, not enough that it's going to be particularly noticeable to literally anyone, but like you know it's a little bit oilier than you want it, and you become aware of it, and you feel just gross the entire day until you manage to get that shower in, and no one else is at all aware of it. Like, doesn't really stand out, but you just feel ick. And the first thing you do when you get home is you immediately take that shower because you cannot stand it anymore. I've had that once or twice where I just, oh man. So I lived right on the East Coast, Florida, when Hurricane Charlie, Francis, and all those rolled through. I probably had the names wrong. It was like Hurricane, I always mess up because it's Hurricane Charlie, Francis, Ivan, and there's one other, and one of those was in a different year than the others. But it was a year that here in Central Florida, we got slapped back to back to back, like 3 hurricanes, and then like one rolled in way later. And I was literally in the eye of Charlie. And to say it took out the power grid is understating it. Like, a big part of the area had like no power for weeks. And a lot of us are on well water out there. Which means when there's no power, there's no water. I have never wanted to shower more in my entire life. Like, it wasn't even that long that I did without it, because I had a buddy on the other side of town who, or I wasn't on the other side of town, it was like a couple blocks away, who got their power back earlier than I did. And it was like the most like, okay, I'm coming over and I'm taking a shower. This is not an ask. This is, I am currently in demand phase. Like, if I cash in a favor on our friendship, this is the cash in, is I need a freaking shower. Because I cannot take this anymore. I just need a shower. You can't believe that in some areas you don't have at least some reserves. Well, the thing is, Charlie, Francis, Ivan, and Gene. Right, and I think it was Gene was the one that was way later. I think it was Charlie, Francis, and Ivan that rolled through quick, and I think Charlie was the one that double whammied. There's one of the hurricanes that double whammied, that basically came across the state, it did a little loop around in the Gulf of Mexico, and then it did a round 2. It wasn't done with Florida. It needed to get that extra punch in to really make sure you felt it. That year sucked. Get something to get at least somewhat safe. Oh, so you do have, so like for people who had like emergency things, you could go to the shelters to get like bottles of water for drinking and all that. But as far as like for showering and bathing, they didn't just have people handing that out. I'm sure somewhere there was something. But yeah, no, generally. So I have not lived in Florida my whole life, but I have lived in most of my life. From like tweens on to now, I have been in Florida. Not my favorite place, but various circumstances keep me. Yeah, no, you can. There's definitely evacuation areas and all that you can go to, and they will provide you with water. Especially during the emergency, they'll usually have some type of food opportunities and all that. You're born and raised in Florida, then you went to New York for about 9 years and said F the cold and came back to Florida. So I'm almost wanting to do the reverse. So I originally grew up just outside of Detroit, and I love the snow. And before people were like, you don't know, you've never shoveled snow. Yes, I have. So don't try me. I have absolutely shoveled snow. I am well aware of how much of a pain in the butt that is. And it does suck. But also, you only got to do it a couple months out of the year, versus in Florida, it is sweltering hot heat for like 9 months out of the year, and then you get that half a month where it's somewhere back and forth, and that 1 month you actually might get a respectable cold day or two. And man, I do not handle heat well. You want to make it frigid and cold and awful outside? I love that weather. Just the air just tastes clean because of just how cold it is. I can live for that. Hot, I just want to lay down the concrete and die. But that's the thing. Different strokes for different folks and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, I do not enjoy the heat. I do not enjoy the humidity. Give me cold. Give me 4 seasons. Give me 4 seasons a year, not the season and a half we have where it's hot and muggy. You lived in Florida for 42 years and moved to Tennessee. You couldn't handle the heat anymore. Oh man, it's just been getting worse and worse too. And again, for those who like it here, don't let me yuck your yum. That's perfect. You can live here, and where my circumstance is different, I can be somewhere else. Yeah, no, for, like, very genuinely, for the most part in Florida, the hurricane being a life threat to you, unless you've, like, seriously compromised health stuff, generally speaking, that mostly is just the coasts. Like, don't get me wrong, it'll rain and make a mess of things no matter where you are if it's going over you. It is a hurricane. It is a natural disaster that said, what if I gave you a bundle package of natural disasters? You want flooding, tornado, and hurricane all in one? I got you, fam. We can do it all. But, generally speaking, for the most part, the biggest threat is on the shores. Storm surge is absolutely and utterly terrifying. It's where the ocean decides it doesn't want to stay in the ocean anymore, and it's coming by to visit. And that's where you see like the images of where you just see a city and it's just gone. That's usually storm surge. Sometimes it can be the wind itself, but that's usually when it hits like a really old neighborhood that, was before the changes in building code to make your houses more able to handle wind force and all that. But it's usually storm surge or something of that nature. Like, if you're on some major river and it rushes water up the river. So it's waterfront property that you got to worry about. Otherwise, once you go in a couple of miles, the danger just absolutely drops off a lot. At least in Florida. In some places you have to really worry about floodplains and all that kind of stuff. But because Florida is such a flat peninsula, there isn't a lot of flooding areas here. There's not none. There isn't a lot of flooding areas. A lot of the time, that water just gets out of the state. It's actually one of the problems we have in Florida is we have very poor access to fresh water because of the fact that the water, when it rains, doesn't get retained well. It just rushes off the sides of the state. That we actually have to go out of our way to build these giant retention lakes and all that to store water so it has time to work its way through the limestone that we're built on to get to our aquifer. And as a result of that, like, you don't have much in the way of flooding problems in Florida. Not none. There are pockets of areas that usually, because of later development, become floodplains because everything gets elevated around them. But generally speaking, that's not that big of a problem here. Exceptions apply. But if you are by the shore or like in the Keys or anything, because the Keys are just one big shoreline, that is a real dangerous place to be during those storms. But like once you get anywhere in the middle of the state, outside of like biblical levels of storms, usually it's very significant inconvenience. Let's see, in the 3 years you've learned how to reroute, redistribute, and make it autonomous, at least, for internet and heat. Yeah, it's somewhat centralized. Electricity has become one of the easiest, even 80% to bring generated. Oh yeah. No, we're talking going back to like, what is that, 2007? That the four storms hit? Yeah, that's going back to then. At that point, Florida's power grid was honestly pretty horrendously bad. It's like for all like the for all like if I were to compare it against another power grid I could think of, all the problems that Texas has gone through the last couple years with its power grid, it was like that. It was kind of a lot of the same problems. But basically those 4 hurricanes effectively sacked the power grid in the state, that the infrastructure was just destroyed. And it became a very heated political issue at that point because people were up for election and everything, and understandably there was a lot of people out of power for weeks who were extremely upset. So if you were running for politics and you weren't actively trying to, you know, shake the cane over at the power company to make the power grid better, you didn't stand a chance. Yeah, no, you have a good one, No Namer. Enjoy your lurk. But yeah, so as well as things, because it was like, it didn't matter what your political alignments were, everyone was against the power company at that point because they had let the infrastructure rot, and then, you know, that was the consequence of it. That they actually passed a lot of legislation to get the power companies to massively improve their infrastructure. And nowadays, when we have a hurricane roll through, you still usually get the occasional brownout, power out. But honestly, like the last couple of hurricanes that rolled through, I mean, the last one I did lose power, but that was like right towards the end of the hurricane, that like it held up the whole time until like that last couple of hours we were under it. And otherwise, a lot of them we didn't even lose power for. And it used to be you'd have a stiff breeze or a slight rain and you'd lose power here, which is saying a lot considering that's basically every summer afternoon. I definitely remember those days, that power outages were a near daily occurrence, that you had everything on a surge protector because otherwise it was a dead electronic. And it used to be all of our cables were all on the towers and all that, and would get destroyed. And we still have them up there for long runs. But within neighborhoods these days, almost all the power cables are buried. That sure sounds fun. Oh man, it was infuriating. Like, you would finally, like, you know, you're a kid in high school or middle school or whatever, and, you know, you finally have a weekend, and you're like, cool, I get to, like, you know, it's my weekend, I can finally hang out, this new game came out, I'm gonna check it out, and then, you know, the slight drizzle comes in, and then the power goes out for, like, half the afternoon, and you're just like, well, F me in this, playing this game. And the worst thing is, it wouldn't be you bought it because you didn't have that kind of money, you rented it at Blockbuster, so you got your 2-3 days that you have access to the game. And so you lose half of your day on your first day for rental. Let's see, as it should be, trust in the power grid is crucial for industry and survival. Government is responsible for such public matters. Agreed. Can you tell me what the mod is where you can do the lawnmower business? You can do the lawnmower business. I'm not sure what you're talking about. So, in the game, by default, you can mow grass, and you can sell that grass for money. Now, certain maps can have contracts that will have you mow the grass. Let's see if there's one up. There's not one up right now. Like, I know Riverbend does have it where you can mow grass for money, but it's a contract that's not always available. But that is one of those things that it is a contract. None of those are mods, by the way. Like, that's literally just base game. So when you're saying a lawnmower business, I guess the question I have, are you talking about the ability to take a contract to mow someone's grass for money? Because that's base game, you just have to make sure you choose a map that supports it. I know Riverbend supports it. I don't believe the East Asian map supports it. And I honestly don't know about Sri Lanka. And then modded maps, roll the dice, your guess is as good as mine. Like, that all depends on the modded map. If you mean to be able to mow grass and then, you know, pick up the grass shavings and sell it or bale it and sell it, that's just base game. Literally any map you could do that, no mods required. So if there's more to that I'm missing, you'll have to explain. Okay. Maybe it's a whole different game? If it's a whole different game, then I wouldn't have any clue. We'll pretend that's in position. Okay. It is not doing anything. As you're born in 90, you can clearly remember power outages, having dinner with the family and a couple of candles at the table. Even though we're in the same line as our regional government, for the consistent time it was back then. Yeah, no, I definitely remember we had many wandering around the house with candles and all that. That I also remember. Okay, so let's look over here. So you are dropping off over there. You turn left to the gas station. Let's see, you usually have a power outage for 3-4 hours. They cannot compensate through some redundant broadcasting on speaker in the town's official gazette. If it's a larger issue, but a few months ago they had to disconnect and connect a new road housing and they didn't announce it. Cold canned spaghetti. We were fortunate that it's a very common thing here in Florida to have propane grills or charcoal. And very genuinely, if you live in an area that has hurricanes, get a grill. Even if it just sits in your garage 90% of the time, get a grill. If you are in a situation where you're out of power, that side burner works real well for making stuff like eggs and that kind of thing. You can use the main burner for stuff. Obviously, you want to have a couple of dishes that can handle being tossed on actual flame as opposed to, you know, glass top stove or whatever. But yeah, like, you don't need a lot. You don't have many disasters. That's about the extent you get it. No comparison to what you have to go through. Yeah, no, these days it's generally not bad. Like I said, it was a whole big thing that it was around 2007 that the power grid basically got rebuilt, not quite from scratch, but pretty close to it. That they spent the next couple years just really rebuilding absolutely everything. Let's double, triple check, make sure it's the right place. Yes. Basically rebuilding everything. So it used to be that bad. These days, like I said, you'll have like a tropical storm, hurricane roll through, and a lot of times you won't even lose power. You know, unless you're, again, if you're on the coast, that is always the danger on being on the coast. Is just way more dangerous in every extent. But being this far inland and all that, generally speaking, power outages are relatively rare. We do occasionally get like, okay, they're redoing the main power run through the area. You know, hey, you're going to have a power out at like 2 a.m. for 30 minutes. But even these days, with the way a lot of the redundancy works in the power grid, is they can usually isolate where you're at to keep your stuff going, get the new line run, turn that on, and then switch the other one off kind of thing. which is pretty solid. Let's see, so on the coast, at least East Florida, that's some of the most valuable property though, right? Yes. Yep. There's a whole lot of people who like to build their multi-million dollar, like tens to hundreds of $1 million mansions, like right there on the Atlantic coast because it's nice warm water and all there. Right there on what's effectively big old sandbars. And then a hurricane rolls through and just demolishes. And that's just the way they live. A lot of those houses are pretty hardened against the storms and hold up relatively well. But usually they will have to like refurnish, repaint, you know, do repairs every so often from when a bad storm rolls through. But yeah, no, that's some primo real estate along the East Coast right there. And that area probably gets sacked once every 5 to 7 years. That just a storm rolls through, knocks down a bunch of places. Okay, so your next field is over there by 90. I mean, it is field 90, but over there. But it's the same thing, like, housing down in the Keys can get extraordinarily expensive depending on which key you're at. You missed a spot, I can't keep... Well, actually, wait a second. Did it miss, like, a legitimately decent-sized spot, or is it like that one little tuft in the corner? No, that's actually not the field, that's just grass. Just the corner? Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. It'll be fine. Maybe you don't care about rebuilding or having it there. Yep, nuts. When you've got infinite money, effectively. You know, where you've got so much money it stops being relevant. It's just a different life that's like, oh yeah. Oh, that building got knocked? No problem. Just patch it up and I'll be by there next spring. Where you've got your winter home, your summer home, and then your cottage. Go take a lap in your super yacht. And don't get me wrong, they're gorgeous homes. That's there's a city called Winter Park. It's kind of in the middle. It's like north if you look at like the Orlando metro area, it's the northern end of the Orlando metro area. It is one of those places that's got some real bougie areas in it, some real serious cash in that area. To give you an idea, like the CEO of Panera Bread has their mansion there on like lakefront property, and all that. That is, it's like you look at their guest house on their property, and it's bigger than some of the bougie houses in other areas, and you're just like, man. It's like, look, man, I'll take the guest room in your guest house as my house, and it'll probably be nicer in every extent. And you just go by those properties and you're just like, man, this isn't right. Where everyone has their own private dock and everything, which is fine. Like, I don't have problems with people having docks or whatever. You just look at that and just like, this is such an excessive show of wealth. And the person doesn't even live there most of the time. Save for heating, but you don't need to heat half the year. Let's see, your hot water is centralized in major cities. They tend to turn it off for at least 1 month during the hot months. They could avoid it, but why not? For maintenance. So you're used to it. And it's even a good thing to have a chilling shower when you're sweating. Yeah, no, it's very much here a thing in the US that very few places have centralized heating so far as that, where like they run the heated water for the entire city or whatever. Which is kind of sad because that's usually very efficient to do it that way. So, like, just in a lot of ways, it can be very efficient, very good for a lot of things. I know that way, you know, the one person who wants their stuff way different than everyone else, that's kind of the negative of it. But it is one of those things that sometimes you're like, man, it could be so much cheaper if we went this route. Like, your individual costs, that's, man, I had, it wasn't very long, it was only like a year or two. There was an apartment, I'm gonna call it a complex, apartment complex I was staying at, that it was like, my apartment was there. And it was kind of cool in the fact that there were a lot of people who stayed at that apartment complex that were, is there centralized water in the US? I wouldn't be surprised if you could find like one or two specific areas with it, but probably no major cities. Like, we're probably talking there'll be like some like research city or whatever that has it or something. Wouldn't surprise me, but generally it wouldn't really be a thing here. But there was a neighborhood I was staying at for a good like 2 years that it was very popular with people who are snowbirds, which is where they live. They live up north most of the year, but when it gets cold, they come down for like a month or 2 or 3. And it was cool because the way they handled water on the property was they basically just took the cumulative amount of water that everyone on the entire complex used, and they just divided it between all the residents. Which sucked if you were a snowbird, because it means you're paying for water 9 months out of the year that you weren't using it. But it was really nice when I was like, you know, 19, 20 years old and a college student who had barely enough money to have a place to stay, and I was effectively being subsidized on my water because of everyone having that. In certain places, centralized steam for heating, but that's usually in really built-up areas of big cities. Yeah, we were talking about it in the US. I mean, it could be a thing. Like, I hadn't heard of it as a thing in the US. I imagine it's pretty rare. I think it's a good thing to have, personally. Like, it's just way more efficient than a lot of things. Gotcha. Do you have any example cities? Like, it's totally, I'm not trying to be like challenging you or anything. I'm like genuinely trying to think of what areas would have. I could see that being in the Northwest, maybe? Because I feel like the Northeast, a lot of those buildings and that got developed before any of that was a thing, so it wouldn't be set up for it. But I could see the Northwest having it. Like, not probably the bigger, older cities there, but some of the bigger ones that got developed later. So, like, not like Seattle, I wouldn't think, maybe, but I could see some of the, downtown Detroit does. Interesting. Now, granted, I was only a kid when I lived in the Detroit area, but I wouldn't have guessed. Especially considering Detroit is a fairly old city. I would be like, don't get me wrong, I would be curious how prevalent it is. It could be one of those things that I'm just blissfully unaware. Downtown Sacramento, that I would believe. Sacramento is one of those cities that isn't like super old in the US, and it is in, you know, in that area that's a bit more up to speed and all that. So far as, like, you know, came later, they're trying to be a bit more up. Like, I don't know about where Sacramento is now on the spectrum and all that, but I could absolutely seeing a city of Sacramento being set up with that. That I would absolutely, like, not even question. Like, and again, I'm not poo-pooing the Detroit thing. I could, like, that's one of those things they could develop, because Detroit's also gone through multiple overhauls. Especially Detroit went through a pretty major overhaul coming out of the housing market crisis and all that. Oh man, what was it? Detroit's population didn't get cut down to 1/3 of, or is it 1/3 or 1/7 its peak population before the recession? Like, it was one of the cities that had the largest reduction in population, you know, outside of a natural disaster. And it wasn't people dying, it was people just noping the hell out because the automotive industry imploded. The race riots in the 60s and 10s, I don't even think that was the big population reduction. Because like I said, I used to live in the Detroit area, and it would have been after that point. But there was definitely, like, a massive reduction in population in, like, the early 2000s. Oh, that's when it started? Yeah, okay. The problem with Sacramento is the underground where the steam is run below the water line in the rainy season. Gotcha. But yeah, and that was the whole thing. But what ended up happening is, like, at its worst, so, like, you know, when it dropped to kind of the bottom it got to, which was in the late part of the recession, it was one of those points where, like, they just straight up knocked down skyscrapers and made them into community gardens because they're like, we just don't have need for these buildings. They're not being maintained. They're going to become a danger. And so they did a massive overhaul during that point, which a lot of it was for the good, opening up more public spaces, adding in more greenery areas, all these stuff that we've come to realize that makes cities much hotter if you don't have them. And just generally a bunch of that. Like, is really cool hearing. It's one of those things, I haven't done it. I would like to go back to the areas I've been to in Detroit, like growing up, and just see how much it's changed. Let's see, the topped out just under 2 million in the 50s and then declined. Now it's somewhere in the 6 or 7K. Yeah, I want to say it was like... It was somewhere in the, like I said, I'd guess like 2008 to 2012 that it was down to, wasn't it like 400,000, upper 300,000 it got down to? And again, that was like the automotive industry was struggling, the financial industry was struggling, and those were the entire economy of Detroit at the time. So it was just, you had a lot of people who did have money in the city who all noped the F out. And for the most part, the people who stayed were the people who really didn't have a choice. There are certainly exceptions, but like it was pretty rough. Like if I had still been up there at that time, I would imagine we would have ended up leaving because my father at the time, the reason we had been there was in the financial industry. Financial around manufacturing. They were the financial support for manufacturing at the time. Doing consulting for manufacturing companies and all that. Yeah, that's cool. Like I didn't know that central heating was really around here. Like I was in my head thinking it'd be like some giant university campus or something who would do it as like tech, cuz I know oh, what is the technology they used? I know it was the whole thing I got to tour University of Central Florida. Was it heat pipe? Oh man, I'm trying to remember. That was geothermal heating. They were doing geothermal heating using heat pumps at University of Central Florida, not for the whole campus, but for big parts of it. That basically what they would do is they would pump, I don't know if it's water, they would pump something down into the ground, use the ground temperature to cool it, and then pump that back up to then use for cooling of the buildings. Because it's just way more cost effective than conventional air conditioners. I want to say it was some of their newer buildings. I couldn't even tell you which ones, but I remember there was a whole big write-up on it that was, you know, that they were using that, and that was one of the first ones they did in the state of Florida of that technology. And it was pretty early on for that technology being used outside of research stuff to begin with. The suburbs are doing quite well, but the city proper not so much. That doesn't surprise me. Even going back to when I was there, you'd have like the city proper. There was those couple of roads in the downtown area that were, you know, where a lot of the fashion stuff was being sold and the mall was at, and all those that were doing like, you know, the nicer part of downtown. And then you'd go out like 1 or 2 blocks and it got pretty rough pretty fast. Yeah, it's heat pump where you're using the ground as a thermal battery. It's cool stuff. Yeah, no, I remember they introduced that and they're talking about how much it saved. Bridges and ACs are basically heat pumps that work at over 100% efficiency. We were talking like conventional air conditioning stuff using, it's not Freon anymore, but it's stuff like that where, you know, you go and you use the chemical reaction of the stuff going through, so it carries the cold through, goes into your house, goes into the fins inside your house, that dumps out, it uses the fan to push that cold air out. Or sorry, uses the fan to push the air through, which cools out due to the surface area of the fins, which then warms up the fluids inside the pipe that then goes back out to your house, or goes back out to your air conditioner unit or outside, which usually then has a copper thing that they then use a process going there to cool it back down and all that. But the downside is a very high power cost to that whole process. Whereas opposed to using geothermal, where you just pump it underground, it just does this rotation. That you still have the fans inside the building blowing it through the coils and all that. It's far more power efficient to do it that way, because you're just running the one set of pumps to do the whole rotation. And then you have that one set of fans versus the both, like, having two separate exchanges happening. There are some attempts in Germany to implement central heat cross-country. In particular, since power heat coupled plants were considered really efficient. But for one, buildings only take the heat out of it. With the heat exchangers, you don't want the liquid in the system to be compromised or changed. And on the other, insulating pipes was so costly and lostly that it was only kept to small areas. Apparently not very feasible for less density. Yeah, no, that is one of the things that the whole centralized air thing, where you have like one massive area like dealing with it to cover an area, it's usually only densely population, doesn't make any sense. Like if you went out to rural farmland and you're trying to pump cooling liquid, 2 or 3 houses, like 2 or 3 miles to the next house over, that entire length you're losing some of that heat. So you're effectively cooling down dirt. So it just wouldn't be as efficient, wouldn't be worth considering. And then you get to, suburbs. I have no idea where the break point is on where it starts and stops making sense. Because you do have heat pumps in basically all new... Yeah, so my house has a heat pump on its AC as well. And they are better than the older ACs. But they're still... It's very different, that kind of system, versus like the geothermal heat pump thing, where you're using the ground as an active heat sink. Or sorry, as a heat sink. It wouldn't be an active heat sink. Someone's will think... electricity... It was fed from tax the longest time. It was very worthwhile to homeowners. Yeah, that's, even for as much as Florida doesn't like to do a bunch of stuff, we do tend to have, for the longest time we had solar credits, because Florida's particularly well-suited for solar. You did have things where you could get a tax credit for, like, replacing your really crappy single-pane windows with basically anything that wasn't, really crappy single-pane windows. Yeah, so you're still starting that field up. Oh, you have them for heating. AC would require... Yeah, sorry. Heat pump for the heating, and then you have the AC as a separate thing. You are correct. We have it in one combined unit. Then you have your unit outside, and it's got like all your copper fins and all that, and the fans and all that for the AC. And then you go to the other, there's another part that's the heat pump. Like ACs are one of those things that in some ways are complicated, in some ways are really simple. Like you open the whole thing up and it's just a big, usually copper. Heat pump does both cooling and heating? Okay. Yeah, AC is not my area of expertise. But I do know I have a heat pump on my unit, because I remember that was a whole big discussion point, because I unfortunately had to replace my ACs not too many years back. It was just one of those things that, like... Aluminum is good as well? I have no idea. I know copper is what was used traditionally, and that they have been using other materials because copper is relatively expensive. But yeah, I know it was a whole big thing that I had like AC people come out and they opened up the air handler and the fins are like, this whole thing is corroded. And the guy did like some spot welding to try and stop the leak, and he's like, alright, this will get you for a little while, but like, this is not a proper fix. This is very band-aid to keep you running. It's like, but whoever fixes this next, you're due. And then, you know, then we had another major repair on it. It was like, all right, well, instead of repairing this thing, which is going to cost us several $1,000s, it was like, all right, I get it. This air conditioner, you know, its life expectancy was like 12, 15 years, and we're getting to be around 30. I understand. It has gone way past its life expectancy. That was a painful year money-wise. Air conditioner, not a cheap expense. That was also around that, I think it was a year later, maybe it was the same year. We also had a situation where, you know, one of her windows had gotten cracked really badly, and so we needed to repair the window. But it was one of those things that while the window was just cracked, just the glass, the frames on our windows, even when we moved in, all the springs were blown on them and everything. Like, they had not been taken care of. So it was kind of one of those things like, okay, we can replace the glass on this, but the window's frankly busted. Like, the actual frame and everything. So that really does need to be replaced. And we're going to take the time to replace this window. We should at least replace the pair of windows, because as well as ones where you have like the one window and the one next to it, and both of them, the frames are jacked. And it's like, okay, well, if we're going to go ahead and do that, I would want to replace these windows with not single pane windows, because it is absolutely one of those things you cheap out on it, and even in like 1 or 2 years, the improved power efficiency will make up the difference on the upcharge, because of just how much you save with cooling. It was like absolutely mind-blowing how much our heating bill went down when we replaced our windows. I would not have believed it. Like, the power bill from that went down 40%, maybe more, 40, 50%, my power bill every month just from replacing the windows. That was just how horrifically bad single-pane windows are. And that was also around the same time we got solar. And so we went from forking out, like, well over $100 a month on the power bill to is like, oh, all right, I guess I could pay $18 this month. Ah, $18, man, really raking me over the coals. So yeah, if you're ever in a position that you need to replace your windows, you're trying to do like cost savings, do not underestimate how much money you can save on your windows. My God. And that's like, here in the US, we do what's called a single pane window, which means you got this really teeny tiny thin piece of glass, and it's got a whole lot of jack crap otherwise going on. So it just leaks heat in and out of your house, like just straight up just dumps it out into the environment. And the next step up is you get a dual pane window, which is you have a pane of glass, there's a gap in between, and there's a pane of glass. And that, you know, having to go from the glass to the open to the glass again, that really, really mitigates the rate that the heat can radiate in and out. And then they can get fancy on top of that. What we got is there's hurricane windows, which is the dream. We didn't get those, but we did get impact resistant windows, because I live in a place that gets hit with hurricanes. It's worth it. And really all they do is they just put a layer of plastic on the glass, so when it takes a hit, instead of it just exploding in on your room, you know, it's like your windshield on your car. It smacks and just kind of crumples, but it just stays in one big piece. And yeah, that is more than paid for itself 2-3 times over in the cost savings on our power bill. And like our solar panels we put up, I estimated those are going to pay for themselves in, I think it was 8 years. And it came in at around 6 or 7 years that it fully paid for itself and how much it cut down our power bill. So, you know, now every single year I get more out of it. That's effectively profit off of it. It's reducing my cost, so it's not really profit, but you get the idea. But so yeah, you don't think single panes are even allowed here anymore. The zero energy homes have triple layer glass now. Yeah, so unfortunately, single pane glass is still the standard in most of the US. I believe, I could be wrong about that, but most of the US, when you buy like mass construction homes, they do some things well and they cut a lot of corners. So like usually after an attempt or two, they'll manage to pass code where they got everything fine. Your trusses will be fine, like your walls will be fine, like all the important structural stuff will be fine. But they will get like really cheap single pane windows, which means really terrible there. They'll usually actually have good air conditioner setups and all that. Basically the stuff that's really easy to market will do really, really well on having that kind of be relatively nice. After an attempt or two is a bit scary. Oh yeah, no, actually don't sweat that as much. Usually when you're doing these things where they do like mass construction of like all of these homes, it'll be a lot of little things that they'll get dinged for. They're like, hey, you didn't properly terminate these wires. Like the ground is not properly terminated. So they go through and they fix it kind of things. It's usually not like really egregious stuff like, hey, you forgot to attach the ceiling. Or it's not forgot to attach it. It's usually nothing significant. It's just lots of little things. Or like you'll have an entire unit that they'll go through. Like a code violation that we ran into in our house that slipped by even having it inspected was where our air conditioner goes in the closet. There was a area of drywall about this big that they just forgot to close. So like you went up the drywall, and if you had to look in and up because it's in like a little closet thing. There was a little teeny tiny opening that the drywall just wasn't there. Like it didn't get destroyed or anything. They just never put it in there in the first place since the home was originally built, and it got missed in inspection by at least 4 or 5 different times being inspected. It was no like structural or danger or anything. It just made that air conditioner less efficient because it was dumping some of its cool air into the attic. Which all that was, they put a little piece of drywall up, you know, cleaned up the edges, and it was done. So that's the kind of stuff that, you know, it fails inspection. You're like, okay, well, until you can sell it, you gotta fix that. So a lot of little stuff like that tends to be a big part of it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I can get 2-layer standard windows for cheap in hardware stores here. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's part of the reason it upsets me so much, is you look at the price for single pane glass versus dual pane glass, it is not a big upcharge. Like when you start getting to like impact glass and hurricane windows, they get expensive very quickly. But like just single to double pane is not a huge one. Let's say there's something wet on your wall in your bathroom. It looks like the neighbors have some leaking water. Bad thing, they're gone. Not sure how to fix it. I mean, I don't know where you're at. Like if they have water leaking, that's their property. You're not allowed to mess with it. If you're like in an apartment or a condo or some shared unit townhouse maybe, usually you have someone who is responsible for handling building stuff. At which point, you know, they would be the obligated party. Because even if you know how to, you can't just cut into your neighbor's wall and fix it. That can get you into a lot of trouble if things don't go right. Or like even if you open up the wall and you find out like there's black toxic mold or something in there and it's this huge ordeal. Now you have to go to your neighbor and be like, hey, there's this big problem. You need to fix that. And it gets to be this whole mess. Let's see, all new homes in this road settlement plot are also using triple pane. You've seen a cross section, but you understand why there's specialized craftspeople installing it. But we're not in a super cold air. You can imagine in colder climates it's indispensable. It's also very important for very hot climates, having that. Because when it's much hotter, you just have to blast the AC that much more. So both hot and cold can get very expensive on your heating and cooling costs. It's also important here in Florida because the way our houses are designed entirely around having air conditioning. Like it used to be, you'd have like big breezeways and all that in your property so that the natural airflow would help. But now with like centralized air and everything, so far as like in your home centralized air, We've got like your air handler in the middle of your floor plan, and then like the actual like air conditioner outside. So you know you pump the air in and then you push it out. Like, you want the reverse. You don't want airflow through your property because that's going to rob you of your heating and cooling you're paying for. But the downside is that means any inefficiencies really hurt you. Let's see, they can cut the water for everyone until they investigate it, cause good luck. That's a 9-level apartment block. Yeah, so that would that definitely fall on the property owner. I don't know what the rules are where you're at. And it's also one of the things, it sometimes doesn't even matter what the rules are. It matters what rules get enforced and how well they get enforced. Because there's definitely places here in the US that, you know, if your landlord isn't doing their maintenance and you report them, you know, they'll get fined right away. Like they won't be allowed to just kind of let things rot. And then there's other places here in the US that you've got to, you know, really pull teeth before, you know, there'll be an intervention that's like, hey, no, you actually do have to maintain the property. That is a legal obligation you have. Because that is here in the US. You are legally obligated to maintain apartments up to a certain level and all that. There's certain things that are required to make a place livable, such as having access to power and good water, you know, good running water. I think, like, here in Florida, air conditioners are considered a requirement because, like, genuinely it gets hot enough during the summer that some spaces can become uninhabitable because they're just too hot. You'd get heat stroke just staying in there without air conditioning. There's a reason Florida didn't really have much of people living here until after electricity became a thing and air conditioning then became a thing and all that. Like, before that, you had some places like St. Augustine right on the coast, but as far as going inland, there was very, very few people living down here. It's like playing RimWorld before you have electricity and all that, and just trying to survive a heat wave. That was Florida. Regularly. We're in a special state, and 2/3 of the flats are still abandoned. Yeah, no, still seeing tons of letters? I don't understand, sorry. If you're talking about Florida, yeah, no, big part of Florida is uninhabited because it's swamp. You can't build on it without completely changing the entire ecosystem because it's marsh. There's not really ground to build on. You could build your house on stilts, but you'd still need a way to get to your house. So unless you're going to be taking your airboat to and from, which does exist, there are those places, but not with any real population. Like those areas where you see like a pocket of houses. Garvik, not Florida? Yeah, no, I have no idea about that. But, you built a castle. I know the reference already. I built a castle, and it sank into the swamp. And then I built another castle, and it also collapsed and sank into the swamp. But then I built a third castle, and it stayed. You know, because at that point, you've got 2 full castles worth of stone underneath you to build on. But yeah, and that's, a lot of the wetlands in Florida, it's just completely impractical to build on. You just have to build up the ground so much. That's, I've told this story before, that I got a lot of family friends in Germany. My parents used to be part of an exchange program where, you know, some people from Germany would come over, go to school here, and vice versa, and all that. But with all that, you know, we would have our friends from Germany, they would come over and visit for a week or 2 or whatever, maybe go, you know, go to the touristy stuff, whatever, go to like the, you know, there's Bike Week and Biketoberfest over in Daytona. You've got, you know, all the touristy stuff like Disney World in the middle of the state. Go to the West Coast and you got like, there's a very large Greek population that they have, I don't remember what they call it, but they've got like this whole part of the area by Tampa where they've got like this whole Greek community over there. That's pretty cool. But you know, they come to visit. Well, as I mentioned, there's a whole driving across the middle of the state. And in practice, that's, you got, like, all the people on the coast, there's a whole bunch of swamp, then you got, like, the touristy area of, like, Orlando, and there's a whole bunch of swamp, and then there's, you know, you get over to, like, the west coast. And a couple of the guys were going across from the east coast to the west coast, and this is only, like, a 1 hour drive, you know, going from the east coast over to, like, where the greater Orlando metro area is. But it was late at night, and they pulled off the side of the road, and there's a little police substation for, you know, the cops to, like, overnight for, you know, who are, you know, in that area in case they're needed. And so they went up and they're like, hey, you know, we're not from the area. Are we allowed to, like, if we set up a tent or whatever over on this field back here, is that okay? And the cops got a really big laugh at it. He's like, I mean, you can do that. Your tent will sink because there's no ground there. It's not a field, it's a swamp. But we have a holding cell with no one in. If you just want to, like, bunk on the bed there, that's fine. Because it'll look straight up like a field, like you know, like these tall grass and wheat fields you have in the game, that just really tall plants and all that. But you go to step in it and your feet go squish because, you know, there's several inches of water and it's nothing but silt underneath that. Yeah. Oh no, that's they wouldn't shoot or anything. They would probably do a wellness check being like, "Are you okay, sir? We've got a place you can stay over here." They offered him something to lay on? Yeah, no, that's basically, like, that's the thing. You hear holding cell and it gives an implication, but it's like, nah, man, we have a holding cell, there's no one here. It's got a toilet, it's got a bed. Is it comfortable? No, it's a holding cell. But it's gonna be a hell of a lot more comfortable than laying down in the water. So, like, you can go and rest up for a couple of hours and then, you know, go on your way. Because there's not like there's a hotel or anything nearby there. You're in the middle of nowhere. You think you'll sleep in the marsh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, this is also going back a ways. This would be like 2002, 1, 3, somewhere in that area. So like 20 something years. And there might be a roof up. Yeah, that's the thing. You get a roof, you get all that. It's not a comfy place. And I mean, they could put their sleeping bags or whatever on that. It would probably make it not actually that terrible. Because, like, genuinely, those cells tend to not be that awful. It's not like back in the day where they had, like, open window barred and everything. It's actually a thing. So, very famously here in the US, we have the notorious, infamous, really awful prison that is Alcatraz. And that got shut down forever ago. Because it was truly awful, inhumane, and terrible, and absolute nightmare fuel. If you ever get a chance to check it out, it's one of those places you look at and be like, oh, this is not okay, man. It doesn't matter what you did, this is not okay. But what people don't realize is we actually had a similar prison to that here in Florida. Nowhere near as big or quite as bad, but a lot of the same problems about bunking people on top of each other, completely open air everything. Really, really very, very cruel approach to prison, complete with gallows and everything. And it was over by, I believe, St. Augustine. And yeah, it is one of those things you're like, oh, this is truly awful. I believe it was literally the same company who built Alcatraz also built the one in St. Augustine. I could be wrong in that detail. But yeah, no, it was very much a thing. You lived in 20 years, sank up your knees more once? Oh yeah, no, there's definitely been a time or two. It's like, oh, let me just, like, oh, someone, you know, they dropped their Frisbee. Okay, well, let me just run out and go and get that Frisbee. And then you just step and your foot goes down like 2 feet in the mud and you're like, well, found the silt. You also got to be careful anytime you're dealing with that, because usually you're dealing with water you can't see through. you should approach with caution any water you cannot see through in Florida. It's not that it's necessarily dangerous, but if you can't see through it, there's a real good chance there's going to be critters in there. So you want to make sure you're in an area where they do regularly kind of go through and, you know, are aware of what wildlife inhabits the area. So a lot of stuff like campgrounds will be fine. But just jumping into some unknown lake or creek or whatever, that is playing a dangerous game. No shortage of alligators, but more so, even more than the alligators I'd be afraid of, there's, it's got a bunch of names, like water moccasin, cottonmouth, all that. But there's a type of snake here that is very territorial and very aggressive and very venomous. And you do not want to F around with that. Like, genuinely, that's the one, like, again, you don't want to mess with an alligator either. But a lot of times, a lot of the areas that the alligators are at, they'll end up trying to stay away from you more than anything. But those snakes are straight up nasty, and they're territorial and they're aggressive. So I'm super chill with most snakes. That is a snake I'm like, no, that thing can go die in a fire. That is an awful snake. Yeah, your outside water has cute but dangerous critters. Yeah. Like, you hear about alligators and people are more scared of alligators, but that's, for as dangerous as they are not your primary concern. Now, water you can see through, not a big deal. Most ocean water, not that big a problem. Yeah, there's sharks, but it's pretty, like, you actually look at the number of shark attacks that happen a year, and it is a very low number. Sharks tend not to be messing around in human-inhabited water very often. And even then, as long as you're not doing, like, there is things where, like, surfers will get hit, unfortunately. But otherwise, most of the shark attacks you hear about are people being really dumb. Like, I went scuba diving with a guy, and he was like, yeah, nurse sharks are docile. And he's just going up there and, like, poking it with a spear gun. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? It's still a shark. I mean, obviously we weren't talking to each other. But, you know, he's, like, you know, pointing at it. And he started poking, and I'm like, why are you poking this shark? Like, yes, it is a fairly docile animal. Generally speaking, it's more likely to nope out and go away. But you are poking an animal that will 100% wreck your crap if it decides it's had enough of you. It's still a shark. Alright, so we're making... It says 35%, but it feels like we got more. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Nurse sharks are generally super docile. And they will generally just chill, and if you get in there, they'll be more likely to just leave you alone and go away and want to do nothing with you. 99% of the time, if someone's been attacked by a nurse shark, they were effing around and found out. They were over there poking it and harassing it, and it was trying to swimming away, and they were catching up to it and bothering it more. They pushed that shark to the point that the shark was finally like, that's it, I've had it. You know, versus stuff like bull sharks and all that, which can be just generally nasty. Which will still leave people alone for the most part. Usually if you get attacked by one of those, it's a misidentification thing that you looked like a seal to them because of like your silhouette on a surfboard or whatever. They don't want people. We're not something they like the taste of. But accidents happen. But that 1% of the time they bite you in your pee-pee. I mean, a lot of those sharks will take a chunk of your leg off, if not worse. So you don't screw around with sharks. They are an apex predator. They've survived millions of years with good reason. It's the same thing like with alligators. For like all the things that they're not good at, it's like, yeah, but they've got a really good setup. There's a reason they haven't meaningfully changed in hundreds of thousands to millions of years. They got something, it works, and it works. Until it stops working, there's just not an evolutionary pressure to change. I was trying to remember. Oh, was it sharks are older than the rings on Saturn? I believe it was sharks predate the rings on Saturn, if I remember correctly. Because astronomically speaking, the rings on Saturn are actually relatively young. And it's just one of those things that gives you the time scale of things in the world. Because like it's hard to comprehend that like for as long as it feels like humanity has been around, like we barely are a sliver on like the time span that dinosaurs were around. We're barely a sliver of the time span that other stages of things happened on the planet. It's really hard to wrap your mind around those things because of the sheer scale of them. Boy. I should definitely... No problem, no namer. You have a good one. That's oh man, I remember they have like the chart where it's like a bar chart of like the different eras of like what was on the planet and all that. It'll be like, oh, here's when we were just single cell organisms, you know, where we were just, you know, like literally the planet was just like basically bacteria kind of things. Okay, you know, and amoebas or whatever. Here's when we got into like the next stage where we started getting our first like complex life form, as in like multi-cell things going on. Okay, here's where we started getting like our very first iterations of fish and all that. And you just look at the scale and it's like 2/3 of the chart is in that like first category. And then you get to the dinosaurs and they're like maybe 20% of the chart or something like that. And then you look at humanity and we're like just a bit over like a couple of millimeters on the end of the chart. And you're like, yeah, we haven't been around very long. In the scope of the planet having life, we are a very small fraction of that. And then you take consideration of that versus like the age of the solar system. It's like, here's life on Earth, and it's just like a pencil line on the very edge of like how long that the sun has been around and all that. Time is wild. So the worst thing is, with these contracts, I really don't have another productive thing I could be working on. I could cut down a couple of trees. I really don't want to. So like, that's not my field. Like, if we were to go here, so like these handful of trees, I could cut these down for a little bit more money. But it is one of those things that as you do that, you just end up with big open spaces everywhere. And I think part of what I like about this map is, one, it does feel like authentically what you'll see is you'll see these like little forested areas and then some farm and a little bit of like patch of trees and all that here and there. At least for here in the US. And I like having that. It is one of my complaints about some of the maps you can get for mod maps that are like designed for you to focus entirely on the farming. I can't remember the name of the map. It was the same group that did No Man's Land, but it was in Texas, and the idea was it's supposed to be just a flat map. And you look at maps like that, and I remember that was one of the most popular maps in Farm Sim 22. And I loaded that up as like, this seems like the most boring map. Because it was just flat and open for as far as the eye could see. And it's like, okay, like it's not a bad map. Like if you just want to just heckin' farm, you don't have to worry about weird elevation issues and all the terrain and all that, but it was just not visually interesting. But then you'll also have, even the ones that don't go quite that far, you'll have a lot of them like No Man's Land that do have lots and lots of areas that are just open and flat as well, with, you know, little hills with trees and all that. So not nearly as bad. That's actually one of the reasons why I did No Man's Land for the longest time, and I liked that map. But I actually found I ended up liking some of the other maps like Calm Lands a little bit more. because it's very rolling hills kind of thing. So there's a lot more elevation to it, even though there wasn't quite as much in the way of trees. And then the new map we've got for this one, the Frontier map, that's another one that does relatively okay about having a lot more just rolling kind of hills type stuff with trees interspersed in there. That it just adds a lot more to it, because there's a lot of maps that it just... You'll have, like, out in the periphery, you'll have the trees, and then just flat. Which, again, is really, really good if you're trying to, like, build up your farm and doing all that stuff. And it's just, there's no trees or thing. And saying, yeah, you have the same problem with Stardew Valley mod maps, designed for maximum money, but you just find them visually unappealing. Yeah, I never did the Stardew Valley mod maps, but I have seen that in other games. They're like, oh yeah, you want to do this map? It's great for you doing your automation stuff. Cool, and you'll look and it'll be like your main building that's required, and it'll have like one or two like very minor aesthetic things added, and then it's just an open grid. That's actually one of the complaints I'd give with some of the like Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo, a lot of their maps, not even mod maps, if they're not like the scenario maps, a lot of time it is just like you go to the edges of the map and it'll like curve up to be like mountains, and it'll just be relatively flat for the entire rest. And maybe it'll have like a body or water or something. And it's like, okay, so this is like my own little playground that I can play in, but also it's a really boring playground. Or for City Skylines, it's just like, put more trees, please. I'm begging you. I feel like City Skylines, both first and second, would look 1,000 times better if they're just like, hey, what if we gave you like a factor of 10 times the trees? You know, have genuine forests here. Okay. Alright, so the green beans are getting pretty close to done, because we did the other field and we got this one. I'm not going to take another contract on there. Because, like, looking at these contracts, this is going to be over 20,000 we're going to get from that. That's the only reason we did that. That sorghum contract is a really good one. Oh, we could actually double dip those sorghum ones. The sorghum ones will be fast. But, like, there's another green bean contract. I probably wouldn't take it anyways. I would not take another spinach contract. There's good money to be had there. If you like to try automation out, you tend to just load a basic empty sandbox map. Game engine allows. Otherwise, you really prefer some kind of features. Exactly. Let's see. You've only been playing this for 2 days. You're kind of wishing you would have went with a different map than this one. It's all kind of small and way hard to make money, it seems. You haven't played since Farm Sim 17. Oh, are you talking about Riverbend? Yeah, so Riverbend does have... It's got actually plenty of farms. The issue is most of these farms in the middle area are hard to use. But like you get up to here, these farms are all relatively good. That patch is good, that's over here. It's got a lot of elevation and all that. You don't really do anything with mods, so might even be worth a try. Yeah, if you want a map that's easy to use right out of the box, the Sri Lanka map is really good. I also was pretty happy with the East Asian map. Riverbend, I would say, has the most characteristic of the maps, but that characteristic comes with the cost of, like, there's lots of elevation and weird stuff going on there. If you do look at mod maps, if you're looking for maps that you can kind of make it your own, there is Frontier and Calm Lands, where it basically has your like buy and sell point kind of thing, and then it's just make what you want of the entire rest of the map. It's wide open to do whatever, but you got to be willing to like make your own fields and everything. If you're going outside of those style of maps, I actually don't know what other maps I'd recommend outside of that, because I tend to, when I do the mod maps, I tend to do that style. They do have Silver Run, but Silver Run Forest is going to have a lot of the same problems this one is. There's lots of elevation. It's not really well suited for farming. it's intended for forestry. But yeah, now if you're unhappy with this one, the Sri Lanka map I'd say is probably, in my opinion, the least visually appealing to me of the ones that come out of the box. But it's very well suited for getting stuff going. That part is cool visually, but you find yourself plowing to open stuff up a bit. Oh, you'll probably do that on any existing map. Any existing map, more than likely what you're gonna do is, like, for example, I can't tell you with the elevation, but like this area over here, more than likely you're joining these 3 fields to make them into one field using the plow. Those would probably become one field. These would probably become one field. Those would probably become one field. These would probably become one field. These 2 may be one field, and keep that one separate. Those probably one field. You'll end up doing lots of that kind of stuff. Same with these. You end up doing lots of that because some of those small fields are just too small to be worth bothering with otherwise, past the early game. I find I do that a lot, because that's... Making your fields larger is one of the best ways to, getting a bit more money out of your time. Sorry about that. But yeah, no, if you haven't played since Farm Sim 17, I couldn't even imagine how much the game has changed. Because I got in on Farm Sim 22, which is the last version. And so from what I was told, from people who played Farming Sim 19 to Farming Sim 22, is that they didn't feel like that was a particularly big step up. Like, the production lines got improvements and there's more crops added and that kind of stuff. But it wasn't a huge step forward. But when it came to 22 to 25, I felt like that was far more significant. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, they didn't change anything. It's like, they did, though. They really did. It's the end are freaking expensive to buy, how small they are to buy. Oh yeah, I mean, the way they calculate these out is, I want to say it's based on not the acreage of the field, but the area covered. So when I buy a plot of land like this one, it's hugely expensive. It's over $500,000 because I'm buying all of that, even though only that tiny little chunk is farmable. Where if we go to one like this, it's got a little bit of extra up there, so it's not really a good example. Whereas what? Yeah, ones like this, only this tiny little sliver is not part of the field. So most of my money is the field itself, because it's I believe the actual acreage of the entire area that you're paying for. So like a lot of these little fields, we're getting a big percentage of it that is not the actual field. This is actually pretty bad, some of these. Yeah, so like here's one you'd actually get for a relatively good price. You see, it's only $45,000 because it's mostly just the field. But like this one, we get all that extra junk on there that's not super useful. And if you're cutting down trees, that could be useful, or that gives you space to plunk down your barns and all that. You figured some of it was because of water access? I actually don't believe water access affects things. If I remember correctly, the things that impact the thing is, one is just the acreage of the property in general. Not the field, but the property. That is your primary expense. I believe if you have... we need to stop the harvesting. Because we have a tornado and all that, so it's raining. What is that down there about? So let's see. So we're fast forwarding a bit. Because I don't think we've... Oh, we can go here. It's gonna be a little while that we're under the bad weather. How long are we under bad weather? Till 2. It's gonna be definitely one of those ones we speed up time a lot. Time still does pass when we're on this screen. What I'm trying to see is we will likely get a tornado. Yeah, here it is. It's fine. It's just a casual little tornado. No big deal. So since we're fast forwarding real fast, we might as well watch the tornado. Yeah, and it's still here. It's just moved down this way. Hey, Walter? Hey, Walter, you should probably go inside, buddy. You should probably go inside, Walter. You would not want to be that close to a tornado. You would be getting absolutely pelted with debris. I'm glad it missed my field. Because here's my field. So right from the edge of the field, we can see it just obliterating. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I actually don't know if it affects the NPC's field or not. It will damage the trees. So if we go through when it can see our side's field, we will see it wreck some trees. Yeah, so as you can see, it is annihilated the sorghum here. And then you can see it knocked the top off the trees. It's a cool thing. Okay, and we're outside the window that the tornado rolled through. So you see the tornado pop down, and it just obliterated the sorghum field. Oh, thank you, Bad Badger, for the super chat, $5. I really do appreciate that. But anytime. As a reminder, I do stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is my primary platform. It's like the vast majority of my viewership. I mostly stream to YouTube to have the VOD for later. That way when people are like, hey, have you ever played this game? I'll be like, yes, it's right there. And all that good stuff. But thank you so much for the $5 super chat. All right, could you get out of here, bad weather? Because for those who don't know, we take a harvest penalty when it's raining. And that's bad enough in general, but it's even worse when you're doing a contract because that can be enough to potentially make you fail the contract because you just didn't get all the crop you're supposed to. They basically had to kill some time while the bad weather rolled through. There's no place like home? Yup. Okay. Now I'm going to guess, I think that Harvester can fit the rest of that field in there. We'll see how much capacity it's got left. Because this trailer right now is both this field's what we've got and last field. So you're fine. Yeah, so you only have 40%, so there's a good chance this might be able to fit everything left. Because we do want this to harvest as much of this field as possible before we drop off. Because otherwise you can finish the contract early. And if you do... Well, actually, no, I think they fixed that. Let's assume the fix took. Because it used to be you consider the contract finished. And once that happened, you were just not allowed to do any more of the harvesting. And it was super annoying because you'd stare at the last like 20% of the field that you weren't allowed to harvest. And all that potential money lost. So I believe they fixed it so it would let you keep harvesting. I think that was one of the changes, version 1. I think it's 1.8 or whatever we're at now. So I would like to test that. I think I can. Oh, that tractor's struggling. Tractor's a little under spec for the load it's carrying. We cheaped a little bit out on the horsies in this one. Now, the thing I need to remember is do not... Oh, wait, don't take the bridge. Do not turn in this first contract if it is the one that we leased our equipment from. Because otherwise, the equipment will just disappear and it won't be able to finish the second one. Okay. Yeah.
This doesn't look as fun as spit fixing.
Love. Jim was like, your taste in games is terrible, how dare you? Alright. Alright, we can go ahead and cut back over this way. Because, yeah, that should be probably enough that we've, because if we've dropped off more than 20%, sorry, if we dropped off, actually, probably, I don't know how much. Yeah, this field that we're doing over here is unlikely to push over the map. Oh, for those who don't know, there's the projects on the different maps. This is one of them right here. So you can build a playground for the neighborhood up here. In practice, it means they buy wood. I can play those nasty simulation management games. More so games that get viewers. She's not into games where you have like inventory management or like a bunch of things to like keep track of and all that. She is much more into the like first person shooter, you know, fun silly games. Like Borderlands is about as much inventory management as she wants. And even that sometimes frustrates her, but she does enjoy the humor enough she's willing to put up with it. All right. What I'm going to do, Chad, is I'm going to quickly use a restroom real fast. I'm going to take a little bit of, eat a bite of my food over here real fast. But I'll be right back in just a minute. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. Sorry. Hey, One Bad Badger, good to see you. Thank you again for that super chat over there. But yeah, no, this is where like most of the audience ends up being. It's just the streaming experience on Twitch is significantly better than on YouTube, unfortunately. There's just a lot of things that YouTube does, like all the metadata overhead and a bunch of functionality missing over there. They're working on it, but it always feels like, you know, it feels like an afterthought on YouTube where it's like, even at this stage, they're like, yeah, I guess we'll do a thing with that. I'd love for them to, you just cruising YouTube? Oh yeah, no, like I don't blame, like watch where you want to watch. It's one of those things, I really wish YouTube would get off its butt and actually properly try to put the effort into being like a first tier streaming platform as well. Like by all means keep the recorded video. I do think it should be a thing that maybe they have to like splinter it off into two major things to help with the discoverability of the separate things and yada yada. But I do wish they would, because one, as much as I like Twitch, I would like there to be competition. Like actual competition and not the pretend competition that is Kick trying to be relevant with anything, but also being awful. Because with actual competition, that means they're more likely to have better prices for viewers so far as subs and all that, provide more features, better quality of the product. They're more likely to better compensate creators to try and draw them in, yada yada. You get where that's all going. Competition, good. Okay, so you go over there to the right. But so far, it always feels like YouTube kind of half-hearted attempts it. And there just hasn't been someone who's been able to like really invest what they need to compete. Like I'm still a little bit disappointed that, you know, it's before I started creating. I'm a little disappointed that Microsoft backed off with Mixer. Because even as a viewer, it was starting to feel like Mixer was finally starting to actually gain some ground. And that's when Microsoft was like, nope, never mind, pull the plug, get out. It's too late. Which is a very common behavior for like Microsoft and Google and a bunch of them, that they put just a little bit of money and then like right as it starts to see success, because they didn't make quite as much as they wanted to that fast, they bail. The classic infinitely long list of Google canceling things. You know what you miss? Freaking Microsoft Zune. I mostly missed the Zune thing. The Zunes I saw were pretty solid, but my understanding is later Zunes actually got really good. But it was another one that's like they were just starting to like reclaim market share from the iPod, and then went, nope, kill it. Microsoft's notorious for doing stuff where they just start finding success and then kill off whatever it is. I must say, Twitch has been incredibly good to not suffering from multiple-sided exploitation and shitification, but it's probably not good enough of a user base to make it worthwhile yet. Yeah, no, it's only had a little bit of that kind of stuff. I think that's one of the things that's really helped it stay relevant. If Twitch just like went full on in, it's like, okay, you need to encode everything yourself. Okay, if you want subtitles, you know, make sure you do the extra thing. Isn't Twitch not actually profitable as it is? Maybe why Google isn't really trying to fight for the market? So yes and no. The profitability of Twitch is a bit of a complicated one, and that's because, you know, Amazon as the parent company does benefit a lot from Twitch, and had Amazon not owned Twitch, a lot of that benefit would actually be money for Twitch. So Amazon advertises heavily, like has its advertising platform heavily, you know, marketed using Twitch. So there's a lot of money Amazon does make on advertising on other places by having the package deal with Twitch in it. But quantifying half of that, I imagine it's probably not even easy for Amazon to do. So when you look at like Twitch by itself, last I heard, within its own realm internally to itself, yes, it is not profitable. And it may have changed, but I don't imagine it has. But when you take into consideration all of that stuff going, well, Amazon does get a lot of other benefits in its own marketing and that from Twitch. There is a lot of fuzziness around that. That there is a value that Amazon gets from Twitch that isn't directly dollars from subs and bits and all that. And I'm sure there's a bunch of spreadsheets over on Amazon's side where they quantify all of this within their own justifications. Because at this point, if Twitch was still not being profitable, Amazon probably would have cut it loose by now. But like I said, there is a lot of edge benefits to it that are harder to quantify. There are also a lot of direct paths from watching Twitch that do get you into Amazon's ecosystem as well. So it is one of those things that's like, you know, is Twitch profitable? Technically, no. Does Amazon get enough benefit out of Twitch to justify continue keeping it? I would assume yes, because by now it would probably be a dead product, if not otherwise. Because I imagine a lot of the deals Amazon makes does have Twitch as part of that deal. You know, yeah, we'll promote your product here, here, and here on our storefront, and we're also going to promote it over here on Prime Video, and we'll also have it over here on Twitch. You know, your target demographic is, you know, late 20-something, early 40-somethings, everywhere in between there. Okay, that's probably going to get a lot more put over on Twitch's side. I have no idea what the target demographic on anything Video Prime would be at all. So I couldn't answer that question with any competency. You know, the Amazon store is pretty ubiquitous, you know, where anyone and everyone is kind of on there. All right. So we can drop off all of our green beans. Your oldest nephew refers to him as over-glorified Minecraft sorting system. Harsh. Okay, so you're going over here. Yeah, so you're just up the road. Okay. But yeah. Not so that doesn't mean like Twitch is necessarily immune from layoffs or, you know, being pushed into becoming more profitable or anything like that. It's a publicly traded company. The fist will squeeze until the rock bleeds more blood. As long as there's more money to be extracted, the grip will squeeze tighter. Because everything can make infinite dollars and grow infinitely times. But I do agree, all things considered, how fast so many other things have gone downhill because of, you know, the pursuit of profit. Well, again, Twitch is hardly said to be immune to it. It's definitely not been nearly as bad as others. The one I'm worried about is Discord, where they're actively pursuing becoming publicly traded. And kind of everyone sees the writing on the wall that whatever Discord is in the future is not what it is now. But also, where do we go? Like, what's the platform that replaces it? Because the whole big value of Discord was stuff like having that communal space, the voice chat, and everything for effectively free. All right, so we can turn in these 2 contracts now. And that's a bunch of money. You still have... Well, actually, you're not too far. We've got some faster contracts we can knock out while it's going on. Yeah, so sorghum is relatively fast. And we got another sorghum field here. So we're going to borrow this one. And then I'll accept the smaller sorghum field, since I'll already have the equipment for it. Okay. Drew, you go into not talking state and focus on where you were. Oh yeah, no, that's actually one of the things that's tricky as a content creator. It's one of the things I actually probably wouldn't do much in the way of puzzle games. Is a lot of time when I'm like in puzzle game mode or whatever you want to go with it. It is one of those things you just go like super duper focus. Okay, so both those are going to the grain mill, so I need to... Oh, let's switch that map over the square one so it doesn't rotate. That's actually one of the things that happens when you get into like those really big puzzle game kind of things. It's really easy to just focus and not talk because you're kind of really kind of putting your entire mental efforts onto figuring out the puzzle. And it can be a bad thing, especially once you start getting tired and it's harder to juggle multiple things at once. That I've caught myself when I'm going like really late night streams and I'm doing something I'm like really having to figure stuff out, that I'll just go quiet for a while, and that's not really good for streaming. Puzzle games also suck for the audience. Either you see the solution and you don't, which is frustrating, or you solve it before we know what you did. Yeah, I don't play much puzzle games in general because I find a lot of them, I find a lot of them like very difficult. You didn't know sorghum was a natural plant? You thought it was man-made? I have no idea the history of sorghum. I do know for grains, it's one of the first ones that we cultivated. Everything he put in the overflow chest would suddenly be in its right places. Oh yeah, no, I like how many games have added features where you can just walk up and like once you put stuff in the chest, you can be like stack all similar or whatever, and just hit the button, it just goes to their relative chests. That feature in Terraria spoiled me so much. Like once as in Terraria, as well as things like I don't want to deal with inventory without this. Like if I let me make the decision first that this is the box I put these in. But once I've made that decision, let me just hit a button and just drop it all in there, because I'm gonna keep putting in that box. It's no longer a decision. No, I realize this is you doing it manually, Darth. I'm just making the comment that very much I've found since I have like those things where it's just the quality of life features and all that, I just don't even want to deal with it manually. Not my field, not my problem. Okay. We'll check you on there while I grab this vehicle. And then these will be the last contracts we do for this in-game day. The good news is we will have made something in the area of like 32, 33, something like that, $1,000 today. So pretty good, and I mean in-game day. So that's a pretty good amount of money. The downside is it was a very long day in real life hours, just because of the fact I did that field. When it said 14,000, even was like, man, every time they tricked me into doing these, and every time I was like, it wasn't that bad, and then it takes a ridiculous amount of time to do. Alright. Welcome home, established in 1832. Honestly, this city does not at all look like a city from 1832. None of these buildings, to me, scream super duper old. A lot of them scream like 70s, maybe. Couple of the brick buildings a little bit older, maybe 50s. There's a big old difference between buildings from the 1800s and the late 1900s. Okay, spinach truck is getting full. All right. But yeah, as you can probably see, this is the big downside with like the spinach, the peas, and the green beans. They kind of are all the same thing with like little nuance difference. Is just the fact, because of how narrow their harvesters are, it just takes time. So doing these really, really big fields can just be a pretty big time sink. Now the good news is your profit per acre is pretty substantial. They're fairly lucrative crops for the area. They're probably redone in building codes. Well, it's not so much as redone as building codes change kind of comment. That certainly would be true in real life. It's like if you build your house out of like red brick, it's still gonna be red brick. Like you're gonna have that construction method. You know, your code really might go in and like shore up the trusses with different brackets. They might require an extra support or something to be added here and there. The wiring laws change, that kind of thing. But outside of knocking the whole building down to the ground, your walls are your walls. So you will actually look at building construction and all that and see them change. And usually the construction, like architecture-wise, those usually won't dramatically change on an existing building either. So like you can go to parts of like Boston, all that, and you'll see that colonial era construction as well. All right, so while we're about to hit an ad break, and I'm gonna keep things going here during the ad break. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mute the mic and eat a little bit of my food while the ad break's going on, because I am hungry and it's sitting here, and I don't want to go chomping the mic or anything like that. So we can watch the harvester harvest while that happens. So I'll be back in a minute. Farming's going well. Sorry. Farming's going well. Just quickly trying to knock out my dinner real fast. I got a couple bites left. So I'll probably do is once we empty this out, I won't even need to like do more than like 1 more minute tops. Finish my dinner real quick. Versus I'm notorious for just not gonna... Oh no, you're good. I was taking a break anyways. Need to get drink. Yeah, I'll pretend that's a good position. It was also, I was right about to have the sorghum harvester fill up, so I needed to get both hands back. So, got all this going and all that. Close enough, yep. Yeah, and if, for those who haven't played the game before, effectively there's a box around your trailer and all that, and as long as things are lined up on the box, it still just fills it up. It's not like every single particle of sorghum has its physics calculator or anything like that. A lot of the stuff is just graphics that are are just graphics to represent things. Like when you look at the trailer and how full it is, it's just when you're this percent full, you know, have this object this large with a texture on top of it. It's not anything more than that. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic, and I'm going to take these last like 5 bites, and then we'll be done with the food, and then we'll be back to everything per normal. So thank you again for your patience, and I'll be right back. Alright, food is done. Thank you for everyone's patience with all that. I do know for a lot of people that can be like disruptive and all that, but it's in here, and it's hunky. And I do stream for 9 hours, so sooner or later, gotta eat something. Catch on the way back. Alright. So meanwhile, while we're waiting on that to get done, those 2 contracts already let me repay a little bit of our debt, which is why I was snagging those while they were available. But we are going to try and get some type of crop going. So we generally like to watch streamers because it feels like we're hanging out with the streamer. And eating food makes that feel a little bit more natural. Yeah, there's a lot of people who very understandably, whether it's they're uncomfortable watching people eat because it's, you know, it can feel a little weird. It's also one of those things that, you know, generally a lot of content creation is entertainment. And if you're sitting there crunching, then, you know, you're not providing them what they seek and all that. So it's totally fair. At the same time, you do have to take care of yourself or you're going to make crap audio. Yeah, no, I generally know people people are fairly understanding. Let's call those things. There's a difference between understanding and whether or not it impacts your viewership or whatever. But yeah, no, absolutely, like, I mean, you saw I ate. So I will do my self-care. But it is those things you just understand as a creator. It's like, hey, this will probably cost you a couple viewers in the moment. Like, it's not going to be something that's, like, I shouldn't say not. most likely you're not going to lose a bunch of followers over it. Not unless you're like full-on open mic, just, you know, like bubblegum munching directly into the microphone or something. That could get you some unfollows. You're more offended to tell you what you ate. It was frozen pizza. It was what, like spinach and mushroom or something like that. It's pretty decent for frozen pizza. Like, it's nothing amazing, but it's still pizza, so it's still not bad. I was actually thinking in my head, it was like the last bit was a little burnt, and I'm like, this is my favorite part. Just being a little burnt is pretty nice. There's a lot of things out there. Just having just a little twinge of burnt is perfect. That's character. Yeah, I mean, it's also just kind of a nice taste. You draw the line at so-called eating SMR, just no. Yeah, that's I'm kind of the same thing. Like, I am 100% cool with people like eating on their stream or whatever. You gotta do what you gotta do. I'm even okay when it's like, you know, the mic's open, as long as they're not properly like chomping into there. If it picks up like once in a while, like a little crunch, that's fine. It's not my favorite, but whatever. But when, you know, someone is just like smacking lips the whole time, you're like, all right, hang on, man. Like, this is honestly worse than it is in real life, or just really, really experiencing your food. Again, you gotta do what you gotta do. But like, get your noise cancellation figured out, or mute or something. But it's usually only, again, if they're eating something that's particularly audible. Yeah, what is it? Mukbang is when you watch a stream that's literally just the person eating. Guess a whole Gluck 9000 into the mic is a no for me. Yeah. And there are people who are cool with it, and that's, you know, good for them, I guess. All right. Right. So you are just over here, then north. There's just definitely, for some people, it's like, this is not comfortable. And this is the big contract. This is the $14,000 contract. 1 second. Mukbang is just social eating. It used to not be around sound. Yeah, I mean, it's still just about having someone else to sit there and eat with, so you don't feel like you're eating alone. And honestly, I don't actually, like, one, I don't have a problem with what you do with your own time anyways. But actually, it's one of those things where, like, you know what? Honestly, if you're sitting there, like, you know, you're feeling lonely, you're stuck at home, you know, popping on a camera where someone's eating, just give yourself, like, a little feeling of, like, companionship kind of thing. I can think of way worse in the world. Harvesting contracts seems like a pain. Honestly, they're one of the simplest contracts in that you just harvest a field and then you sell the goods. It's just, for these ones, the big problem is the two other crops I did harvest, the spinach and the green beans, are particularly slow harvesting crops. Whereas the sorghum here is a relatively quick harvesting crop. And it has to do with how wide the, like the top speed and how wide the harvesters are. So we just go until it slows down the rate it's filling this trailer. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, Farm Swim on the Switch, it does not look this awesome. Yeah. The spinach harvesting, nearly as bad as beets. I haven't done the sugar beets in a long time. The big problem with the sugar beets and the potatoes is you have to go first one pass and just chop off all the green part, and the second pass to actually get the produce out of the ground. So just very laborious. The worst to me is still just the root crop. Like the carrots and parsnip, those are just such a time sink, and it's entirely because of the harvesters. Harvesters really slow. It's not the easy to flip part. That's interesting. I got a bonus for the environmental score for someone else's contract? Okay. Sure, I guess. And now it's a solid 14,000. Cries and silage, main bailing for money. Yeah, no, that's a classic, is doing that. The silage did get a bit of a nerf in Farm Sim 25. It's still plenty of money you can get from it. It's not the powerhouse it used to be. Oh, you mean you don't have much capacity and need to be empty constantly? Well, a lot of them don't physically have a capacity. You physically have to have the vehicle parked under it next to it, or it literally won't let you harvest. Like that to me is the big thing that's like, okay, I get in real life it doesn't have a capacity, but for game mechanics working and dealing with the AI, they should at least give it like a little teeny tiny capacity just to smooth out the gameplay side of it. Because, yeah, you look at the, we look over here at the vegetable harvesters, this one right here, it literally doesn't have a capacity. Like, literally zero. So you have to have the trailer under it or it doesn't harvest. And that's same for this one here. Actually, I'm sorry. That one here has a very small capacity, a real small one. So that one's actually not that bad. This one has none, and this one has none. Now this one's sort of weird in that there's a place over here where you have a crate, so it does technically have its own onboard capacity, but it's a crate, so it's not marked here. But it's 0.8 meters wide. And then the largest one is only 3 meters wide. So they do have a lot of the same problem as, for example, the spinach harvester we've been doing. This is 3.5 meters wide, so it's about the same size. You never understood the silage thing? Yeah, so it's all silage is fermented, like fermented grass, you know, grass, hay, that kind of thing. And it's just animal feed. It's just particularly good animal feed for stuff like cows. So literally all you do is you bale it and all that to get that going. You just basically they put in big pats, you know, big things, they squish it down or they wrap it up. Let's see, how much do you lose having to use an AI? Oh, having the workers use it? That depends on your economy settings. It's not that bad. If you are playing on really hard economy, when you have smaller tools, it can be pretty rough, so you want to be careful with that. But if you're using any of the larger tools, even on the hard economy, it's relatively fine. There's some jobs they're better at worse at. But yeah, for doing stuff like harvesting, most of the time I'll just hand the harvester over to the AI, because it's just going to go back and forth, and then I can just drive the truck, load up, and do all that, because the AI won't do it. But say, for example, you're plowing. You know, the AI is probably going to eat up you know, 1,000-2,000 for a relatively normal field size. Because it's about how long they're working for you is the cost. They charge by the hour, charge by the minute, whatever. You'll actually look up here above me, and it will slowly tick down the money cost for it. I believe this run, I think we're on the normal economy. But yeah, so you just tick down for $2. It's really not that bad. Even on the hard economy, it's only at the very beginning when you, like, if you're doing a challenge run and you've got like this tiny little like 1.8 meter plow and having the AI plow an entire field, that will absolutely just eat into your money. Because when I did the I did a really strict Survivor Man challenge in Farm Sim 22. And I did find I could still turn a profit using the AI to do most of the work, but it just ate up all of the margin to the point that's like, okay, but I'm making, you know, several $100s out of my field. You know, I'll be doing this forever if I keep using the AI. So we didn't use the AI until I got better equipment. Then, you know, again, you use it for a lot of stuff. I actually really appreciate in Farm Sim 25 adding the GPS. You've got a really good balance between, you know, handing it over to the worker and letting them fully handle the field. Using GPS, which is kind of halfway in between, where you're just getting to like stay on course kind of thing, as opposed to like fully hand it over, or doing it all yourself without any guidance. You can kind of choose anywhere in that spectrum. All right, Lightning. I hope you enjoy Farm Sim, doing more of that. But yeah, no, silage is one of the easiest to get going things, that pays relatively well. And like I said, they did nerf it compared to 22, but it's still fairly lucrative. It's still up there on the higher end. It's just Farm Sim 22. It almost felt bad to do other crops until you got production lines going. Because usually silage won. It's when you got to production lines going, especially if you had multiple layers to it, that was the point that, you know, it started to really matter more. Okay, so where's this next field? Because we got a smaller field to do with them. Okay, it's basically straight south next to my field. And then that'll be the last of the contracts we do this in-game day. On the Switch, it takes forever to make silage. Interesting. Yeah, I just don't console games, so I've got no point of reference for a lot of that. So what you're understanding from earlier comments, you're in for hell from Field 7Z7 Harvest contract. Field 77. Yep, that's the one we just did. That's going to take a while. It just takes a while. You get paid well from it. It's just slow. Alright, we have the carrier here. I was just thinking in my head, it's like, this is going to be pretty rough driving this through town. I forgot the carrier thing was dumped in this field. The real question... Okay, so the connector is over on this side from the looks of it. Yeah, no, it's a very common mistake, especially if you're new to the game, with the harvest contracts specifically. Actually, not only the harvest contracts, with certain contracts like plowing and harvesting and that you can easily grab really big fields without realizing how long it's going to take. The one I will caution you the most, the worst contracts for just being really, really laborious is the root vegetables. So we're talking carrots, parsnips, and not the sugar beets, but the other beets, the red beets. It's those are the ones that they're just a very, very laborious thing. You have to use the AI because it's effectively a two-man job, and the AI is really bad at it. So it is one of those things that be very careful taking the contracts for the root crop. They can be okay, but they're generally one of the least liked contracts. I generally avoid them. Because you'll see one and be like, oh man, $12,000, that's amazing! And then you'll take the contract, and 4 or 5 hours later, fighting with this AI, and you're still debating canceling the contract, just taking the ridiculous hit of loss. Because you've effectively destroyed the crop in the sense that you didn't turn it in. It's worth doing once at least, so that you can try out the root crop before you start investing and buying all the equipment for it to realize you don't like it. Or maybe that you do like it. But it is one of the nice things about the contract, is it's like contracts the game, is they are effectively a way to try things before you buy. Come on. There you go. Alright, we're almost down to field 5. Okay. Hey, Suey, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. What were you streaming? How did it go? And I understand if you got a raid and run or anything like that. Farm that cash. Oh, right. I saw you're playing the cash cleaning game. Yeah. How is that? I'm assuming that's a super memey game. But yes, definitely check out Suey. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team does play a lot of similar games to what we play here. So there's a good chance if you enjoy the content here, you'll probably enjoy the content there. Let's see, so you still need to physically lease those at your own cost, correct, for harvesting? If you do not own the equipment, you do need to lease them. If you do already own the equipment, then you can just use your own equipment. That's actually one of the ways you can make the contracts far more lucrative, is once you start getting a bunch of your own equipment, when you go to do a contract, you cannot pay the lease and just use your own stuff. And a lot of times it'll get you at least a couple $100 to a couple $1,000 that you're not costing by needing to lease everything. Alright, so hand it over to the AI. This is basically full, so you are being dropped off at the grain mill just to the west. Actually, it's more of a cozy Zen game. Interesting. I would not have guessed that based on the marketing. I would have assumed it was like Schedule 1 kind of shenanigan based on the marketing. You just get reimbursed and then have a small penalty for the leasing? Yes. Yeah. So you'll have just like a small cut come out of what you would get paid for leasing the equipment when you borrow it. When you do borrow it from the contract, they usually give you better terms than if you go and lease it yourself. You mean it has a wacky stuff bit? Yeah, no, I figured that much. But hearing it as being like a Zen game, it's like, okay. Curious. It's mostly about sorting money and then sending it off in the right way. Gotcha. Okay, I mean, sounds interesting. Yeah, that was one I saw and I was like, okay, that's a weird game. Maybe if like it picks up momentum, I might check it out. But right now, between like checking out precision farming and farming simulator and roadcraft is like, okay, I don't know where I'd want to put my time in. So kind of went by it. But no, I'm glad it's good and it's, you know, a fun, cozy game and all that. Because that was one of those ones that I would have guessed it was like Schedule 1. But again, that's because marketing. Which if it is a chill Zen game and the marketing makes you think Zen or Schedule 1, definitely argument to have more people stream it or whatever so that people get a better idea of what the game actually is. It's also beatable, which, I mean, I guess technically Schedule 1 you could exhaust what's there. But yeah, for those popping in who just got brought in by Sui, I am Rual Storge and play variety games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, I do play variety games. Right now we're playing some farm sim. They just came out with the precision farming mod, which it is it's kind of a mod and kind of a DLC. It's free, but you grab it through their mod store. But if you look at the way it's shown in the actual game's files and everything, it is labeled as a DLC. But it is a thing that the devs behind Farm Sim do in partnership with a couple of different groups within the European Union, so far as regulators, to promote sustainable farming and all that kind of stuff. But it adds a lot of realism to the game that is otherwise missing. So when you play Farm Sim normally, you just kind of run up and it goes, you need lime, and you put down the lime. And everything's happy. He goes, okay, put down fertilizer. And you do 2 passes of fertilizer. I mean, that one's my fault. You put down 2 rounds of fertilizer, and it's happy. And that kind of stuff. And when you put down fertilizer, it is just turn on fire hose of fertilizer and go. Now, with precision farming, it doesn't work that way. It's like, okay, you have the different types of soils, so you've got like sandy, loam, silt, clay, all these different types. And they all have their own desired acidity, which is what you use the lime for. And that would make it sound like it's really complicated and that there's a lot of effort you gotta do. But for as complicated as it sounds, it actually is in a lot of ways less effort than if you're not running precision farming. So like if we look at, this is a contractor here, but if we look at my field, because it's right here, right now I've got oil radish growing in it, which is just a cover crop that I get a subsidy for, which is part of that as well. But you can see near the bottom, it says like pH, okay, nitrogen, perfect, that. That's for the crop planted. I have enough fertilizer and its acidity is close enough to write. But if we look at this, we actually go and get a bunch of different stats on here. So I can look at this and it's got my environmental score, which is basically how well fertilized are my fields, how am I doing on my weed control in my fields, tillage, soil sampling, pH, a whole bunch of junk. And again, that sounds like a lot, sounds like it's really complicated. But in practice, what I do is I get my lime wagon and I turn it on and I drive and it takes care of it. Because if I grab my tractor real quick and grab my, I think we got fertilizer in here right now, which will still give me an example. So if you grab this, you'll notice way up there on the very top, it says deactivate automatic application rate, and then there's that big thing about like the nitrogen mineral anal field application. So if I actually drive onto the field real quick, you'll notice there, it's got a little bar, and that little bar, it's got the red line that's my current amount of nitrogen in the soil, and the desired is the little flag. But I don't have to do anything. All I do is I open this, and I turn it on. And it puts down the appropriate amount of fertilizer for the amount of nitrogen I need in my soil. So it's no different than my normal application of fertilizer from what I do as a player, except I only need to do 1 pass. I don't have to do the 1 pass, do something else, and then the 2nd pass kind of stuff. And that's, like, with the lime, it's kind of the same thing, too. But yeah, so there's there's a lot of stuff that it's kind of cool in that it gives you benefits. Like if we look at this as well, where it has this environmental score, it's probably hard to read, but based on my 71 environmental score, your environmental score increases your sell prices by 6%. So you get like a little bit of a surplus if you are taking good care of your field. Whereas if you're not taking good care of your field, you can actually get a penalty. And they also do give you a minor subsidy for having a cover crop, which is like grass or oil radish or whatever, during the winter, which is a thing that happens in real life. You can get a subsidy for that. It's pretty close to nothing. Like, for our field, when I did it over the winter, they gave me about $200, which is basically nothing. But for having a field doing something when otherwise it'd just be sitting idle, that's fine. The real benefit there is when you go and cultivate the oil radish, you don't get a crop to sell. Instead, it puts fertilizer down in the field, because that's the whole point of it. It sequesters nitrogen into the soil, so it keeps the soil sound, and it traps moisture, which has no meaning in this game. But in real life, that's the whole thing, is to also just... it's good for the soil. That's what matters. So it's kind of a cool idea that it has, like, all these different mechanics going on. But in practice, it means I actually have to do less work on my fields. I get paid more for that work. And it does scratch that realism itch as well in a way that doesn't feel bad. I'm also not entirely sure what our AI is doing here. Hey Greg, how's it going? Man, this is my first time messing with this mod. I got asked to use the precision farming mod a lot in Farming Sim 22, and I just never did. It's one of those things that always came up after I had already committed a lot of time into a run, and it always felt like one of those things I didn't want to add on to the top of it. But it all works. Oh, and another thing that you have with the precision farming mod is I've got this tool right here. I'm not going to actually use it right now, but that little thing I'm next to hook up, that's a soil sampler. So if we look at the map, you'll notice I can see like all the situation in this field and a little bit into that field. That's because I use the soil sampler. So each time I use it, it gives me a circle to see like, okay, what type of soil is it? What's its pH? What's its nitrogen level? It gives me all that information, but I have to actually run down and do that. If you don't want to, you can also just go here and just purchase it. And like in game, it'll charge you like $1,000 for a field or whatever, and it'll just give you that information. Another added thing is they have like the economic analysis that it does go and give you a breakdown saying, hey, based on what you did here, you made 3,500. I'm just curious what the extra numbers are here. Oh, okay. So you have one that's how much we made from the last time and how much I've made from this field cumulatively forever. So in theory, we made 3,500 out of this field, but over the entire lifespan of the field, we made about 7,000. Gotcha. That's fine. That was the vehicle I needed. Let's see, it looks like you had a Farming Sim copycat. No wonder it was no good. You can get Farming Sim 23, but $45 is a bit steep. Keep in mind, Farming Sim 23 is like their mobile console version of the game. It is, from my understanding, a more simplified / watered down version of the game. That, like, the Farming Sim proper titles go 22 to 25. I don't really know how good or bad or otherwise 23 is, but it is a similar but different product. I genuinely don't know how good the game is on console at all. I know we've had people pop in the channel who play on console. But I haven't played it myself, so I just don't know. Okay. I believe you only got like 1 or 2 more passes before this is done. And now we turn that in, then we're ready to advance the day. Because I took on a lot of contracts today because we're horrifically in debt. Normally when I play Farm Sim, I don't allow myself to take loans or leases or do contracts, that kind of stuff. In this particular case, the whole point has been to check out the precision farming mod. And it is those things that you can't really do anything with it until you actually have a field of your own. So the normal Survivor Man challenge run settings that I do weren't really a good idea because it would have taken me like 4 or 5 streams just to be able to get my first field up. And, you know, this way we were able to get our first field up literally on a half of a stream yesterday. Like, it didn't get a full cycle done, but we were able to at least buy the land and get the field going. But that has required contracts and horrific debt. Which I'm to understand is just normal for farming. Are you already done? Okay, so you are dropping off all the way up there at 27. Oh, and also the precision farming, you'll notice we've got the areas to drive through your own fields to be able to spray fertilizer, herbicide, whatever you're going to do. We've got that. I might stop generating those on my own field, because it is just one of those things that, with the thing I'm using right now for planting and seeding and all that, I really don't need it. So I'm just giving up a little bit of my productive area without benefit. All right. Yeah, so you are just up here. Okay, and we'll turn this in, and I'll be able to turn in 2 more quests, or contracts, and once those 2 contracts are done, we get our payout. That'll be like another 10,000. We'll be able to pay down a little bit more of that loan, because every time I pay it down, it's a little bit less interest I have to pay each month. Because Farm Sim, as a warning, especially to new players, the loans in Farm Sim are not like consumer loans. They are loans. If you borrow $100,000 and you pay $1,000 in interest, congratulations, you owe $100,000. And if you go 10 years paying all your interest payments, congratulations, you owe $100,000. The loans require you to physically pay them down directly, like to go out of your way to do a principal payment. No percentage of your payment goes against principal. So if you take a loan, you're gonna want to take the time to manually deal with that. All right, so we'll collect that. And collect that. And with that, we can pay that down a little bit more. You've got the weird thing again where I can't teleport to my vehicle down here. That seems to happen after I do a contract for some reason. But with that, double checking that we don't have anything else we got to worry about. Because there's still more contracts left, but we're getting pretty late in the day that it's going to get dark soon. So let's go to sleep, advance our day. Okay. So with that, if we run down here, we could take a peek at what we got going on. So yeah, so I've got my oil radish going. That's fine. It'll just keep improving the stuff there. Yeah, can I go to that field and say, hey, no more tram lines, all right? And how's the water going here? You've still got water in you? Is there any contracts that I cannot live without doing? Nope. They all seem pretty terrible. Because we have found some of the contracts aren't working with the precision farming. And I think it has to do with these tracks. It generates those on the NPC fields. And I don't think the contracts are considering it. So these might take up 10% of a field. So you don't finish the contract for like 10% because the track lines and all that. Anything we really need? Bale wrapper's kind of nice, but I won't worry about that. So with that, we don't need to run down here to check out this field every time now. But what we can do is run up here. We're going to advance time. In December, I need to remember to sell my oats. That's the big thing I need to remember, is to sell our oats in December, because that's when we get the best price. Okay. If another sunflower contract pops up, I might consider that one, but just the one I probably won't. You're fine so far. Yeah, I don't... Later on I'll want that, but not at this stage. We have October, we're getting into the winters, our contracts are going to start sucking. It's basically going to be, we're going to be advancing till probably spring. Well, advancing till December, sell the oats, and then advancing till spring to choose what we're going to plant. Because we want to keep the oil radish there until February. That's when we get our subsidy. And then after that, we got to decide what the heck we're doing. So we will pay the tiny bit of loan down. We've got the rice planter has shown up on a discount. If I were to make that into a rice field, which would still require the harvester, which is 95,000. I am going to skip on that now, but it is at least tempting. Yeah, contract sucks. And meanwhile, you are still fine for the moment. So we're getting a little trickle of money in from our greenhouse. It's effectively a sustainable money that you have very low amounts of labor you do to manage it. But yeah. Okay. So again, winter contracts suck. We have a bale loader, so nothing we care about here. Alright, so it's not letting me teleport down to my vehicle, that's fine. So let's grab our oats. We don't have a lot of it. But let's get the money we can out of it. I'm expecting to be disappointed by this, by the way. Okay, so oats. Where can I get the best price for oats right now? That's actually not a bad price. So we don't do this one. That's the only one that we're not going to do. Just because the train has whole thing going on with it. So it's looking like the grain mill is our best price for the moment. And where are you at, grain mill? Okay, it's basically just up the road and to the right. Hey, Soul, how's it going? And the big thing we need to do is get ourselves situated so I can start to finish a crop the whole way. That's the snag we've got right now. And the big snafu there is the harvester. Because the reason I'm expecting us to have not made money on this is I did lease the harvester for one field that isn't very big. And that lease cost us over $3,000. which is going to eat massively into the profit. Because he made some marinated eggs and did a whole lot of pickling yesterday. Nice. We're going to zip on over here. Get what we can out of the oats. Knock down our loan payment a little bit. Then it's fast forward to at least March. And that's the point where we got to decide what are we doing for our crop. Because the oats, I don't think, make much sense. I would need a baler to make it make sense. Because then I could, well, baler or a foraging wagon. So that way I could sell the straw as well as an additional thing for money. I really don't want to deal with straw. It's fine. It's not like it's hard or anything like that. But it's just another process, and then it gets okay money. Like, you can actually make relatively okay money out of straw. But at that point, doing those two processes, I'd rather just grow something else. Okay. Alright, so I got about 7,000. It's not as bad as I was thinking it was going to be. So we definitely turned a profit. It's just a matter of how much. Pay down the loan a little bit more. Alright, let's get our vehicle back home. Yeah, so the problem is, I've got a seeder that works really well. Most of the crops I'd like to be doing require a planter. And that is what it is. But the seeder is handling cultivating, weeding, and seeding, so it's a pretty hard thing for me to not just take advantage of. But it's a matter of deciding what crop we want to do. And it's trying to keep it so that I would have the winter I could do the oil radish or whatever. But, it's looking like more and more I'm probably just better off using more of a cash crop and just not getting that subsidy, because the subsidy is only like $200. And it'll probably cost us an extra, let's say, $1,000 worth of fertilizer a year that I'm not taking advantage of the oil radish to handle. But at the same time, getting a crop that's just worth more money is probably going to be the bigger play for us. Okay. Alright, so we can drop this all off here. And then the water needs topping off at the greenhouse. Let's get that. Yeah, keep checking that, thinking it'll change. Right, so... yeah, April is when we can start planting almost everything. March, we get a couple of options of things, like the oats and all that, some of the earlier planting things. Otherwise, it's April is kind of like the big planting day. Because, like, with what I've got, I can do grass, you can just do in general. I don't really want to do that. We can do canola and barley. Those do go over the winter. We can do, I believe, green beans, peas, and spinach. I can grow with that. Not great. I believe I can grow the long grain rice, which honestly is probably worth considering, because that would be a crop we can grow during the summer and then still have the oilseed radish during the winter. The peas are one I can do. the rice requires a different field, sorghum requires a different tool, soybeans requires a different tool, sunflowers requires a different tool, and then there's wheat. And I'm just trying to, I really want to just get away from doing the grains again. Because it is one of those crops that a lot of time we end up starting with that just because the tools you need for that are kind of the tools you need no matter what else you do. And that usually you can make that happen relatively inexpensive and it's pretty good price. None of the grains are amazing without production lines. They're all pretty much middle of the pack so far as how much money they make you. But then when you get production lines like making flour and bread and all that, and they very quickly become very lucrative. So that's where I'm at the head scratcher of what I want to get going for the other stuff. Alright, and we probably don't have contracts we care about. Yeah, just with transportation. So let's run up here. We'll want to advance the day. And those are all going relatively fine. Makes me wonder if it's one of those things. If I were to fertilize the field now, because the oil radish doesn't use it, would it be one of those things that I would then get a higher subsidy from the oil radish? I don't think so. I mean, that's fine. Okay. So we got a couple of things I'm probably not going to use. That's a header for a harvester. That's the Milo Star 1600. What harvester is that supposed to go with? I'm not seeing the one I would go with. Because unfortunately there's not really good... Oh yeah, we're not being able to do that. So I could get the header now, but it's also for one of the really high-end high-end harvesters that is way outside anything that's remotely possible for my budget. I should have noticed that when it was like $61,000 for the header. I've been like, oh yeah, no, it's talking way up there. That's fine. We probably do not have any contracts we care about. We do not. You're doing fine for the time being. So let's not even fuss around. We can go ahead and advance the next month. Because basically, like I said, the winter's the downtime. Just like in real life, there's usually not a whole lot for you to do during the winter. You can get a bunch of stuff to do, so you can like manage like getting all the pallets from stuff to sell and that kind of thing. We're just early game. I don't have a lot of that stuff. Yeah, so I got $138 subsidy for the field being covered. 138 for all that. What do you got here? Really giant discard where we can't handle. Really big tractor. Really big tractor. That would definitely be about as big as we could possibly go. We do have a planter on the cheap. This one does not auto drill and all that though, so I would need to, if I got this, I would separately need to get a cultivator and a weeder in addition to this. So while that is nice to see, we do have the problem there of I can't really take advantage of it. Let's check the schedule. I'm pretty sure February only cotton can be planted. We're definitely not doing cotton, so we'll advance the month. I've done cotton before. It's not a terrible plant. It's just, for where we're at, the equipment for cotton is fairly expensive for the harvester and all that. So it's just one of those ones I can't really make happen until we have more money. So this is a planter that does handle the cultivating and everything. I don't think the weeding. But the problem is it requires a tractor of a horsepower I cannot accomplish. And that's a windrower. So none of the sales help us out. But we do want to make something happen here. These contracts all suck. I will repay that loan for right now. So I got $170,000 I could potentially go up to for considerations of dealing with plants. That is going to be the seeder and the harvester. I've got most of the other things I need. No, that's not true, because if I do a planter, I need a cultivator then. And I don't have an actual cultivator. I've got a thing that's like an all-in-one. That's fine. We'll get there. So, we are in March. So if I go the route of the sunflowers and all that, I need the cultivator, planter, and a weeder. And I don't think we can do that particularly cheap. So if we pop in here and look at that, we can see what we're talking. So planter. So realistically, we're probably talking something in this area. Yeah, so we're talking about 50,000 for a planter, if we were to go that route. So about 70,000 when we add the cultivator to it. And then if we add the weeder to it as well, I haven't even looked at these ones. This is the one I prefer. So 110,000 for that. And then we'd still have to get a harvester. Which, oh, that's the wrong kind of harvester. A harvester. So we're talking 100,000 there, because I don't think there's any of the, yeah, none of the ones that they added are cheaper. So 100,000 plus the header. Yeah, so we're talking almost 300,000 between that. So I don't think that's a thing we can pull off. What other crops? So something like spinach, we literally have everything we need here except the harvester, but the problem is as a specialty crop, that harvester is $600,000. And green bean is up there and peas are up there. So that's the thing that kills all three of those for me being able to do easily enough. Let's just grab the tractor and attach it to our seeder and check there. I think we're stuck with doing a grain again for the time being. I got grass, peas, spinach, wheat, barley, oat, canola, long grain. All right. So we could do canola and sell that. We can do barley and sell that. We could do wheat and sell that. Those are your grains, the typical ones. Spinach, I don't have the equipment, nor could I realistically afford that. The long grain rice. The long grain rice does have the same basic requirements as all of my grains. So like barley and all that, the long grain rice would work as well. Does the long grain rice align to anything else? No. Now long grain rice, I can do the 2 different cycles, which is something worth considering. But I might just genuinely go for straight up boring old wheat to get us some money real quick, which does mean planting in September. Just because really if I go to do much else, it's just not going to be nearly as good for us. And you're just doing your thing. And plus, we might get lucky and catch something on sale, because that could make opportunity there. So March is raid contracts we would really want to do. Not really. We're probably just pushing on till, you know. Actually, wait a second. Can't you do oat and wheat in the same year? I believe you can. So if we were to plant oat again, let's double check this before I commit. We harvest in August. Actually, I could literally do oat and any of the other grains. Okay, so there's no reason not to do oat. Because even if it's not the most lucrative, we did make money on it, and we would be able to plant the next thing in time. Alright, let's turn on steering assist. Oh, right, this field has that weird curve here. That's fine, we'll just go to the other side and start there. We did get rid of the track lines as well. Okay. Yeah, so you could go ahead and we'll get the oats down. Get that moving. Then when we harvest the oats, we'll be able to turn around. At that point, we can choose barley, wheat, or canola. And if we're lucky, between now and then, we might find some kind of harvester on sale used or whatever. If not, that's not the end of the world. We can still lease it. That does cut into our profits a good like $3,000 something. It's pretty big hit to our profit margin. But there's making $0 and making not $0. So, you know. Okay. But yeah, so this thing's pretty cool. It's not as wide as a lot of the ones I use, but it is cultivating the soil, planting the seeds, and weeding it afterwards, all in one pass. The only thing it doesn't really do is fertilize, but that's fine. Fertilizing is very easy. The downside is, as you've probably noticed, it's not very big. So it is kind of one of those things to consider with that regard. But it'd be interesting to mess around with some of the larger ones of those and see what all we can make happen. Okay. More than likely what we'll end up doing, I didn't think about checking it on this field before we started, is more than likely after this go, I will probably need to fix the pH of the soil by putting down some more lime. Every time you harvest, the nitrogen content of the soil gets hit really, really hard, and the acidity of the soil, the pH, gets a mild hit. So it is those things that generally the game advise you, like, okay, every third time you harvest something, you know, it's probably time to do a pass. You know, it's probably a time to do a pass of lime. Use a John Deere. I mean, I'm going to use what we can afford. I don't particularly have any attachment or rejection of any particular brand of tractor. But why would I use a John Deere specifically? Because honestly, if we're being real, as a brand, John Deere has been getting a pretty bad reputation due to like the whole right of repairs and all that. Because you own one in real life? Okay, cool. I mean, I'm not going to buy a tractor when we're playing on kind of difficulty economy things just because someone told me to. And if I'm being real, in game mechanics wise, I tend to actually prefer, which brand was it? I tend to prefer the Fence. And the reason I tend to prefer the Fence is they have the fastest drive speed. You being rude, you're the one who told me to drive something without like anything else. There's this thing about no backseating in general. Telling someone literally specifically what to do is considered backseating. But yeah, no, definitely the Fence are better than John Deere, and John Deere, like anyone who likes it, should be disgusted by themselves. I'm obviously joking. Alright. Go touch grass. Okay. And with that, what mod wants to go ahead and find the ban button? I know you all itch for it because I don't let you do it very often. There you go. Oh, right, doing the thing. First, thanks for the raid, and don't mind this, I am not prepared. I'm hoping that, I don't think that played over the speakers. I think literally we got caught by the update again. And thanks so much for the raid, Kate and Phil Gaming, I do appreciate that. You just caught us dealing with a ban real fast, so don't sweat it. We had someone who just popped in immediately backseating and all that. You already working on the ban? I figured as much, but you know, I know people lurk. I'm assuming the sound didn't play. If it did, cool. If not, I'll have to fix it. But thanks so much for the raid. For those who didn't, for those who haven't checked out Kate and Phil Gaming, also playing some Farm Sim 25. What were you doing in Farm Sim 25? How did it go? If you need to raid and run, that's totally fine. Don't let me keep you, but you're obviously welcome. We feel the pain, no worries. Yeah, no, it was weird. It's just like, drive a John Deere. Because I own a John Deere. It's like, okay. It's like, you're lazy, touch grass. It's like, cool, man. What? You were moving a tree across a bridge. Interesting. Yeah, no, it's really weird. I mean, it's clearly someone who came in with the intent of just causing trouble. Troll's gonna troll. I have better things to do in my life than waste that. Also, let's be real. There's better brands. Just gonna say it. It was a 4-person job. Interesting. They basically installed the tree in a bridge. Kate says, suck eggs, troll. Yeah, I mean, they're already banned, all that. It was a John Deere marketing rep. Oh, yeah, no, that checks out. Their whole approach to right to repair. I assume all of their marketing is probably as incredibly toxic. For the record, I don't actually have any opinions on John Deere. I'm not someone who buys tractors or anything else like that. Video game wise, I tend to like the Fence the most because they tend to have the fastest top speed. The Thai person? I can check what the name was in just a second. You did real professional tree removal. Gotcha, I'm sure it's total memes. The name was, let me see. Yeah, that Thai name. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, every once in a while you get one of those people who just pops in. And it's like, they're very clearly their only motivation is to just troll. And sometimes they can be fun. You can have trolls that can be fun and interesting or whatever. And then you have trolls that are like, oh, you're just being an ass. You did a real professional tree removal. So, like, did you cut down the tree and you're trying to take the entire tree moving over? Like, I'm curious, or is this like something involving a mod that you can like replant trees? Because Genuinely, I'm scratching my head and be like, what? Because I know there's some pretty wild mods to the game. Arborists are serious? Oh yeah. Like, I know in real life, moving trees is a huge pain. Like, and it's actually really impressive that there's a lot of places they will grow the trees, like, all the way to adulthood in one location to then ship to another place to actually have them stay long term. It's like, what? Well, Farmer Martin had some trees he cut down and needed moved. Oh, you were doing the wood transport contract? Is that what I'm understanding? Did you choose the ones where they're the really long logs that take like the big bed thing? Is that what I'm understanding here? Because some of those get pretty wild. So he went in with a wheel loader, a telehandler, and a flatbed. It wasn't a contract. Farmer Martin is a viewer. Oh, that is... okay. I understand now that you are Farmer. I understand. I get it now. That was the thing. I didn't catch that it was like an actual like player created situation. That makes way more sense. I get it. Cause it's like, what contract is this? I don't understand. Right. I can see that. I hope there was something truly cursed like American Elm, where they've got a billion branches going out sideways and just trying to logistically figure out that nightmare. But it sounds like you had a lot of fun. That's the important part. It sounds like it's a lot of fun. It was probably chaos. Maybe or maybe not a couple tipped over vehicles. Oh, it was an American Elm? Excellent. For those who don't know, I think this tree right in front of me, this might literally be an American Elm right here. It is an American Elm. So yeah, that gnarly thing on the top. Even cutting it apart and doing everything, the American Elms are pretty frustrating to deal with. You're very professional and only have 2 cars on the roof. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That sounds amazing. Those are, so they didn't do a dare drop with the precision farming mod being released, but like a lot of times when Farm Sim comes out with like one of the major DLC, they do dare drops. Those are low-key some of the dare drops I like the most, is when they have those like really weird unhinged things for you to do. So like when they released the root vegetables with Farm Sim 22, they had one where you had to do a full tour of the map, like a tour guide tour. You know, they got ones where you got to cosplay stuff or whatever. I actually low-key, the dare drops I've done on that channel, that was probably my favorite dare drop, was just that silly little tour. Because we definitely went like full on, you got on that bus in the middle of a tourist trap of a town, you know, the double-decker bus and the person's just on the PA kind of tour guide. That was fun. It was especially great because half of the buildings aren't, they're like, what they're labeled isn't in English, so I had no idea what the language was. Definitely seemed like the tour guide who was an intern who came from someplace else and is just really trying their best. Oh man, that was a while back. There's been some fun wild dare drops. Oh, if you play a bunch of Farm Sim, have you seen the Nexat? Have you seen that monstrosity? That DLC? It's cool. Not the most amazing. It's like slick tech, but as far as usage, is only good if you have one really big flat field. It does not like elevation. It does not like anything less than perfection so far as the field. It's also the, I have a problem, how much can I over-engineer the solution? Yeah, that's, for those who haven't seen it, The next ad is this monstrosity. So that whole gap between there, I believe that's 30 meters. And it can drive this way and that way. Like the wheels will turn sideways and all that. And that whole open spot in the middle, you can equip a header that covers the entire width of that. So whether it's seeder, planter, harvester, cultivator, slurry, sprayer, the actual sprayer goes even wider. And it has the cool thing where it can both cultivate and slurry at the same time and all that. It's neat stuff. And I do think if you have a perfectly flat, level field that is very large, it is probably the fastest one to process your crop start to finish, because it's also got the largest hopper for any harvester in the game. And by a fair margin on that. And it also, I believe, harvests faster than most of the other harvesters. So, like, if everything's perfect, it does outperform everything else in the game. But heaven help you if you got so much as a molehill in the middle of your field. You got so much as the tiniest little bump in your field, and it becomes very unmanageable. That it can just, like, beach itself on the middle of your field. You only use John Deere stuff? Yeah. For me, so, like, again, I'm not a farmer and all that. I don't actually have any, like, compared to, like, the actual companies and their actual products, I have no loyalty to any of them because I have no relevance to any of them. Out of the products I've gotten to use in this game, the only brand that I've been directly involved with in real life is Husqvarna. I used to sell tools, including lawn equipment and all that, and one of the brands we did carry was Husqvarna. So we had, like, all our chainsaws and we sold and everything, and the weed whackers we sold, and generally speaking, the Husqvarna was some of the better ones we sold. To be fair, a lot of them were some pretty crap brands like DeWalt and everything, so far as that goes. And I know DeWalt makes some relatively, they're pretty mid-range tools. They're not bad. Their lawn equipment's pretty not amazing. It's fine. It'll do the job for, like, residential use or whatever. But yeah, you're 4th generation farmer. Your family is very loyal to John Deere. Gotcha. Yeah, I was actually mentioning when you popped in here because we were dealing with the troll. Couple minutes before everyone got in here, we had someone pop in and was just being a turd. It's like, use John Deere. It's like, I am doing a challenge. I will use what I can afford. When you're broke, you know, beggars can't be choosers. If the John Deere is outside my price range, you know what I'm not going to get to use? The John Deere. But when I am, like, end game and all that, my favorite of the large tractor is actually the Fendt. But that's purely because the top speed. Like, the horsepower's not as high as some of the others. Some of the features aren't necessarily as good as some of the others. But then you're like, hear me out, I get to go faster. It doesn't help when I'm doing stuff in the field, which is 90% of the time. New Holland? I like New Holland. Generally speaking, I've been pretty happy when I've used the New Hollands. But that's just it. I don't really have a loyalty to any of them. If you plant cotton, can you mow and bale the stalks? So, yeah, with the cotton, it's not that you mow, you use the cotton harvester. So the cotton harvester will then bale it up in itself. But you don't need a baler separate for it. It's its own special harvester. As far as, like, the stalks, like straw, no, you can't do that with cotton. It's just not that kind of plant. Faster knowledge better? No, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. But for me, when it comes to it, the traveling between fields and all that, I often, when I get to the end game, I'll often go for that Fendt. Early game, I'm going to take what I can get. Because we're not doing our usual try-hard, sweaty challenge run stuff. Normally I do the Survivor Man challenge where what I'll do is I'll have no loans or leases allowed. You start with $0. You give yourself a plot in the bare minimum to make any money. Most of the time that is a truck and a chainsaw. and go from there. And I put on the hard economy settings. I also may not use power generation because once you get one down, you have infinite money. You just have to be patient. So I do all these sweaty try-hard things. We're not doing those right this second because we want to check out the precision farming mod that just came out. That just got released by Giants 2 days ago. And that doesn't matter until you have your own field. So I didn't want to spend 3, 4, 5, 6 streams getting up to the point of having a field before we check out any of the new stuff. But with a lot of that, like, I know for Farm Sim 22, it was always, I would start with the stuff, and usually my first tractor was, I can't remember, it's like 30,000 or 40,000 you could get it. It was a 100 horsepower tractor with no front connection. It was one of the slowest tractors in the game, but it was 100 horsepower for like 30,000 bucks or whatever it was. Or maybe it was even like 28. It was really cheap. So it's kind of one of those things. It can do one thing and it can do it well. It gave up pretty much every other possible feature you might want in a tractor. But if you needed horsepower put to a piece of equipment on a dime, it could do it. So that was always my entry-level tractor in that, because it was enough horsepower I could plow a field and do that kind of stuff. Not well, none of it well, but it was physically doable. Let's see, one mod like makes you go slower when the yield is high. Oh, so like the idea is if you have a 120% yield field or whatever, because you've maxed it out, you might only go 5 miles an hour. Whereas, like, if you're at 80% yield, it's 6 or 7 or 8 miles per hour. I don't know what the difference would be. That's kind of interesting. I don't think I'd load that myself because going slower isn't really something I'm seeking out. I'm actually someone who I joke about, like, realism. You know, like, realism in games. You know, it's fine, but when it comes at the cost of gameplay, it's, you know, I see a lot of games that kind of ruin themselves by going for as realistic as possible. But it's also those things of don't yuck someone else's yum kind of thing. If they're enjoying it, who cares? The comment I usually have with that is like, are you having fun? Congratulations, you're playing the game correctly. You turned on all your cheats and gave yourself infinite money and you're just playing, you know, dress up the farm? Are you having fun? Congratulations, you're playing the game correctly. Are you on the sweatiest try hard? You've got your special new and addition very hard economy where like making a single error puts you into crippling debt that you can never quite recover and you have very little control over pests or something. I don't think there are mods that do that, but if there are, if you're having fun, congratulations, you're doing it correctly. Your correctly is pretty rough, but still correct. People enjoying themselves wrong ruins it for you. I know, right? How dare they? It sounds like the old ranch tractor you had when you were small. Slow, but it had all power you could ever use in a ranch. Yeah, that's exactly what that... I wish I could remember which one it was. Because I think maybe with... So we grabbed... The only mods I have are like the Giants official ones. Like, it's something in the ballpark of the Volvo here, but it was only 100 horsepower. But it's something like this, where you look at it, there's no front connector, there's a back connector. Because something like that, where it's just horsepower. It's just cheap horsepower. It's really bad for a lot of things. Like if you're like, oh, well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mow, you know, I'm going to do the mowing and then I'm going to have on the back part of it, I'm going to have my forager wagon or my baler or whatever. Can't do it, only a back hookup. Oh, well, I want to mow and I want to do a wide area. Can't do it, only a back hookup. I'm going to go ahead and top this off. Do all that. So it definitely gives up a lot. Oh, this is weird. Are you actually still filling up that greenhouse from here? Because you're still reading as I'm overflow filling. I'm willing to let you sit there and see what happens. Okay, so from here, I need to put down some fertilizer. But as you can see from the mini-map where, like, well, in a second you'll be able to see from the mini-map, where the field looks all weird and funky. Alright, you have a good one, Kate. And, Kate and Phil Gaming. I hope you you have yourself a relaxing one, and you have a good evening, and all that good stuff, and you sleep well. Thank you again for that raid. Alright, well, thank you. I do hope you all have yourselves a good night. I know, it's getting pretty late. I usually stream for another 2 hours or so. And I mean, I'm going to keep streaming for another 2 hours or so. But yeah, so with the precision farming, if you look at the mini-map, you'll start seeing where it's all red will slowly turn to sort of a yellow. It is a thing that I am learning that trying to get it green doesn't do anything. That's too much nitrogen. And you saw how it paused for just a second there. That's because with the precision farming, it does automatically adjust if you have the correct stuff, so it won't just waste fertilizer. But yeah, so what we're trying to do here is get the fertilizer to the correct amount for the crops we got planted. Right now we're doing oats. I'm probably going to switch it over to one of the other grains. I was honestly trying to avoid sticking with the grains, just because with a lot of these runs, you know, you end up getting into the grains first just because all the specialty crops tend to be very expensive to get started. Part of me low-key debated just switching over to growing the normal rice because I actually like the normal rice. I understand the little harvester and the little seeder can be a pretty tough hit for a lot of people. I have no idea how that works with precision farming. Spice it up with some sorghum. The problem is I gotta get a planter for sorghum. And because I am using the seeder that has the harrower and the weeder built in, well, cultivator and the weeder built into it, if I switch over to a planter, I'm going to need to get a cultivator and a weeder in addition to the planter, or in addition to the planter itself. If I want to get the one that's all combined, all three of them, I need a bigger tractor. My tractor just doesn't have the oomph to run it. Because we are in a budget tractor. I have been tempted. I was looking at a couple of tractors. I've been messing with some stuff off stream. I was looking at some of the tractors that came out with the all the mod packs that Giants came out with that are from, like, you know, various events and DLC and versions of the Game Pass and all that kind of stuff. And there's some of those tractors that look real wild. Okay, so with that, we should have our fertilizer mostly sorted. I know it still looks very yellow and red. That's actually not bad. It looks bad, but it's actually fine. Which is the same mistake I made till people have done this mod in past versions. Like, no, that's okay. Because when you look at it, we just need to run it a little ways from the edge. You can actually see, like, right now it's marking the pH as okay. These areas here that we had the gaps in here, those are showing as the nitrogen. Let's double check that. I don't think we missed any spots. Weird. Oh, it's bad high. That's where we had our the track lines. I got rid of those, so those track lines are effectively massively over fertilized. That's fine. That was gonna be that way no matter what I did. But yeah, so you can see they're all in, like, the good to perfect kind of range out here. So that means putting down more is bad. So the yield potential is 100%. The expected yield is hovering around 96, 97%. So, I mean, honestly, that's about as good as we're gonna get. Is there anything on sale we want? See, like, this would be, if we wanted to do the planter, this is what I'd want, because it's got the cultivator and the planter built in one. I don't think it has the weeder as part of this. I'd have to weed behind it, but that's okay. But the problem is that thing requires 360 horsepower, and I have 160 horsepower. And crippling debt. I have lots of crippling debt. So much crippling debt. Let's take a quick peek at the contracts and see if there's any nice, relatively fast contracts for good money. I have noticed a lot of these contracts don't work well with precision farming. I was specifically warned that the weeding and hoeing contracts don't work well with it. We tried a cultivating contract, and when I finished the whole field, it still said I needed to do like 10% more of the field, and it was done. So there is some stuff, but I think it's the track lines don't count as part of the field when you're doing it, which messes it up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So with that said, we're not going to stand around and do nothing, so we're going to go ahead and move our time forward. Stretch? Yeah, I can do that. Okay. And as far as sales today, we still got those tractors, and these are tempting. While they're not my favorite tractors or anything like that, because we're dealing with these limited economy settings, being able to snag a tractor half off is not something to shy away. All right. Well, this is another one that we could drill plant with it. Not quite as high. Wait, what? Equipment. Ah, so that's to cultivate and seed. But yeah, so that's those ones. I could get that. Right now, though, my problem is the harvester. I am having to lease the harvester, which really hurts our margins. Okay. What month do I need to pull up the oats? The oats are July. But we're hoping to get a harvester on discount. That would be the dream. Okay. So there is a catch here. That is, I believe, a really good harvester, if I remember correctly. So you are Exhale Flow 7150. And where does that land? I want to say it's one of the larger ones. Yeah, there it is right now. So it's not a huge one. Because we got, like, these are the huge ones. But it's pretty high up there. It's the second largest of the case series. So let's see. 10,000 volume. I mean, that's 2/3 the size of the largest John Deere. Not that much bigger than these. And what is the width of your attachments here? 8.5 meters and 9 meters versus the little baby one is 6 meters. So the reason I'm having the hesitation here is if we look at our money, I can right now I have about 170 I could pull if I fully commit to debt. So I could get this and I'd have up to 40,000 more, not counting the repair on all that. It would give me my harvester, which would mean not leasing the harvester, which would mean I'd have everything to do the full cycle that I just straight up own. And that's good. And that's a good price for that, like a really good price for that. But how much is the header? Because I'm a little worried I'm gonna buy that. I'm gonna buy that and basically be on the very edge of being able to afford the header. Because I have till July, which is only 2 in-game months. Unless I can snag a couple of decent contracts, which we won't. Yeah, those weeding ones, like I said, I've been basically told that these weeding contracts don't play nice. The weeding or the hoe ones don't play nice with precision farming. So I would take the contract and just fail it. I mean, it's a good deal. And the likelihood of me finding better anytime soon is not high. You can knock a couple thousand off. I really probably should. I really don't want to. Okay, customize. Get rid of the twin wheels in the front. And it's done. Okay, so it took one more than I needed. So repay that. You still got water? Yes, you do. It's a steal of a deal. It's a steal of a deal. But it's a steal of a deal I really can't afford. I can only borrow 45,000 more, which should be enough that I can get the header. The good news here is I own everything I need to be able to harvest any of the fields. So one thing that will work for me for is I should be able to go into some of these contract fields, not even need to lease their equipment at all, and just go harvest their field. Because like I said, it may not be the biggest harvester, but it is a relatively big one. Yeah, we don't care about that. Alright. I am going to go and, while it is raining real fast, I'm going to top off the water in the greenhouse again. Actually, one second. What would even be harvestable today? Barley. Okay, that's fine. Because part of me wanted to be able to try and make another field happen soon. But that purchase definitely knocked that down. That also does mean we are kind of committing to having the crop out of the basic cedar, which we are sort of already committing to anyways. But that just farther commits us. That said, I kind of wanted to switch over to sunflower for no other reason than the last couple of farms I've started, we did end up starting with grains, because that's not true. 2 farms ago, we started with rice. The ones you flood the field, because that was new tech and I wanted to do it. But, oh, we can also speed up time again. I forgot we slowed it down because we took some very lucrative but very slow contracts to harvest earlier. Because that's a problem. Yeah, it's an art contract that I'm just paranoid will not function. I'm gonna take my chances with it. I've been warned that these probably don't work. But it is kind of one of those things I want to check it. This one should be fast because it is using the hoe that lets you go while working with it really quick. If it doesn't work with the precision farming mod, that is what it is. It'd be good to determine that now for sure. But we had a cultivating one earlier I couldn't complete. Because if we can't finish with this one, the leash shouldn't be too bad. Why are you showing 91% done? No, that's not north, that's south, right? No, you're north. Okay. Why are you showing 91% done already? Go home, game, you're drunk. Because I'm also curious if it's just the weeding when you use the herbicide sprayer. That might be what's actually bugged. Or if it's because of the track lines. I'm guessing it's the track lines, honestly. That they're counting it for field as part of the contract, but not counting it for field for purposes of the running of the process. Now granted, if it's starting at 91%, real curious of how that works. Okay. I was selected on the weight, and I was like, why is this not working? Maybe it's trying to tell me how much weed coverage there is? So we're at 9% weed coverage? Okay. And it could also be one of those things that it miscalculates for other reasons. Like maybe weed coverage that's not visible or whatever. Right now we're zipping along. I am very curious. Okay, so it is counting up. That is good news. We did see it go up 1%. So that's one concern mildly alleviated. That said, we did go around that whole area for 1%, so it's clearly not just the amount of field. So it's got to be how much of the field is free of weeds. And it's probably just calculating it differently just because of the precision farming completely overhauling that whole part. That's interesting. That line was grayed out as if I already ran it, which I know we haven't, and there's also weeds here. So it should be around 93% any second now. Just judging by how far I got for the first percent. Wifey, I love you more. Okay. You sleep well. Never. I can't say what I'm not. Wait. So you got paid for selling the cotton and completing the contract? Yes. Oh, right. So, yeah, since you're new, one of the nice things about the harvesting contracts is the game expects you to only successfully harvest something like 70, well, it's probably like 80, 90%. Not the full 100%. So if you do take the time to fully harvest the field, you get the full pay for the contract, and then whatever amount of the crop you had in addition to that initial percentage I just mentioned, you get to keep. So you can sell that as if it was your own. You can also turn around and use it for, like, not cotton, because cotton doesn't work for animal feed, but if it were a crop appropriate for animal feed, you could do it. For cotton, you could potentially take it to, I believe it's the tailor, to make it into fabric. No, it wasn't the tailor, there was one before that. It doesn't matter. But you could basically take it to have it made into fabric to get the upsell if you have your own place to do that. So that is one of the advantages of the harvest ones, is they'll say like, oh, this contract's worth 6,000, but when you take into consideration that extra 20-ish% crop, that's like, okay, that says 6,000, but in reality, it's closer to like 7.5, give or take, depending on the crop, the size of the field, and all those things. So it's pretty cool stuff. I don't believe there's any other contracts other than Harvest that have that kind of thing where you can get yourself like a little extra pocket change when you finish it. You tried parsnips before the cotton. That was painful. Never again. Couldn't hardly get the trailer under it. Couldn't get the tractor under it. Got like 7.5K for the cotton. Another 6 for the contract. Yeah, no, it's almost a rite of passage in Farm Sim nowadays to have someone accept a root crop contract and then realize they never again want to accept a root crop contract. Those contracts are honestly not terrible if you're playing with friends, but if you are playing with the AI, they're super awful, and even with friends, they're not the best. But at least with a friend, you can kind of coordinate things a little bit versus the AI trying to tell the AI, no, really, I need you to keep turning. I will fix my position myself. You know, there's just no going, because every turn they'll do like that stop, and you know, they'll stop, they'll back and they'll stop, they'll back and they'll stop. You're like, oh my god, please, you're just trying to get your trailer back in position again and again as they keep backing up, messing up your position. The root crop contracts are rough. You can also get the ones with the really, really small harvester that you have to leave all the... I don't actually think they give you the super small harvester, the 0.8 meter wide one. The one that you need to buy the crates and all that. But the point is, the root crop contracts, pretty rough. That's exactly what happened. Tiny field, nope. It almost took a toaster bath, and then watching them continue to turn without me dumping it on the ground. So it won't actually dump on the ground, just so you're aware. Like, it won't penalize or lose anything like that. But it is a thing that'll keep requiring you to get back underneath them before it'll even move forward, because the root crop machines don't have a built-in capacity. They technically do, but not really. But it just means the AI will treat it as if you aren't under there, they won't work. So in practice, it's just every corner is an exercise in frustration. And even the straightaways aren't great. Yeah, no, I've demoed that a couple of times on the stream where it's like, you'll have a bunch of stuff going. It's like, all right, fine, I'll take this one small field root crop contract just to show you all the banes that are the root crop contract. And like I said, they can actually be fine if you're playing with friends. On your own, even then, it's really rough, because the moment you have to depend on the AI for root crop, it's a bad time. It is my personal opinion that the Band-Aid fix they could have for it is give all the root crop stuff a little bit of internal capacity. Not enough that you can just clear half a field and then empty like other ones. You know, that is supposed to be one of the drawbacks. But give it like 500 liters or 1,000 liters or something. Something that's way, way low enough that it wouldn't be worth you individually switching back and forth that much. But that way, when the AI is going around those corners, you can just kind of sit back, let it go around the corner, and then pick back up where you left off. Just to save the frustration. And the other one, and I don't know if they fix this, is sometimes you'll take those root crop contracts and they'll give you one of the trailers that has the extended top and it'll be too tall to get it underneath the arm of the harvester. And if you get in the harvester, you can lift the arm and the AI won't lower it again. But some of the ones get really tall where you just basically have to like rub the trailer up against that arm just to get it technically under at all. And again, that just makes it even worse. So they do need to kind of control what equipment they're going to consider giving you to make sure it's a better fit, that you never have to raise the arm. You know, there's little tweaks they could do that'd make it much nicer. And it upset everyone who's like hardcore dedicated to realism. Everyone would be like, but the machine doesn't have internal storage. It shouldn't work that way. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. It's annoying to deal with. I'm willing to, like, wink wink, nudge nudge, just fuzzy the lines on the edge of the realism a little bit for the convenience side of things. Alright, so we got a couple of passes, and then we'll get to see if it will count as the full 100%, we'll complete the contract, or if we will end up failing it because, like, it'll be ever so slightly under the amount because of the track lines. Because this was one of the contracts I was warned doesn't work with the precision farming mod. You're all about realism, but yeah, implementation with this terrible AI just doesn't work. Well, again, the problem is it's not supposed to harvest, like, and be able to empty unless someone's underneath it. That's a design on the thing. You can work around it with players by being careful and just letting it tear up some crops here and there in the very corners, or deliberately never turning in the corners because of that machine and only going lengthwise of the field. But the AI can't count on that because if you have like trees or stuff on the end of the field. So it is one of those things that's the nature of how it works, that they kind of have to, they really, if nothing else, they need to let the let the AI kind of wink, nudge, cheat just a little bit, to make it run smoother. It's a limitation they put on the vehicle that it's very specifically not good for the nature of how the AI has to work, being that it can't always know what you're going to do with your fields. Because if you've ever gotten to see Farm Sim 22, that was the big problem with Farm Sim 22, was the AI was dumb as a box of rocks half the time there. If your field wasn't a perfectly flat rectangle with lots of space around it, you couldn't trust the AI to even be able to finish a job on it. The AI in Farm Sim 25 now, it will absolutely finish the job. It may be horrifically inefficient, but it will get it done. And actually they mostly do relatively fine. There's a couple machines that, because they do like the little cutouts in the corner so they can turn around without leaving the field, because that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to make it so it never leaves the field until the job's done. As best they can. With the header roads you have to, but outside of that. Because that's where the old AI ran into all of its problems. It gets snagged on trees and all sorts of stuff. Or fences or anything else. Like the old AI said, hey, go spray this field and drive like 3 inches forward and be like, I'm done. You'd be like, come on, man. So I'm feeling pretty good that this contract is going to work. We're at 99%. I've got about 2 rows left. So I'm actually expecting it to trigger 100% probably at the the first third of the next row. Or right now, that works too. So that's good, because that's a $10,000 contract right there. That's the reason I grabbed that one. I'm like, okay, hang on, that's actually a really good contract. That is one I would have immediately stopped and done really fast. I mean, that's another 3,000, and that's the one. Yes, the weeding contracts I don't enjoy as much because that thing's got big coverage, but it's much slower. Yeah, I probably should. I am horrifically in debt, so... Near top right. And more straight right, but still. Okay. I swerved to avoid being clobbered by the bus and hit those. Didn't really help my cause. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and work our way over here. Yeah, the reason we're doing these is I like these hoeing contracts. I like them more than the weeding ones because the hoe is really quick movement speed. If you've got the really, really, really big weeder, even though it is slower, it does come out to be roughly the same speed as the hoe so far as task completion because it's slower but a larger area of coverage versus this one's faster but a lower area of coverage. But even with the lower area of coverage, it's still pretty big. Yeah, so when you hit the T intersection, we'll take a left. Okay. Man, I remember doing the temple on the East Asian map. And just how many times, like, I stacked that thing so high with pallets. And how many times they ended up rolling it and tipping it and all that. Because of just the sheer volume of trips they're making. Like, made it through most of them without tipping it. But it's every once in a while, it just get a little too much gusto. Or I'd come around the corner at speed and there'd be a car coming. And there's just no saving it. If I didn't veer, you hit the car. And if I did veer, because of the speed, you know, you tip it over. Meanwhile, I can go here. Repay a little bit more of the loan for the moment. I keep hoping I'll see the barley harvesting come up, but hasn't so far. But you have to say the weeder you're using and weeding contract does no longer work with it. Only hoeing. It won't register progress of weeding one. And the only mod you have... Yeah, no, that is a problem. Because even though this is weeding, they consider it hoeing as a different process. It's the same exact result. It gets rid of the weeds. So it is kind of one of the unfortunate things that if you try to use this machine with a weeding contract, it doesn't work. And I believe that goes the other way too, is if I use a weeder and I try and do a hoeing contract, it doesn't work. Personally, I think it should. I don't care if in real life those are separate processes with separate nuance. For the game purposes, you got rid of the weeds. Yeah, no, that's exactly what Kravix is saying, is behind the scenes they are counted as separate things, but in my mind, I'm like, okay, but those separate processes, what is the outcome of what it does? It makes your weeds go away. Like, I'm honestly, in my mind, for it, I think it should also be acceptable if I use herbicide spray for de-weeding. Now, granted, in real life, obviously that wouldn't work. In real life, if someone's like, I am contracting you to spray my field with herbicide, and then you roll in and you know, use like a de-weeding machine and you tear through their fields with that, they'd be like, okay, you got rid of my weeds. That's not what I asked you to do. Like, this isn't the terms we agreed to. But hear me out. This is a video game, and I don't care. Game mechanics wide, I made weeds go away. The end state of the field is still the desired end state. All right. Yeah, this is going well. I got a bunch of mowing contracts, but eh. The good news is the hoeing contracts seem to work. I wonder if maybe it's just certain fields, because I know we ran into that when Farm Sim 25 released. That, at least on the East Asia map, there was a couple of fields that you would go to harvest, and you couldn't physically succeed on the contract with like stone picking and all that. Just the way it worked. I'm not going to bother doing one of those for like 1600. I think we'll advance the month here. Because it's July, I actually harvest our field. We will go ahead and pay a little bit more on that, because that'll still save us like 100 or so bucks on interest. But yeah, so what we can do then is we will harvest the oats tomorrow, which will require me to buy the header. Also double check, make sure we didn't, just in the off chance that the header showed up on sale. I've had once or twice doing challenge runs that I had that, which of course looks extremely suspicious when it happens. When you're like, man, I just need this one tool. If I could just get the large trailer of water, and then the next day it shows up and I'm like, didn't cheat, I promise. The counter to that is being like, I just need a bigger harvester to show up. 3 in-game years later, still no bigger harvester. Okay, well, it is time to really hurt ourselves. Okay, so with this, we're gonna go here and grab this. Here's the harvester we got. Combinations. So, I don't know why I would ever take the not as big one. That just seems silly to me. So we are going to grab this one here. I mean, I guess the only reason would be like if you're dealing with like limited space or something like that. But even then, I'd be like, well, then we're gonna figure out a way to make the space less limited. Okay, now we want to roll over here and repair our harvester because we did buy it used. Don't be too much. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So your biggest issue with the weeder hoe is that they put both pieces of equipment under weeder. They look similar, and the only way to tell the difference is to read the faint text of the screen that most of us won't ever read. That's one argument I'd have why both pieces of equipment should do the same job. Yeah, I also feel like another reason they should do the same job, though, is the reality that is a lot of people aren't going to know the difference between those two pieces of equipment. Like, that's kind of one of the jokes is what's the first step of getting good at farm sim? Well, you have the one path, which is to already be a farmer. And then you have the other path. Do I need a trailer for this before we go fighting through all this? Let's go here. Go here. Combinations. Header trailers. I wish it was really clear which one I should be using. I mean, I literally cannot borrow more money. That's the 25-footer. I think that's the one I have. I think that's the one I have. Let's doubly extra make sure. You are the 28er, so that is the one I have. So let's go here, and it was this one for you. Let's customize that. Okay. And I'm thinking we'll probably want to do a couple of contracts with this to make some extra money. Because right now, my debt is maximized. I physically cannot borrow more money. Asked the bank and they said, F off, pay your bills. So we are at absolute peak max. If I want more money, I have to make money by like doing stuff, which, you know, we're doing. I just keep getting more and more equipment to try and get everything sorted. So I'm gonna drop you off. I can't paint this, can I? I mean, it's probably... Yeah, no, it looks like it's locked in that red. I do like when they make it so we can customize our vehicles more by painting them. Yeah, I know John Deere is always green, and for the most part, New Holland is always blue, and stuff like that. I also don't care. Their brand recognition is their problem, not mine. Okay, so this way I've got what I need to be able to potentially take this around and harvest other fields. Because the big advantage we have now is if I do decide to take any harvesting contracts for like sorghum, wheat, barley, oats, anything like that, is that now because I don't need to lease the harvesters from them, that's an extra $1,000, $2,000-ish dollars that I get to keep out of that contract that normally would go to the lease. Plus, this does mean, now that I'm horrifically indebted, I do have everything I need, start to finish, to do any of the grains. And then on top of that, we actually have a decent harvester. I still remember when we did the No Man's Land Survivor Man challenge, I was stuck on the tiniest harvester for the longest time because it kept being like, oh, well, I can get my better seeder. Oh, well, I can get my better cultivator. Oh, well, now I can get a tractor upgrade. Oh, well, now I can get, you know, the better fertilizer. And the poor harvester kept getting pushed down the road again and again because, you know, it just wasn't the most painful part of the process. And it was like a big deal to skip right from the tiniest harvester. I think we got to like the second or third biggest all in one go. So getting one that's probably like top third of the harvesters, but not top of the pile, but relatively good right away, feels pretty solid. It's probably overkill for the field I've got here, but I also don't care. There we go. And that'll be way faster than that little red one I used last time. And I get to keep all the money. Well, I mean, other than to pay off my crippling debt. That I don't get to keep. But I don't get to be taken for $3,000 for the lease cost. Which, ironically, is probably better because I'm certainly going to be paying more than $3,000 by the time we get that interest or the loan paid off. Okay, and let's also take a peek at our contracts available today. There's a big freaking baling contract for $12,000. Hey, you know what? I'll probably regret this. But I feel like we can make good money doing this. Because I also haven't done it. That one's near the bottom of the map, kind of on the right? Yeah. Okay, so literally if I jump on this road directly in front of me and follow it down, it'll be like one over from it. Oh yeah, this was one of the tractors I was curious about. So this was one of the sorry. This is one of the downloaded, like, Giants Put It Out There mods. From my understanding, was this is a tractor that they added as a thing for the FarmCon 24 or something like that event. And it's weird that it doesn't have, like, a front area, I think. It's got, I'm assuming the engine is behind us on the bottom, but it just makes it have a weird look. My understanding as to why that is you have like a sprayer connector and everything you can put out, like for spraying your field, that just goes in those empty spaces. So it just makes for a funky looking tractor, but it does actually have special things you can attach onto it. Still relatively good horsepower for its size and price though. Okay. Oh, I got money from the greenhouse. I was like, wait, where did I get money from? It's like, oh, right, the greenhouse is, like, actively selling. Now, the pro and cons between your bales, you've got round and square bales. Square bales, you can just keep driving and just not stop. You just don't even have to worry about it. Round bales, when it fills up, I have to stop for just a second and back up, like, just a smidge to give it a chance to kick the bale out. Because if you keep driving, you'll leave patches of area you didn't pick up. It's one of the reasons for a lot of people the square bales are more popular. I actually like the round bales more, even if they're not as fast to work on. Like, not from a strategic or anything else side. I just really like the bale picker-upper for the round bales with the two hooks where it just kind of flips it on the back. It's just kind of fun to just drive by and have it throw them up in the back there. And I don't know. I don't know why. Round bales just are cooler to me. Is it objective? Nope. I will fully acknowledge that. It is not an objective anything. I just like them more. Yeah, it's fine. I'll fight for that little corner. I was like, I do like circles. I know. Literally, we make fun of squares. Calling someone a square is really mean. You like bales like you're shaped. Round life. Square bales make sense when you gotta stat like 4 grass harvests on top of each other. Other than bale ones. With round, you have to stop like every 3 meters. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Like being objective, the square bales are probably just more practical in pretty much every way. They stack better. You can just keep on going without having to stop constantly. They, like, in real life, they store better. Because, again, there's no weird gaps in between the bales that you can't utilize. Like, if we're being objective, the square bales do work better. But again, counter argument, I like the round bales more for no objective reason. For smaller quantities, the round baler with the integrated wrapper is pretty cool. Oh yeah, no, the integrated wrappers are neat, where it just like spits on the back, it just like rotates the thing around, and just has the little bars going like this, getting the wrapper around it. That's you like the fast balers, you don't have to stop. When you're saying the fast balers, you talking the square ones, or is there like a round one I'm not familiar that has a fast baler? Because I could be just blissfully unaware of like better round balers, because admittedly I haven't bothered looking into much in the round balers, because, you know, I get the one that works, and it's like it makes the largest size that I can carry on the trailer, so why do I need more? I normally don't go out of my way for baling contracts. It's just one of those ones like, you know what? It's paying out well. I couldn't tell you the last time I did one. Let's do it. Let's see, the round fast balers have a separate section, so it's able to start collecting the second bale while it compresses and binds the first. It's being out. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I never really looked into that because, like I said, it was just one of those things that this bale, like the round balers, just do what I need. So I just get the one that made the largest bales that I could carry on the bale trailer that I like. And after that, like anything bigger didn't really serve much purpose for me. Vicom, let's take a quick peek at that, because I imagine they gotta be the more expensive ones. So we get down to our balers real fast. Oh, and the Giants mod? Gotcha. Gotcha. So it is one of the official mods from Giants, because I actually do have it down here. Honestly, not as bad as I thought it was. It also looks like it's got the wrapper on it, too. Yeah, it's worth, for those who don't know, if you go to the mod workshop, let's see, you're new to Farm Sim and you're already finding yourself getting bored. Any ideas? I mean, you can certainly try different crops, do contracts, all that stuff, like mix up your gameplay. It could just be entirely that maybe it's just not really the kind of game that you're interested in long term, which is totally fine. But generally speaking, a lot of the draw to Farm Sim ends up being around like building up your farm. So being able to sit there and like have, you know, have a space and like slowly acquire more and more of it, get better equipment, that kind of stuff. For me personally, I find let's see, for me personally, I do find if I am playing where I just set the settings too easy, that I could just build up really fast, I get bored quickly. So I much more enjoy having to struggle a bit financially, but I know that's not for everyone. But so you've done some logging, but you're finding it so slow, like $0 to building. Yeah, no, it's like not being a huge fan of logging is totally fine. There are some people who love the logging in the game, there's some who cannot stand it. My genuine recommendation is if you're fairly new, just start taking a bunch of random contracts, figure out what you enjoy of the contracts and what you don't. And there's going to be some that are probably pretty safe that you probably won't enjoy, because like the root crops with the AI is pretty awful. But it can be one of those things that like you go, oh, I really like, you know, I really like harvesting the fields, or I really like transporting logs, or whatever thing that sticks. You know, different people are gonna have different things they like. And like I said, it can just be a thing that, you know, it's just not a game that resonates. That's totally fine too. There are people I know who cannot stand playing the game, but enjoy watching it. I know there's people who cannot stand watching it, but enjoy playing it. And I know there's people who are just genuinely like, I like the idea, but I don't enjoy the actual game. It happens. Sometimes a game sounds like something you want on paper, but then you play it and go, you know what? I was wrong. But so you're finding a hard time to find a happy medium with the time you're able to play and wanting to advance. Yeah, that can be a tricky thing. Like, there are games I love to play on really, really slow, difficult settings. And I would love to do that. But from a pragmatic stand, I just don't have the ability to play that much in general. Okay, so we got the oats all loaded up. One thing I was now suddenly realizing where I made the comment about I could do the other contracts. What I don't have is a spare trailer. Man, I know Farm Sim definitely is a game that you will wind up repeating what you're doing a lot. I do absolutely agree with that whole bit. Very, very genuinely when you're playing Farm Sim, you know, you handle a field. It's got like its 6, 7, 8 processes. You're going to keep doing those processes. What is that menu between the select camera and AI? You've never seen it? The select camera. Oh, if you hold the button to do the AI and you click that, you can do steering assist. What steering assist is instead of when you go up to a field and you just hit the button and say, hey AI, take the wheel kind of thing, I can use, it used to be what was known as GPS mod, but it's just built in the game now. It'll put stripes on my field. Of course it won't right now because I've already finished the task. No, with the wheat stuff? Oh, this? We are using the precision farming mod. Yeah, sorry. I misunderstood which one you're talking about. Yeah. That is an official mod by the devs in partnership with certain regulatory groups in the European Union that basically promotes sustainable farming and makes the game even more realistic. And so it's kind of one of those things, so like normally when you play Farm Sim, you go to a field, you go, oh, it needs lime, and you huck a go of lime on it, and you're set. What this does is instead you actually manage the pH of your soil, where different soil will have different amounts of lime it needs and all that kind of good stuff. And it will end up sounding like really complicated, like it's probably a huge pain in the butt. In practice, you literally are playing mostly the same. Like, you just have a thing to say, hey, like, put in the appropriate amount of lime for this soil, and it just does. So in practice, it mostly is the same. You just have to take soil samples once in a while. And otherwise, it actually reduces the amount of labor you need to do on a lot of fields. The big example of that would be, for example, fertilizer. When you're playing the game normally with fertilizer, I do my first pass of fertilizer. I have to do some not fertilizer process or pass time, so that like the field updates, and then once I've done that, then I can do my second round of fertilizer. With the precision farming mod, you just don't even have to worry about it. You just do the fertilizer. So in a lot of ways, like, it adds a little bit of complexity, but in what you actually do, it makes it easier and less laborious. You have to download that? Yeah, and to give you an idea about like how official and how much they consider it, when you download the mod, it actually shows up as a DLC for the game. It doesn't cost anything or anything like that, but it does get listed as a DLC instead of a mod, which is kind of a humorous little thing. You love quality of life mods and realistic stuff? Yeah, I'm definitely in the camp of quality of life. When it comes to the realistic, that is a more depends. Any realism that I find that like feels like it really adds to experience, sure. If realism I feel like it gets in the way of me enjoying the game, then I tend to be less on board. I'm not someone who realism is its own thing to be sought out. It's fine. I don't have a problem, like, give or take. But I just see a lot of games that they get so focused on realism that they absolutely kill the game balance of gameplay and the fun side of it. I haven't run to that too much in the simulation genre, though, to be honest. It's Survival Crafters is the one that tends to be my feelings there. There's a lot of survival crafters who go on for like the full realism experience, and they just get tedious. You love Vintage Story? I haven't played Vintage Story yet. I don't believe Vintage Story goes for like hyper-realism. I know it's basically aesthetically, it's like Minecraft with a little bit sharper blocks and all that. And that they did massively expand on like blacksmithing and all that kind of stuff. I could be wrong, but that's not one I feel like tried to go hard on the realism. Like, don't get me wrong, it's more realistic than Minecraft. But that's a really low bar. Like, I'm talking more stuff like Green Hell and that. That's usually when these conversations come up. Green Hell. It's Green Hell I hold up as like, this is what I don't like when it comes to survival crafting, versus like when it comes to survival games I actually hold up while I'm a little salty about the Long Dark Chapter 5 still not being out. So that's kind of becoming a negative in my view for the game over all these years. I would say as far as like something actually where survival is the point of the game, to me it's kind of been the high bar for like this is if you're a game that is about survival. So not a game that is, you know, it's something that happens to include survival mechanics. So it's not like Project Zomboid where, you know, it is a zombie game that happens to be a survival game, but rather like CDDA have devs split over the realism topic? Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like, no, it's not even because of CDDA. I have no opinions about CDDA one way or the other when it comes to anything with their dev team. There are players players and devs, who realism is the entire point. Like, that is their North Star they're aiming for. And I think that's fine. But genuinely speaking, for me as a player, realism is fine as long as it doesn't get in the way of the fun of the game. Like, if you want an example, consider a game like American Truck Simulator. You go through, you truck, they do compress the map down to be smaller. Because it would be very tedious. You're like, I'm going to drive from this city to this city, let me lock in for 8 hours, that I'm going to stare at my screen while I slowly drive across the map. So, you know, there's a little fudging on the realism to compress time between it, so you go a little faster. That's inherently unrealistic, but it makes it fun. Then you turn around and go, okay, but let's also be realistic with what trucking actually is. There is that part, the fun part, that is, you know, nice relaxing rides, not in traffic on the truck. And then there's the not so fun, which is you show up at the loading dock, you gotta like triple and quadruple check everything to make sure it's on the up and up, that the tamper stuff is all in place, that everything is the way it's supposed to be. You fill out your paperwork and do all your bureaucracy on everything, and then, you know, then you start driving, you get stuck in traffic and everything else. You go out to like your way station, instead of in the game where you just cruise up the way station, you hit a button and it goes, and you're instantly back on the road. You get back out there, you get to the way station, you get out of your vehicle, you show your manifest to the people there, they do their weighing in, they check the manifest of what you're supposed to weigh, and they do the comparison and all that kind of garbage, and the whole time you're stuck standing around and not wanting to deal with it. You get back on the road, then you get to your destination, and then you get to go through the whole rigmarole again. Depending on the nature of what it is, maybe you leave you just drop off your trailer and you go on to your next job. Maybe you're just stuck being there while they empty a little bit out of the trailer and all that, and then you take the empty trailer on to the next place, or the partially emptied trailer on to the next place, all depending on what you're doing. And you get the idea. There's a whole lot of that middle stuff that's super not fun. So instead, they bypass all that, and you just deliver. It goes, you delivered! Here's money! And there's no like, arguing about was there damage of the goods and all that. Just like the game's like, here's your cash, you're paid fairly and reasonably and of a meaningful quantity, and you are able to work your next job as soon as you so choose, because they're just available forever and you don't have to go through a whole bunch of red tape. So it takes all the crap no one wants to deal with out of trucking and just lets you do the fun part. So if you don't mind, they started Bright Nights, so now you can play DDA and Bright Nights. So of the two of them, which one is the one that went super realism and which one is the one who's like, no, realism is not as important? Just out of curiosity. Because this is actually the first thing I've heard about the devs splitting over that. You play games to temporarily escape reality, not experience more of it. Exactly. My thing is, it's like you look at your pillars of what you can do for a game. You've got like game balance, gameplay. It's like game balance, gameplay, realism. You can go on all those. CDDA is realism. Bright Nights is less real. Both are fun. Yeah, for me it was a lot of the like I looked briefly at CDDA, and I'm a huge person for playing Project Zomboid. But man, that UI in CDDA is pretty rough. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm totally fine with UIs that they do like the old pixel arty style stuff that, you know, grew up with in the 80s and 90s and all that. That's fine. But when a UI feels particularly obtuse, I'm a little less forgiving on that one. So you can do your pixel font and pixel art, that's all, sure, whatever. I can get behind that. But when it feels like you just broke out, you know, broke out your DOS implemented game, you're like, alright, hang on. I didn't realize I was breaking out Dungeons and Dragons from DOS. We've learned a thing or two about UI over the years. We can do better. Unless there's a reason for it. Like, games that are deliberately, the purpose of the game is to present themselves as an older game, you know, but like some of the games that are doing the thing where they present themselves as like the old dungeon hack kind of thing, but it's actually like a horror game kind of thing. Sure, they want to invoke that feeling that you're playing like the old dungeon hack before you go and get jump scared by something or whatever. Hey Devlin, how's it going? Yeah, learning curve is rough. Probably not great for streaming game. They do offer tile sets for a bit of a visual, but you totally get it. Yeah, no, that's a whole thing. That is also a major consideration I have to do, is there's some games that are very, very good games that just don't work for content creation. We usually have the conversations around like puzzle games are really, really difficult to stream. Sometimes if it's something that's super hyped, like Blue Prince has been, and that one's kind of an outlier in the fact that it does have all like the roguelike elements and all that. They can be very difficult to stream. 4X strategy games can be very difficult to stream. And it's not that no one can do it. It's usually that has to kind of be your channel's thing to do it more than like just dipping in to check out the new thing then getting back out. But 4X strategy is, for the most part, pretty hard category to do much with. For the most part, people check out that category just when a new game drops, and then they're back out once they've decided, yes, I'm going to buy this, or no, I'm not. Or, you know, they have a hyper-focus for the moment, and then once that hyper-focus dies off, they go to look for something else. And it's not 100%. There are some people who that is just their preference. Trigger says, Blueprints is a challenge to stream. It can confirm. I would imagine. Hey, can we get a shout out for Trico, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Has streamed Blueprints recently. Also does like RimWorld and other games like that, so definitely check them out. Plays a lot of RimWorld. So definitely good times over there. Definitely someone worth checking out. And I lost the comment about CDA being a good game. But yeah, so definitely go and check that out. Weirdly, simulation games actually tend to be pretty good for streaming. Yeah, so it's saying recently was just chatting. Let's see, what were you saying about Z? Z is a good game to train where the buttons on a keyboard is. Ah, lots of shortcut keys. I understand. But yeah, no, it's funny because like I had it was more Dwarf Fortress, but you know, I'll play a game and be like, I'm not loving this UI or whatever, and I'll have people's like, oh, you just need like, you know, you need the modern sissy UIs. I'm like, nah, man, I grew up with Dungeon or NetHack. You know, like I played when my character was an @ symbol. I am familiar with these things. I have enjoyed those games. I have beaten a lot of those games. But do you know what I want? Not to go back to a lot of that. I've learned long ago that nostalgia isn't really a good metric for deciding good, bad, and otherwise. There is lots of games that I remember loving very fondly as a child that I went back to and thoroughly ruined that game for myself, playing it nowadays and going, you know what? This was good in the day it came out. It's really hard for me to enjoy now. It's really, really difficult for me to enjoy now. Like, I'm not having some, like, oh, this is problematic side of things. It's, nope, I am missing way too much basic functionality. You're not a fan of text-based menus? Text-based menus can be fine. Like, even nowadays, they can be fine. But they do need to be implemented to not be obtuse. That's to me the one that really kind of, when I cross a line where like, okay, your UI is really obtuse. It's the classic, it's totally fine to not know what, like, knowing how to min-max a game, that's something I as the player should discover. A+, I'm on board with it. If your game has an element of mystery that, like, I should have to find the secrets, on board, love it, let's do that. If I'm sitting here holding a shovel and I'm staring at a pile of dirt, and I can't figure out how in your UI to make the dirt reach, or make the shovel reach the dirt to dig it, and it wasn't intended to be some mystery to figure out how to dig the dirt. Like, it's not QWOP where it's deliberately trying to have self-sabotage type controls. And I'm staring at this, trying to figure out how the hell I put the dirt in the bag that is for the dirt, and it's just a matter of not knowing what combinations of UI menu to go through. I'm not having a good time. When you used to play Dwarf Fortress in ASCII, people not familiar wouldn't think you're playing a video game. Oh yeah, no, I've seen Dwarf Fortress in ASCII, and I've also seen the graphical version. I unfortunately, like, for me, did not have a good time with Dwarf Fortress. It was just, you know, I had spent like $30 or whatever it was to get it on Steam, and I know you could get it free, the ASCII version before it. But I'm like, cool, it's got an actual graphic user interface. Yeah, I'm down to try it. People have kept asking it. I'm gonna go ahead and check this out. And it was one of the only games I've ever returned on Steam. Because I'm like, I'm sorry, I spent $30-something on this. Like, you told me I needed this thing, and you didn't tell me where to find it, and I'm now playing Marco Polo with the UI, trying to figure out what the hell menu it's buried in. If I gotta go and pull up a video or a wiki just to figure out how to interact with your game, that's a problem. Like, to me in this day and age, that's not really acceptable for the basics of the game. Now, when you're getting into advanced stuff, being like, oh, hey, here you can min-max or do this strategy or whatever, and you have to break out the wiki to, like, do the comparison, I still don't think that's great. That you gotta, I mean, the min-max, that's fine. Wiki it up. But, like, to do your more advanced functionality within the game, if it's something the player is expected to do, if I have to use outside resources to realistically discover it, that's a problem. In my book. And to be fair, if we're being honest, there's this game, you may have heard of it, it's called Farming Simulator. not the highest pedestal holding game you can have. They really, like, and honestly for them, it's mostly they just need to work on their tutorial. It's my opinion that the way the tutorial should work, because for those who haven't done the tutorial in Farming Simulator, it's just basically like, go attach a cultivator onto your tractor. Go cultivate that field. Okay, go get this harvester. Harvest that field. Okay, sell this product. Okay, congratulations, tutorial over, get out. I'm being a little unfair, to be clear, because I don't remember the exact details. But the point is, it does gives you the idea of like, here's how you connect a tool, here's how you physically operate the tool. Okay, you're good to just go play the game now. But the problem is, you really don't have the ability to succeed without at least knowing kind of the order of operations you need to do. And they do have this help thing in the game, and it's okay. But it is very much, hey, get your wall of text and start reading. It does tell you what equipment you need and all that kind of stuff. But the problem they do is, unless something changed in here, and I don't think they have, I don't believe at any point they go through and say, hey man, here's how you do a field. Alright, you need to plow, cultivate, harrow, whatever your field. You need to seed your field. You know, at that point you have the option to roll your field, you can fertilize your field, every once in a while you need to lime your field. You get the idea. Like, it doesn't tell you how to like holistically go through, even horribly inefficiently, do your field. I would be totally on board with them having the tutorial that literally like, here is the tutorial field. Okay, well this field was just recently harvested. Let's cultivate the field. Yay, you cultivated the field. Let's seed the field. Okay, you seeded the field. Okay, and just give it a mention being like, you could fertilize at this point or roll. Don't even make me do it. Just literally say, hey, there are a bunch of things you could do to get yourself a better yield. You don't need to break down how much or any of that. Just, hey, this is the point you might consider doing these extra things. And then you harvest the field, and then you're like, oh, wait a second, I'm literally at the spot that I started this field at. And now you know at a minimum how to make literally any money in the game. But it is one of those things, they're like, yep, you learned how to attach a cultivator and cultivate a field, you get out there and you start farming. And at no point have you learned how to actually successfully put a seed in the ground and get a crop out of it. Which is kind of the core game loop for a farming game. It is literally a joke in the community of Farm Sim that, do you know what step one of being able to be successful in Farm Sim? Already be a farmer, so that you know what the hell the order of operations are in doing a lot of your stuff. Let's see, you tend not to play games that are too much like chores. You live on a farm, but you can see the feel of the gameplay. Yeah, no, exactly. For what you're talking about there, it's the classic of you. And this is true of like the entire genre of games that are what, you know, in real life are jobs. You know, whether it's American Truck Sim, Farm Sim, Construction Sim, you know, any of those kind of things. The vast majority of times they say, what is the part of the job that people enjoy? Okay, our game is that. What are the parts of the job that people don't enjoy? Okay, we do everything in our power to get rid of that. So again, no paperwork, no bureaucracy, no arguing with someone about whether or not you get paid, no, you did a contract for someone and now they're not paying you and now you gotta argue back and forth, and if you can't successfully argue back and forth, now you gotta go and, you know, file a claim against them to be like, hey, this person owes me a bunch of money, I did this job and they didn't pay me, and then maybe or maybe not succeed in your court case. And the whole time just drowning in a pile of paperwork. And all that kind of stuff. You just go, I want to grow this. Ram seeds into the ground. They don't have the whole thing where you could do everything right and it's just a particular rainy year or a particularly not rainy year. And as a result, the amount of money you should have made, you don't make it because weather conditions sucked. And the yield of your farm as a result was not good. Or even worse, like it was bad enough that the crop didn't turn out. that, you know, you lost your crop because, like, it just rained and rained and rained and rained, and then your crop got drowned out. That, like, literally flooded. Or the rain just kept not happening, and, you know, you're someplace that you can't just keep watering your crops endlessly, and things happened. Or you had a really bad freeze that lasted for a while, and your crop just couldn't take it, even though your area doesn't normally get freezes. Ooh, okay, hang on. Alright, okay, so we got a lot of things here. So the catch-22 we have is these contracts are really good paying contracts. We already have the harvester, but the catch we have here is I don't have an available trailer. So my choices are, I can sell my crop right now that is in our trailer and take a hit where we don't make as much money. Oh no, wait, we got a workaround. So what I'm going to do, and that's a really good trailer. So what I'm debating here doing, let's make interesting decisions. So what I'm thinking with this stuff is I can potentially, I'm gonna slow down time because there's a lot of money to be made here. So I could potentially go and grab all these ones. It's gonna be the ridiculously large trailer, and the semi to deal with it, and just start knocking out contract out of contract. Yeah, because that's the oat one. So I can basically grab this equipment, and then with that, I could actually have the two harvesters going at the same time. And that would probably be fine. I mean, it's only 1,200. We're gonna do it. So basically, I'm not taking full advantage of what we got going on. Now this is the harvester that's one size larger than the one I bought. I was expecting to not climb it. Yeah, sure, that was close enough. We will just not worry about it. Maybe that was a mistake. I was like, okay, I'll just unfold it as we go and deal with it. Alright, so this should give me some pretty solid money. Which will be good. It's gonna pay more than my own crop normally would. So what I am thinking, though, is we take this one out, we run it down there, we started working on this job with the oak. I think I'm gonna take the crops that are in my existing trailer and just sell them. It does mean I'm not gonna get my full money. It should still be profitable, just instead of making like 10,000, I'll probably make like 7 or 8, somewhere in that ballpark. So we're definitely not gonna get our full money's worth. But that'll then free up the other harvester, so we can start knocking out 2 of these, 2 or so fields at a time. But the exciting thing is that how large this setup is, we do have the potential of using this even on the small fields to knock them out super fast. And surprisingly, just because it's a contract job, the lease on this thing was only about $1,000 for the entirety of the contracted job. Okay. Yeah, I haven't gotten this trailer in a long time. It's kind of cool and kind of sucks. It's got a ridiculously high capacity, which is the cool part. But it's split up into 3 sections that you have to empty independently, which is fine. But it's just like a weird thing to deal with. And that's okay. So we'll run this down here. And then after that, we're going to grab our harvester we bought. We're going to grab the next contract, get it going. You get the idea. Because honestly, with the money I'm making from this, one is I can knock down some of that debt. But in a pinch, if I decide we want to get some other stuff going. Here, I'm going to pull it over in this field so it's not blocking the cars or my harvester here. Okay, so let's see what our contracts can grab. We've got that one for the oat. We got this one for canola. Let's see what we got. Canola. So we got 2 canola, a wheat, a barley, a spinach, and a peas. Yeah, so it'd be these 3 up here are the ones we're probably looking at. So for right now, I'm gonna grab the wheat one, because my equipment is about the right size to do that, and then we can grab the canola on the other one. And where are you relative to where I am? I was hoping I could drive up there without needing to trailer it, but I think I'm better off trailering it. Because of these contracts, I could probably pack away 30,000. It is very much a thing in the game of just this time of year having a... It's like in real life. You have harvest time, everyone is super, super busy. Because, you know, so many crops all need to be harvested at like the same general time frame. Now we gotta decide what we're growing in that field. Okay, so yeah, so it'll be up this way. And kind of a little zigzag we gotta take here. That is one nice thing about when you're doing like the no man's land, calm lands, frontier map kind of things, is just the nature of the fact that you build up your farm all around like wherever you start, like wherever you choose to set up. There isn't really a lot of major commute times until your farm is absolutely huge, at which point you're probably swimming in money by then. So you really don't have much of a reason to drive very far at any point with vehicles like this. Because what you'll usually do with that kind of thing is you'll have, you know, oh, I've got a bunch of my grain fields over here, and so you can just leave your grain harvester over there. Oh, I've got these other fields over here that are some other crop. Okay, well, I'll keep the harvester for those fields over here. And also even sometimes just having multiples of the same harvester so that you can go like, okay, you know, I've got wheat, I've got my 5-6 wheat fields, okay, put the harvesters to go, so I got 2-3 harvesters all rolling around at the same time. You can kind of scale up to those ridiculous amounts. Those can get hard even with the workers though, because you can run into a situation where you've got all those harvesters rolling around and you're just frantically running between them with trailers, trying your best to empty them out as able. But, you know, at that point, you're like super duper late stage. You can kind of just do what you want. Money stops mattering. Okay. Alright, so the other thing I just remembered is we harvested today. If we're doing canola, we had planted tomorrow. Barley would be in September. Wheat would be in September. Okay, so basically I don't need to plant today. That's all I was double checking before I grabbed the trailer and started rolling. Alright, like I said, we are going to be selling this oat a bit before I would normally want to. It's worth the most in December and worth the least right the heck now. But it is only 5,000 liters of oats, and with as many contracts as we have, I could have leased another trailer or whatever, or bought another trailer. But I don't think that's really necessary. I already got one. We'll get what money we can out of this. Yeah, it'd be a couple extra thousand I could get. But in this particular case, to be able to do multiple of these at the same time and keep things rolling, we just sell. I should actually check where you're worth the most. Prices, oats. So railroad train, no. Grain, actually, farmer's market. Yeah, I believe that's like the far end of the map. That's fine. We got the 2 harvesters already going. Actually, it doesn't look like it's someplace I want to cut across the middle. You want to probably go around the water. Hey, Major! Thank you so much for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Major, by the way? Welcome in, Raiders. It means a heck of a lot that you'd raid the channel. So what all were you playing? How did it go? And if you got a raid and run, don't let me hold you, but you're obviously welcome to stay. But welcome in. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch. Right now I'm playing some Farm Sim 25 and all that good stuff. But I'm most known for formerly having a world record in Project Zomboid. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But that said, I'm a variety streamer. I do play a lot of games like RimWorld, play a lot of simulation and all that kind of stuff like that. And thank you for all those follows. It's very generous. Let me get you a shout out. Never mind, it's right there. Playing some 60 seconds reatomized. Neat. I have not checked out any of the 60-second games in a hot minute, but those are fun chaos. And thank you for all those follows. That's a ridiculous number of follows. What world record? I used to have the highest kill count run of any Project Zomboid run ever streamed. And that was with no mods, change itemization, or vehicles. And it was on sweaty tryhard settings. But that was when the record was at 135,120 zombies killed on one character in one life with no mods, change itemization, and all that. That said, that record's been beat. Thank you so much for all of those follows. Like a ridiculous number. You're absolutely just blowing up the follow alert. Okay, so we have the AI worker is just about to be full. But yeah, so we are messing with, there is a new mod that's like an official mod called Precision Farming, and we're doing all that stuff. Alright. And what that mod does is normally it is a cute follow alert. Fact. I'm very proud of that follow alert. But what ends up happening with this is normally, let's see, enjoy your farming. You were doing some world record attempts as well. By the way, you love RimWorld and Zomboid. Nice. I do hope you get your world record. What world record were you attempting, by the way? And if, like I said, if you got a raid and run, like, do what you gotta do. But obviously, you're welcome to stay. Again, thank you for that, Rita. Longest days survived in 60 seconds. I have no idea what the record would be for that. And if you don't mind me asking, how close are you getting? Or like you just actively in a run, and so we'll see when we get there. You're 2nd and 5th in the world. Nice. I actually don't know where I land. I would guess I'm probably around 4th or 5th, just as a random guess based on what I've seen others do. But I say that with zero confidence. Because I set the record a long time back. And we've had some major contestants come out over the years to try and dethrone me. And for the record, I did get dethroned relatively quickly because at the same time I was pushing for the record, I had a very friendly competition with another creator that we were going back and forth as far as who went for it. And I ended up taking it, and then not so far after that, they ended up taking it from me, which is totally fine. They're wonderful, and they set the record to something so obnoxiously absurd that no one is probably going to ever take it again. Let's see, 227 days with no items and like 578 days with items. I know I messed with those games way in the past. And I know that's a big number, and I have no context to how well I had done. And you were on your way to deal with the other field? So let's see here. Where's the field I'm taking you to? There's 77. Oh, 25 is behind me. Oh no, we were dropping, okay, now I remember what's going on. We were dropping off the oats that I had farmed, and like literally right next to that. And then we need to turn around and pick up the wheat that we're harvesting. Let's see. Queso runs the game constantly as bringing new life to a dead game. Nice. All right, you have yourself a good lurk and all that. Make sure to share love with some future. Yeah, no, I really do appreciate that. Well, thank you so much for that raid again. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. One tractor is full. Yeah, no, I'm aware. The problem is the trailer I need to empty it is the one I'm driving right now, and it's full of something that isn't the crop that we're picking up. And for whatever reason, my oats don't believe in textures. Okay, that actually hurt more than I thought it would. Now you want to play this game? It's good. I very much enjoy Farm Sim. And weirdly, like for those who haven't checked out the precision farming mod, this is my first time doing it. You read what it includes, and you're immediately like, oh my god, that's gonna make the game so complicated. And while on the surface it does, the reality is it actually takes less effort to play. Which is certainly an unexpected thing. Because normally you just, every 3 harvests, you slap down some lime, thumbs up, you're good to go. Every time you plant new crops, you do 2 passes with fertilizer, you're good to go. And it's just kind of one of those things with the mod that you only need 1 pass of fertilizer each time, and you use even less fertilizer when you do that 1 pass than you would do with 1 pass otherwise. Nature needs to be stopped. Seems like you got a very lively community over there, which is fun. We definitely have our times. But to give you an idea of the kinds of things that do happen on the channel, because they have a great time tearing you apart. That is a big part of what chat does. Chat doth troll sometimes. But to give you an idea of some of the stuff we tend to do, I like to do a lot of challenge runs. We're not in the middle of a challenge right now. Not really, because we want to check out the precision farming mod, and a lot of my challenges I normally run really slow down your game progression, which would keep us from checking out the new stuff before Roadcraft drops, because Roadcraft is a game I plan to basically no life once it drops. But normally I do what's known as the Survivor Man challenge when I do play this, which isn't, you know, I play this from time to time. It's probably like my 5th most streamed game. But I'll usually do like challenge things. What else do you play? Oh, I play a lot of RimWorld is a big one I play on the channel a lot. I have historically played a significant amount of Project Zomboid, though I don't play that much of that these days. And all that, and thank you for breaking our follower goal. I really do appreciate that as well. But, so like RimWorld I play a lot, do a lot of challenges. Project Zomboid I've done a bunch of challenges, I play a lot of those. So RimWorld I don't play like your 500% naked brutality so much. I tend to do more challenges like put the map at 100% pollution, make me, like I choose a tile with 100% pollution. I'm not allowed to take anyone immune to pollution and all that kind of good stuff. Emotes are cute? Well, thank you. I'm very proud of my emotes. I don't think that thing was actually full. You're going, I mean, you're fine. Okay, so we got those two contracts underway. And you can have up to 3 at a time. And we're doing this because I'm horrifically in debt. Normally when I play this, I don't allow myself to take loans or leases or any of that for my normal challenge on the game. But because we were trying to get everything up and running as fast as possible to check out the new content, here we are. And beelining to the things you want without first getting the money to afford them. You know, there's a consequence in that. And that consequence is crippling debt. So, you got all that stuff. So go ahead and accept that contract. I just need to not turn in my contract from the oat field, so I keep my equipment. Okay. We'll follow that one for a minute. Real life simulator. Simulator as someone who is a millennial. Another collapse of the economy? Cool. Is that a day that ends in Y? This is my life existence from entering the workforce to forever. Real problems. But yes, I've also played games like Oxygen Not Included. So I play like a lot of simulation, settlement builders, colony builders, the occasional survival crafter, and sometimes tycoon games I play a decent number of. Pretty wide range of games. Let's see, is the PS5 Slim Digital worth it for Farm Sim 25? So I can't give any real answers when it comes to the console versions of any game for that matter. I just don't have a console. I just prefer PC gaming, so it's just one of those things I just generally don't know. Like, I don't have any beef with consoles, it's just I already have to dump in a bunch of money on my computers for stuff I've done for work and everything. It can already play games, so I'm going to use it for that. Retired People Simulator. The game is called Golf with Your Friends. Makes me think of, like, my grandparents is always stuff like the retirement game was stuff like Deer Hunter. Those kind of games. Alright, so you're starting to fill up pretty quick. Go ahead and get you in position to fill you up. Alright. But yeah, so like I said, I tend to do a lot of challenge runs and stuff. And most of my challenge runs do tend to be of the type that they slow down progression. So it's more overcoming the obstacle and having slow and steady progression than, you know, just straight up slap you in the face kind of things. Good night, got school tomorrow? Well, I hope you have yourself a good day at school. Okay. But yeah, so right now what we're working on is I've just got a couple of contracts. We only own one field of our own right now. That we are currently growing oats with the intention of switching to something like barley or wheat or something like that for a bit better pay. Hey, Azriel, how's it going? For a bit better pay. I'm not super excited about doing grains. It ends up kind of being like the default crop that you end up doing. It's just kind of like everything else is not balanced around it, but you get the idea. It's kind of like your neutral, non-specialty crop. Versus some of the specialty crops get to be a bit more interesting. Now, we do have crop destruction turned on, but because these two fields are contract ones, I can't destroy the NPC's crops. Versus my own crops, I can absolutely demolish them by just driving over them. Okay, got our cruise control set. But yeah, and so like the harvester I'm driving next to now and the tractor we're in right now, these are mine. The harvester in the other field is one I've leased just for the job. So that is taking a cut of my money. Okay, and this trailer is basically full. So where the heck am I dropping you off? Come on, be the drop point right next to me. It is exactly the drop point right next to me. How's the farm doing today? It's doing good. We have absolutely astronomical levels of debt that we asked the bank if we could have $1, and the guy flipped us the bird and said, "To hell no! You owe us $500,000. You don't get another penny." So we're living that life right now. But we do have everything we need to completely do a field start to finish without needing to buy any equipment. Using the enhanced loan system or the basic boring loan system? I'm not aware of an advanced loan system, so I'm gonna go with no. I'm just using what's built into the game. I'm assuming that's a mod. Yeah, we're just using the stock game. As far as mods go, we're running very light on the mods. We do have mods in the way of like the official mods that Giant Software, the game devs behind the game, come out with, which is mostly just their vehicles from their past titles, just added in. So they don't include them all in the initial game just because it make the game huge, but you can just go and download them later. So we have those, and then the official mod they have, that is the precision farming mod. But otherwise, generally, not much in the way of mods. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So get you into position. So you're at 28%, you're at 25%. You'll probably finish this field off soon. Look, see, if you want actual challenges, then yes, you want the enhanced loan mod and financing mods. Adds proper interest rates, actual repayment times, and shows you exactly how much you can borrow. Oh, that'd actually be... Yeah, because one of the problems they have with Farm Sim out of the box, the way the loans work, is unlike most loans in real life, if I borrow, $10,000, and I do my monthly payment of $1,000, usually some percentage of that will go to principal. It may be something painful, like 1% of it goes to principal, but it's usually not zero. Farm Sim, on the other hand, their loans are a little bit weird, in that you take the loan, the interest rate is pretty negligible. It's like maybe 1%. But, on the other hand, not a dime goes to principal. The only way your principal goes down is if you do a separate payment. Like, you go out of your way to say, like, I would like to pay off some of my loan. Yeah, so if you want to start a challenge run, 1 million debt, you have to find $30,000 every month just to stay afloat. Yeah, no, that would I mean, without cheesing it and just slapping down a bunch of solar panels or something, that'd be a pretty difficult one, because even some of your most lucrative fields and all that usually only pay you in like the tens of thousands to maybe, if you really push it, 100,000 a year, barring some extremely large field. So yeah, that would be pretty rough. Realistically, I think you'd end up cheesing some of that, like slapping down a bunch of greenhouses,
Thank you, Dibble0
and all that kind of stuff.
Subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, Diplomacer.
Rual love.
Diplomancer, my apologies. for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 3 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot that you keep supporting the channel. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again so much for that. But yeah, no, that's, I did actually mess with the, let's see, so your run, you started with only 100K, 1 million in debt, not allowing yourself to build a field till the loan's paid off, and only allowed to do contracts with your own equipment. 100K does not go far. Oh man. Yeah, no, that's, because some maps you won't even get that. Like, there's some months you won't get that much in the way of contracts. Like, it really depends on map. It'd definitely be one of those maps that, like, the winter months, you're just losing money. You just wouldn't get enough contracts, you're losing money. But on the other hand, you get to like the harvest month like we've got here where I'm making, you know, 30, 40, 50,000 only grabbing the good contracts. You could certainly make it work on these months. Or forestry, you can earn a lot by demolishing trees. Right, the problem with that though is the fact that Azrael said started with only 100,000. To do the trees, you have to own the property. And buying a tile of land for 100,000, yes, you can cut down all trees and probably make it back. It's just going to take a lot of time. And then that 100,000 is also tied up. You bought an old tractor, the potting hoe, and a small sprayer. Fertilizer sprayer, weeding, hoeing contracts for setting you up pretty good. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I did experiment with the idea of doing a Survivor Man challenge where instead of like the normal where you start with $0, I think it was I started with like 500,000 or something dollars in debt, but only gave myself like $100,000 to start. So like the idea was that you just lost a bunch of money or whatever. I can't remember exactly the setup. I had something like that, like what you're talking, but I wasn't using any mods to mess with it. And so it's one of those things that, like, on that maximum debt, I want to say your interest payments end up being somewhere in the ballpark of like $2,500 or something like that per month, which doesn't sound terrible. And if you're willing to abuse greenhouses and all that, that's very easy to manage. Sorry. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Like, it'd be a very easy thing to manage because you toss down, like, 2-3 greenhouses or whatever, and you're overpowering the debt already. But usually with a lot of my challenge maps and all that, I do have a rule that I may not build more than two of the same building, with the only exception of if I ever run into a production line that I physically need another of one of the buildings to fuel the production line. I haven't run into that. I remember I made that rule about the production line one because there was one building I did the calculation at one point that per building you need like 2.5 to keep it running year round. I can't remember which one it was. And that's Farm Sim 22. Or go solar panels and break the game. Right. So usually when I'm doing any of my challenge mods and farms or challenge runs in Farm Sim, I have the rule literally no power generation at all. Because for those who don't know how that works in the game, I can spend like some odd $1,000, and then once I've done that, forever after I get, you know, some amount of money every single month. There's no additional cost. It just basically I've given myself, you know, a month by month subsidy kind of thing that we're just not needing to worry about it. Are you gonna be like... Come on. Tell me one of these could take the last 251 liters. It's fine. Alright, so with that, that's this one. So good news is that is right up the road. So problem is, I'm pretty sure I cannot use the harvester for a different crop until I empty it. And it's got just basically the bare minimum of oat left in it. It's fine. We'll drop this off real fast. We'll come back around, load it up, take the harvester over to the next field, start it harvesting, and then I can deal with dropping off that last little bit of oat. As for generators, you want the Oberthal map to be converted to 25. That made generators needed useful for the map. You need to power your productions before you could use them. Gotcha. You wish they had put them to base? I'm kind of glad they didn't. Because, like, it's one of those things, though. So, in the base game, it's just every month you get charged a certain amount of money for all your production buildings that are running. And I could certainly go with, okay, on the hard difficulty, make it cost a little bit more to run the buildings. But that's effectively what the power grid side of it is. Oh, right, this one empties in the middle. Because it's the one that is, like, weirdly split up into 3 separate sections that I gotta empty. But if you do have it require the power generators, it means you gotta go and litter the whole map with a bunch of power generators, when in reality, you're hooked up to the power grid. So, you know. There we go. Hitting the wrong button, trying to figure out which button I needed. Because you gotta keep in mind, the vast majority of the player base, having all those extra complexity on a game that already has a pretty nasty learning curve, probably isn't helping anything. Okay. Because that kind of would fall in the umbrella of, you know, real life versus game. You know, certain amount of realism actually takes away from the enjoyment of a game. For a challenge thing, sure, it's fine, do it. But like for the base game, for just any old person to enjoy, I definitely feel that would end up being a detractor, not a benefit. For challenge runs, absolutely. That said, I think that's part of the reason they've kept the power generators the way they have. Is because, you know, people do want to set up like solar farms and all that. And just mechanically the way the game works. You know, they were going to be something that would just generate money forever. And either A, it would be every N years you just have to replace it. Or B, you know, it is the way it is now, where it just literally generates money from the ether. But I don't think Farm Sim is designed to be this brutal, cutthroat, you're barely going to manage it kind of game. Even on the hard difficulty, like, it can be painful if you give yourself a bunch of constraints to go with it. But if you don't have a bunch of constraints to go with it, it's not really that bad, it's just a bit slower. It's just basically your margins are smaller every year. Because, like, your employees cost more, you get paid less, your maintenance is more expensive, you need more gas, yada yada, you get the idea. Bad number bigger, good number smaller. But yeah, no, the idea of, like, making the loan system make more sense, I think would be good, because it's a little confusing to me that when you take the loan and you're like, okay, well, I've been paying this loan off for a year, where it's at, and realize you've made zero progress at all, and you kind of head scratch and be like, what? Because there are certainly loans out there that until you pay it off, you just keep paying interest forever. But I don't think people who you know, you're going in, you're playing the game as a consumer. That's not what you're used to seeing. That's very, very counter to the reality you live. Most consumer loans are entirely the whole style where some amount of the money goes against your principal. Okay, trailer's way over there on the far end. Now we need to get this to its next job. Which is the northeast corner. But yeah, no, it's I was trying to come up with a new challenge to run. Kind of thing. Because I like doing the challenge maps. It's something for like making a YouTube series or whatever. And it was just kind of one of those things that I like the Survivor Man challenge, but one of the problems you run into the Survivor Man challenge is in practice, it kind of goes one or two or three ways. Either one, and usually because you start with $0. So you start with $0, and usually you don't allow yourself to do contracts or loans or leases or anything like that. So you got to make every dime yourself. And in practice, what it usually means is you just go on a deforestation campaign and start everything up with deforestation. And very genuinely, a lot of people who watch those style ones are pretty open about the fact that they're pretty tired of watching, you know, multiple videos of effectively deforestation to get things off the ground. They understand why it is that way, but that is kind of is. The alternative is you either use mods to give yourself some like really, really crappy equipment, so you can do like, you know, the equivalent of a hand-pushed plow and everything. But then you're getting this really wild mod space, and a lot of those mods get kind of weird and unbalanced. So that becomes kind of another issue. Or you go into the thing where you give yourself enough equipment that you can just immediately start, you know, baling up grass and selling it, which then you feel like you've given yourself quite a bit of equipment. You know, at that point, starting with the $0 doesn't really feel like you did, since you gave yourself like $100,000 worth of equipment at the beginning. You know, if you had given yourself $100,000 and not that equipment, you technically would have been worse off. And you get the whole problem that runs into that. The $0 does pigeonhole you into just doing a couple of things at the beginning of the game. And genuinely, people get kind of tired of seeing that same thing again and again. Which is fine. My intention for the videos is usually just, hey, I'm cutting down trees. Okay, the trees are gone. I have this much money. But yeah. So it is one of those things that I was like, okay, well, let me try this idea where ultimately I'm putting myself, if we're talking net worth, at a much worse situation. But giving me enough money that I can get something a little bit more interesting than I'm going to go cut down trees by hand now and load them into a back of a truck. For people watching. But in practice is like, okay, I got that first thing up, and say it's like doing the grass and bales. But then you end up doing the grass and bales like 10 times longer because you've got ridiculous debt to deal with. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for that raid. That is ridiculously generous of you. And I will go and get that shout out because I know we just had people stay away. Italics. The crab's coming in, absolutely. Playing some more Out of the Park Baseball 26. Definitely a good time over there. Enjoying your baseball spreadsheets. That game does look interesting for me. While I'm mockingly calling it, you know, baseball spreadsheets, this is coming from someone who used to play a lot of EVE Online. So, you know, there's a nice and endearing side to me saying spreadsheets. Because I was absolutely that person in EVE Online that sometimes I was doing the ruthless PvP thing, and other times I literally had spreadsheets with multiple tabs that would actually pull from external resources that would get the price markets for different things, that I could actually determine the exact amount of profit I would make on each item to such a degree I could see if I could buy items from the market, melt it down, and then put it back up as a different item and come out ahead that way. And may have done it across 4 or 5 accounts simultaneously, and I didn't have a problem, you had a problem, and don't judge me. Let's see, if you're E-Brain, you'll either love this or Football Manager. Soccer spreadsheets, depending on which sport you prefer. Used to do Eve 2. I was a scalper. Gotcha, so you're the exact same thing where you'd walk up into the market and be like, oh hey, this market, they don't have enough Majorn torpedoes. And the Majorn torpedoes they have are priced as if they're in a market that is very well seated. I'll just go ahead and buy up the entire market and put up a buy order on a discount for the entire thing and then just put them back on the market for 1.5 times the price. I get to do this and I don't have to put effort into it. Someone else is doing all the effort of giving me my resources. Yep, I used to do that in, I don't even remember what the region was. It was in the south end. You'd haul them to other markets and little trade loop. Oh yeah, no, I've definitely did that too. There was man, I can't remember. It was a little Minmatar region that was like boxed in with not very many ways to get into it, and so not many people would go there. And I used to buy up everything there because it was a spot of like low sec space, and so it's just kind of one of those things that the people who are doing all the piracy and all that in the area, you know, and getting their money locally couldn't sell it because they couldn't really get out there without doing alts, and they did alts, let's be honest. But a lot of them were lazy for low value things. So you could just buy it all up and just bring it back out of there. Because no one was really pirating in that area very often. It was not a high traffic system. I can't remember. This is going back like 10 plus years. Longer than that. I didn't play that since I met Tomb, my wife, and we're fast approaching 15 years. But yeah, no, absolutely. So very much was Team Excel. But yeah, definitely check out Italics. Good times with there. Plays a variety of game. At the moment, just going really hard on baseball spreadsheets. But does play a lot of good stuff. RimWorld, a whole bunch of things. A lot of similar content. But welcome in, Raiders. I should probably introduce myself. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. As you notice, there is a past tense on that. That record has been beaten, but I did hold it for a while. Where the hell am I going with this? Oh, right. I already finished the contract. That's why it's not showing me my mark. But I had like 251 liters of oats left. So I need to get rid of those. So a person's gonna throw a nickel at me and say, there you go. I mean, $200. You're wiping some cobwebs off your Eve memories. You haven't thought about Minmatar in years. Yeah, to give you an idea how far back I go with all that, I played in the beta. I literally played in the beta for EVE Online, and then all the way up till about the time that the mothership carriers started to become more commonplace. And to me, the capital ships and the being able to own space properly and like lock it down, I mean, obviously you could still fly through there, that kind of changed the dynamic of the game that I didn't enjoy as much. But I definitely remember taking the Armageddon back before any of the things had diminishing returns, which is one of the greatest mistakes that game ever made, and was glorious, and I loved it. And sneaking into the Amar space, like 0-0, like null space, and then hunting behind enemy lines to get all of like the really special named heat sinks, because I like to source them myself just because I wanted people to jump me so I could fight them. And getting all 8 of my low slots to be nothing but those. So I couldn't even equip guns into all my high slots. I think I could get like 3 mega beams in there? I can't remember what I equipped. It was something like 3 mega beams. And no defenses. There was no room for that. I didn't have the CPU. So I would get into a fight with someone. There'd be a full tank apocalypse, and I would delete their ship from existence in under 5 seconds. Like the moment that target lock went on, their ship just vaporized. Because it was something like 21 times damage, and it fired multiple times in like a second per gun. So just like this solid beam coming out of my ship, and then my capacitor would be gone in like 10-20 seconds. But it didn't matter, because they would be dead first. The only ship I truly feared was at the time the draining Dominics, because the moment that drain got off is a matter of if they drained enough power before it could wipe them out. If they did, I got to spectate. Or if someone shut down my ability to fight back, you know, the ECMs and all that. Good times. Very much enjoyed that. Alright, so we need to drop you off. Make sure we're taking this to the right place. Yes, we are. You kind of miss hot dropping with Black Ops ship? Yeah, that's, It's one of those things. I feel like EVE is definitely one of those games that suffered from the MMO classic of, you know, every so often you got to give the players just a little bit more, and eventually that little bit more kind of came at the cost of all of that came before it. That, like, you know, they understandably nerfed the battleship gun so they couldn't hit the smaller targets. Fair enough. That made the smaller ships, you know, more viable for new players, which I think is the correct decision. But that was just utterly eviscerated the battleship's usefulness in like 99% of encounters. Like they became kind of a specialty thing that you really didn't want to bring out, and there's almost always a better option, which is a real disappointment. But again, I think it was the correct decision, because otherwise it's one of those situations that new players just couldn't get involved. Not really. You just had to outnumber your enemy by a ridiculous amount. Or you had to find someone who is not well set up with a specialty setup for, like, ganking. Which any 1 in 0-0 with any level of competence could easily handle back then. It wasn't until they started adding, like, the more dangerous, what are they called? I'm blanking on it. Not wormholes, those are a thing, and that would also apply. The encounter things, I'm blanking on what they're called. It's been too long. Complexes? Was that it? Complexes? Am I thinking that right? It's basically like a mission in 0-0 space, but better rewards. But you'd have to scan for them using the probes and all that. I will say, I definitely had a lot of fun when they came out with the bombers, and flying around and being able to use cruise missiles in a frigate. That was fun times. I got in lots of trouble doing that. That was certainly one of those ones you'd cost people so much money, and then eventually someone would just catch you out and you'd wake up as a clone. Like someone roll up and you just drop on top of you with a smart bomb. You're like, well, I'm well kitted. Not for this. Oh, so we will need to drop that off before I can turn in the contract. Good times. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So I do play a lot of, like, RimWorld, Project Zomboid. It used to have world record, highest kill count, run ever streamed, yada, yada, yada. That record has been beaten. But I play a lot of simulation. I play, like, lots of colony builders, settlement builders, those kind of games. So games like RimWorld is pretty commonly played in the channel. Farm Sim pops out from time to time. We've done, like, Oxygen Not Included a bunch. Some of the recent games we played is we did Blacksmith Master, which is a Blacksmith Tycoon game that's pretty awesome. Just came out, well, actually, sorry, it didn't just come out. I got to just play it early. But it's coming out in early access on the 15th. Really had a good time with that. One day you'll try Farm Sim. Always looks fun. It is fun. I very much enjoy it. They did just add, we're running a official mod they came out of with called Precision Farming. That's actually why we're back in the game right now. And so, to kind of give you an idea what that is, real quick, if we go to, I don't have a vehicle by my farm, so let's just go here. If we go to my field I own down here. Now, normally when you play the game, you've got acidity, and all you care about is every like 3 or so harvests the game goes, oh, put down the lime, and you put down the lime, and it goes, you did good. And then every time you plant, you do like two rounds of fertilizer, and you're good. Precision farming makes the game way more realistic, but it actually makes it less laborious, which is kind of an interesting twist. So if I pull up my map, I've got my field down here, field 3. It's the only field that I actually own myself. I can actually change to the precision farming, and it adds like the idea of different soil types. All that really matters is the desirable pH, the desirable acidity is different. It shows you the acidity of the soil, and in a lot of ways it still is. After about 3 harvests, you put down lime. You got nitrogen, which is your fertilizer. So it adds all these things that look like they add a ridiculous amount of complexity, but in practice, you just get your thing, you put down lime, and you put down lime, and it manages the amount, and it's just way simpler to deal with than before. It's just kind of weird, because like on the surface, it looks way more complicated. So we should be able to go and make sure I'm ending the right contract. Okay, so this contract we can turn in. That was the wheat. The other one I'm borrowing equipment from, so we're not going to get rid of that. So let's go here. So we got canola, barley, canola, spinach, peas, and spinach. Spinach sucks. I don't want to deal with spinach or peas. They're very laborious crops, and I don't want to deal with them. For right now, I'm going to snag this really fast contract that we have 46. I'm near the top. So I can grab that contract at the top. But yeah, no, it's definitely a good game. My only complaint for, you know, you coming in as a new player is the tutorial kind of just goes, okay, here's how you attach a cultivator. Okay, you've attached a cultivator. Here's how you put it down so it can start cultivating. Good job. Cultivate this field. Okay, now go get this harvester, go harvest that field. It's like, just kind of tells you a couple of arbitrary things and how to do them. But it doesn't really do at all of a job of going, okay, you bought a field. Here's how you actually grow a crop. They just kind of, it's kind of like if you were doing a thing, it's like teaching you how to blacksmith, and it goes, okay, here's how you bang a piece of here's how you bang an ingot with a hammer, and here's how you sharpen a blade. Okay, go make a sword. And then you're just staring there going, how do I do any of what you just told me? Like, I know how to hold the hammer and how to bang on it, and I know how to like sharpen it, but like there's that whole beginning and middle step I don't know how to do of like, do I heat it up first? So it is a tutorial that needs a little bit of love. But if you happen to already know how to farm, that's the first step of being good at the game, is knowing how to farm already before you start playing. It's not that bad though. It's basically someone sits down and is like, yo, you cultivate, you seed, maybe not you fertilize, maybe not you use your rollers, maybe not you weed, you harvest, you repeat. But it does kind of just be like, yeah. And they do have a whole guide thing in here that is very wall of texty. But even in here, there's no step where they actually, at least not unless I've missed it, which is entirely possible. I don't believe there's an entire step where they just run down, here's step 1, here's step 2, here's step 3. It's just kind of assumed that you'll know that part. So that is one negative criticism I'll give the game. It's a lot of fun, but they do just kind of assume you know the steps. But if you play with chat, I'm sure they'll backseat you enough to get you sorted. Whether you want them to or not. You gotta, I wouldn't say, like, I would disagree that you gotta rely on videos for each crop. Generally speaking, for the most part, there's 1 or 2 crops that are a little bit of wild cards in that they're a bit different, but most of the crops do follow the pattern of, like, you're going to, you know, you're going to cultivate the soil to, like, reset it. You're going to plant the seeds. Okay, so 46 is down there. You're going to plant the seeds, you're going to fertilize, and you're going to harvest. There are a couple that have extra steps, like there's the potatoes, you gotta hack the green part off the top, then you harvest it. And there are ones like rice that you flood the fields. And so yeah, I'd agree with power reset in just the sense, but I feel like those ones actually do an okay job. Because if we go to where I just mentioned that guide thing there, if you go down here, I believe it will literally even have a section for rice. Yeah, so like rice, it'll be like, hey, you grow this, you've got to flood the fields, you flood them twice. So it kind of does help out. And it's the same with the potatoes. It's like, hey, you need to hack off the green part, the foliage, before you can harvest it. So I feel like that part, it could certainly be way better. I'll agree to that. I do feel like it does cover that. It's just nowhere in the game it's like, hey, you gotta cultivate, you gotta seed. You have these optional steps that you probably should do, but technically you don't have to do. It just will really suck in what you get paid on the other side. And all that. But yeah, it's one of those games that if you play with your community there, there's going to be someone in your community who either A, already knows farming, or B, you know, B has played the game before and it's like, oh hey, here's the things you need to do. And then once you've done them once, and some of it does help you with, like, again, let's hop down to my field. I think it'll tell me I need to roll it. Yeah, like some of the things when you mouse over it, yeah, so like below me it says, hey, there are weeds growing in your field, and it needs rolling. And that's because I just harvested, so I don't care about that. But there is some of that stuff that'll like flat out give you like, hey, you need to lime this field. And that does take the guesswork. It's just unfortunately, there's nothing that's like, hey, you should fertilize your field. It's at 0% fertilizer. Your yield is gonna suck. They just assume you know that 0% fertilizer is bad. And when you should fertilizer and all that. The whole understanding the factory, I could see that. It didn't cause me so much grief, but I can see that. For me, all of the processes, I just see them as like, you know, almost electronics, input-output, that you put in X and Y pops out. And so you just look at the things listed on the input side and you put those into the thing. And I guess the UI is a little, like, it doesn't feel like it's not good in that one. Like, it doesn't feel like it's not intuitive. But you do have to, like, find the UI and be like, oh, what do you mean by storing? What do you mean by this? I feel like that one's not so bad because you turn it on and you see it leaves a pallet there and you're like, ah, storing means you leave pallets here. What's selling do? Okay, that one's straightforward. And then the only one that's confusing is distributing, which it does describe what it does, but it's also not a great description. That distributing means it will automatically send it to other buildings you own that need it. But again, it is one of those things that's not super clear. Alright, so you're already in position, so that's good. I need to get you into position. But it's a solid game. It also, just like any good simulator game, while the physics mostly play nice, sometimes they don't, and that's where the content happens. It also depends on the map. Let's see, some maps will not have an input you need. Yes. I was sorry, when you were talking about the factories, I thought you were talking about production chains. I will say the game does a pretty bad job of pointing certain things out. So there's like these really cool projects. Let's see if I can't find one of them. There's one down here somewhere. Yeah, the playground. So there's these really cool projects you can do on the map. So we've got this open space with this pole here. If I supply this stuff here, it'll actually build a playground on the map. And so you can kind of make the map have better things. And it's just kind of a fun thing you just do in the game. that there's these random projects on these maps that you can just, one, you get paid for dropping resources off there, and usually it's actually pretty good. But then you permanently change the map. And plop it down a new field. Like searching for to find out you gotta get it from the store. Oh yeah, no, that's yeah, that could be a thing. Like one of the other problems is store organization. Like, I want to find a water container to move water. Where do I find that in my store? Where's the water section? And you go through everything, you're like, man, I cannot find the water section. It's under animals, under barrels. Because when I think water, I think animals. It makes sense to be here once you understand it, but there's a lot more things you do with water than animals. So this is just one of those things you just learn. There's only a couple that are like that, but there are a couple of situations like that where you're trying to figure out where something is, and it's not particularly intuitive. There's also some things in the store that could get a little annoying at times. Like, you might see like everything you think is here. So like, let me go to the power harrower. So I go to the power harrower, and you don't see much in here. Where's the Credo? But like, you look at this and be like, ah, cool, it's a cultivator. It lets me cultivate a field. Fair enough. Once I know what cultivating is, straightforward. And then you go to this combination thing, and there's this thing, which is an attachment to that last thing that is hidden from anywhere else in the UI. That's like, by the way, I can also seed the field at the same time you're cultivating. But wait, there's more. If I go into its customization, I can add a weeder to it, which means it seeds, it cultivates, and it weeds. But it doesn't tell you these things. If you look in the weeder, because you're like, I need something that can weed, and you look here, it's not in there because it's not a weeder. If I look at my seeders, where are you at? If you look at my seeders, it's not here because it's not a seeder, it's an attachment. But you just have to know it's buried in there. Which I only learned about that literally yesterday. And I've been playing this one since it came out, and I've been playing Farm Sim 22 for a very long time. So they got some UI stuff. The good news is all the stuff you need doesn't have that kind of a problem. But then you learn about, be like, holy crap, I can have this one machine that does almost everything I need. It just may not be the most efficient at any of those things. Okay. Alright, so let's fill this thing up with canola. So yeah, love the game, and I'm not doing a great job of promoting that the game's actually really good. Love the game. It does have some learning curve UI shortcomings. It is not a game without any flaws. But for the most part, like I said, for playing and just enjoying and being successful, you don't need to worry about all that. All that stuff starts to come in where you're like, oh, let me try and min-max this game a little bit. Oh, hey, this is another route I can approach that. You'll also learn that certain crops genuinely suck to deal with. There's a lot of good crops, and then there's some crops that are just really not a good time. They're called root crops. Very specifically root crops. Individually and specifically, the crops that you'll have a bad time with are root crops. You mean beets and spinach? So the spinach I wouldn't say are a bad time. They're slow. I would say like the carrots, parsnip, those to me, I think. The seeder doesn't direct seed if you have it combined, but you can attach a subsoiler to it. Yeah, and there's a whole lot of like really, really wild things you can do. Alright, so you're gonna get this field done, and that'll be good. Yeah, you need two people because the AI can't drive with you on the side. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Root crops can be okay with two human brains involved. The AI, it does what it's supposed to really badly. Like, for other stuff, it does it fine, but for root crops, the problem is there's no... Like, this harvester, we are harvesting the crop, and it's putting it into storage in the harvester, and then, you know, there's this little arm that sticks out that you can then empty it out. The root crops don't have an internal storage. So, literally, if there is not something parked underneath that arm, it will not operate. Oh, yeah, no, if you're talking mods, then, like, all hands are off. Like, the moment you get into the mod territory, you're talking any and all possible ways the game can work. My general thought is what I would like them to do is, if we want to show an example of this, if we go to the vegetables, root crops, and we go to, sorry, it was vegetables is its own thing, and we go here to the big harvester here, if they just gave this, like, 500 liters of internal storage, really a nothing burger of internal storage, just a non-zero amount, that would be enough. That what would end up happening is when the AI did its little turn around the sides and all that, instead of doing this thing where it jerks and it like goes forward and stops and you gotta get there and it pulls forward and you gotta move again, it pulls forward and you gotta back out and reposition, it pulls forward, and you're doing like that weirdness, instead of going through all that hassle, because it has that tiny little internal storage, it would go around that corner and then you could just line yourself back up with it on the other side and you'd be good. So I understand in real life the vehicle does not have an internal storage. I also don't care. Okay, so where does the canola go? But yeah, like a follow me kind of thing where the mod makes the AI a little bit better. So where am I dropping this off? Alright, so I'm dropping this off on the far south end of the map. I must have still been moving forward. Oh, that's a sunflower maze, but we're out of season, so all the sunflowers are dead. I was like, what am I looking at? This dead field. Okay, so we can drop off all the canola. Get that contract done. Yeah, no, it's just a matter of like AI versus realism thing. I believe there are mods out there specifically to do that exact thing, that they give that root crop harvester an internal storage. Now, granted, I think they do those things where they give it like a 10,000 liter or 5,000 liter storage, which makes it, you know, it's a pretty big storage. I think that's fine. The whole point of games are to have fun in the first place. And that is one of those things that, like, it's just shortcomings of the AI that make it frustrating. So I think it's fine to, like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, blur the lines of reality slightly to make it run smoother. Or it could even be when the AI has it. I mean, they probably would have to re-engineer stuff in the game, so maybe not. I was going to say when the AI has it, it kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudges, gets in internal storage. That's, like, a hidden buffer. But then I was thinking, it's like, oh, they probably don't handle in a way they could do that without headache. Alright. So I believe we're taking the canola down to the oil mill to make canola oil. Yeah, you can also do that as Power Management's mentioning. There is a mod called Courseplay where you can actually sit there and take the time to path out and program how things will move around your fields and do all that stuff. If you like to like fully automate stuff, you can get pretty dang close to fully automated with that. That's not really what I'm looking for in Farm Sim, but at the same time, there's definitely an allure to that. Trying to get There we go. Emptying out all of these things. This is like a weird trailer that's like divided into 3 sections. It's one of the highest capacity trailers. It's one I used to use a lot, but I did over time find I didn't really like dealing with all 3 segments kind of being separate things to deal with. So I started in the, like after a while just not using it and preferring other ones. Okay. So let's go here. So we are looking for this one to complete. And now I can go down, because I'm trying to grab all these big ones because we're horrifically in debt. So grabbing all these ones that actually give me relatively good money. Your field is where? 22. It's over there on the left. Okay. Bring the arm in. Let's see, your textures are black and don't want to make it normal? Yeah, okay, so you're saying for the textures there, because I noticed it was happening today and I'm like, why is that happening? So you're saying if we take which texture quality, it's render quality. I'm assuming when you're saying, I'm assuming you mean texture resolution? Oh, not in the game? Yeah, it won't be exiting all the way out of the game menu. But yeah, no, it's good to know that I need to bump up the texture quality. Because we also have one of the other problems, and this is more of a OBS issue, is like, to give you an example, right now my mouse is directly between the 1 and the 5 on my screen. So where you all are seeing me clicking on that animal, there's a calendar. Okay, but let me go click on that animal. Oh, there's my contracts. It's just a weird thing that happens with OBS with resolution stuff. And I gotta go out to the actual main screen to do that, and I just don't feel like going through unloading and reloading the map and all that. It'll be someone mess with that. He's being high, not medium. You have the same issue. What are your PC specs? If you're streaming, you think you'd handle it with no issue? I probably can. It was one of those things that, like, we had some, like, stuttering. But part of the thing that makes it tricky with Farm Sim is when you first load your save is when it's handling a bunch of its shaders and all that, especially if you're loading a new map. So it can seem like the game is really not running well, and it's just because behind the scenes it's, you know, doing all its shader nonsense. And then once it settles, things go well. But it was stuff like running into some performance stuff. Because I try and keep it all its things there. Because you also have to keep in mind when you're streaming, I am putting an extra load on my computer. But I have all the specs for my computer in the About section. It's more than capable of handling it. It's just one of those things when you're getting a weird stutter and you're just starting to turn down settings across the board, just trying to get the stutter or whatever going away. Yeah, you know, I totally believe you that if I turn up the texture quality, it should fix the, Yeah, and I'm absolutely down to, like, turn up the texture quality and hopefully have it fix that. Okay, that's what I thought, is I don't need to be up here. Need to be down there. Oh, don't detach. Okay, that's because... Or you can just snap back into place. That's cool too. I'm not going to complain. Yeah, and that was the thing. Like, I didn't have the problem before, but something did change, and like we observed it was an issue. And I was just like, okay, it's just a one-off thing. But yeah, no, I should probably get that fixed. I can also try changing that in-game, the extra quality thing. Half the time with a lot of stuff, it's stuff like resolution upscaling and all that kind of things that just things break, get fuzzy, get crashy. I've been pretty annoyed with ray tracing and resolution upscaling and how much grief they cause for how little benefit. And I know some people love ray tracing and will scream and go by it, but I'm like, yeah, that's my reduce my frame rate by 30% for hardly noticeable improvements to shadows. Is there's one of the headers that has wheel integrate? Yeah, no, it's a different harvester. I think it's one of the really big harvesters that has that. Where you literally just plunk it down, or sorry, like you fold, unfold, and it just has the wheels there. It's probably too laggy, new crop, but no later you're having the same thing with rice and wheat and vegetables. You were browsing too, and that fixed it. Yeah, no, I totally believe you. That sounds exactly like the kind of thing that would cause it too. Alright, so let's get... Actually, before I get you back into position, we need to drop off the barley. Let's see, by the way, any ideas if license is PC locked or account locked or not? You have one Windows PC license, year pass, and you can give it to you for a giveaway, because you're not using it anymore, and I do not need it. But you said you're not using it anymore. If you did previously use it, that it should be connected to your account. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. One Windows PC license, year one pass. Yeah, like that's... I'm a little confused by what you mean by that, but yeah, now generally if something's licensed to you, it's licensed to you. Most licenses are non-transferable and all that kind of stuff, and they'll just, you know, they run the risk of getting the license suspended or whatever. Usually just means they just stop accepting it. But that's pretty standard for pretty much all software when it comes to that kind of thing. So where the heck am I taking this? Like, it's not never, but there's... Oh, I'm taking you to the opposite side of the map. Literally the opposite side of the map. Okay, fair enough. Literally, it's a noteworthy... Sorry, my voice popping there. Literally, it's kind of like a noteworthy exception when you find something that's like, oh yeah, just give the license on to the next person. Because rightly or wrongly, devs see that as a potential sale lost. Alright, and I also know I'm over my normal time. But, you know. Big raids, lots of people hanging out. Always worth doing. So I'll probably work through the rest of this in-game day. When will the next stream be? Tomorrow. I stream every day but Thursdays and Fridays. And very genuinely, I'm pretty bad about actually taking those Thursdays and Fridays off. Admittedly. But on paper, they are off. But I stream from normally 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST. So normally I'd have wrapped up about half an hour ago. And then, you know, 9 hours before that is when I typically start. It's pretty rare to almost never I start early, but it happens on a relatively decent amount that'll go like maybe an hour long or something, like if something's going on, or especially if I'm playing a game that is a beatable game. and we're on that home stretch where I'm like within an hour of finishing. And so you're in that weird spot where you're like, okay, well, I don't want to start a brand new stream to, you know, play 1 hour of the game and then switch categories when it's done. So a lot of times when I'm in that situation, I'll go long and just wrap it up. And then sometimes I horrifically misjudge how long games are, and I'll be like, oh, I'm down to my last half hour, yeah, we'll go long. And then the sun comes up, and I'm still playing, going, I thought I would have been done 4 hours ago, and we're still going, but I'm still clearly within half an hour of being done. That's been rough a few times. Factorio did that to me. Both Factorio and Satisfactory were games that destroyed my poor sleep schedule. Which is impressive, because that thing's been on life support for a long time. Okay, so we'll turn here. And for the record, I say, you know, we will, you know, when we wrap this in-game day up and everything. Right now, we're still knocking out these contracts. It'll take me a little bit longer to get all that said and done. Can you send links? I do have links disabled. You're actually going to find most channels do. What would the links even be for? Out of question before anything else. Because we usually have it where if you can send a link over to a mod, they can post on your behalf, that kind of thing. I used to have it where we had permits set up, but now it's just using like the Twitch built-in thing. Oh, you want to send the Reddit thread? Oh, got you. I do appreciate it. I can easily grab it. I do appreciate you grabbing that. You could actually DM those to me on Twitch, and that would work as well. I need to fix it so that we can like permit links on the channel. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I just forgot to check it. Yeah, no, I'm 100% on board that, like, you mentioned turning up the textures and all that. It's like, yeah, that's no problem. That makes sense. I think, like I said, it was one of those things that we were having a performance issue that was likely, like, right after an update or shaders loading or, you know, a bad NVIDIA driver, whatever it was. And it was kind of just the, I'm having performance issues while I'm streaming, start turning crap down. Like, do the research later. Get work now. Elevation. Gross. I actually like maps that are very hilly. But it does let you know when your tractor may or may not be quite up to the tasks you put it through. Where am I relative to that? Okay, so I'm coming up along here. We'll just take that second right. This is a heckin' journey is what this is. And for those who haven't played this, there is lots of maps available. The game out of the box comes with 3 maps. One is vaguely an East Asian map. One is like a non-specific Southeast US, which is the one we're on here. And then there is one that is like an Eastern European map that just come out of the box. They do have a lot of modded maps you can download. There are some that are official and some that are not. So like one of the official ones is a map called Silver Run Forest. That Silver Run Forest is basically a map based around forestry, so less about farming and more about cutting down trees and all that kind of stuff. That's actually the first map I did put a proper run into, which I had a lot of fun. Even if in hindsight I look at it and realize I put in hundreds of hours of mostly cutting down trees, but I had fun with that, and people seem to really enjoy watching it, which is a head scratcher because I spent literally hundreds of hours cutting down trees. And occasionally making a new field from that, and then going back to cutting down trees. There's just something cathartic about it. But yeah, for those who do a lot of simulation games, Roadcraft, coming out in just over a week. Nearly there. And I am really excited to check it out. That's the latest in the Mud Runner series, and it is doing one of the things that frustrated me in SnowRunner wishes I could do. Very specifically to the Michigan map, where I had to go through that same stupid corner of mud every single time with those same stupid logs all the time. And while, sir, the challenge part of it was fun, I was definitely like, look, man, just let me do one trip with gravel. Just one trip with gravel. We can get this done. I make my one trip with gravel down here. And with that, we can just put some gravel down in this one muddy corner because I'm going over it, you know, a dozen times a day. 58. Where is the contract we're at now? We're pretty close to there. And we are almost done with this one. So what we'll do is we will grab our canola contract because it's literally between me and where we need to sell. It's not a particularly well-paying contract, but I'm already basically there. Yeah, that plowing contract can go die in a fire. That's 16,000. It looks amazing. Plowing contracts are not those contracts that can be deceptively slow. So with that, that does mean we are done with my little harvester here. So we can go and drop it off. Back home. It's probably okay. You're getting close to full. And I don't believe I'm anywhere near you. So let's go over here. Get up to that field real fast. And get ready to pick up the goods out of that one, because I believe both these fields should be canola. So we can collect all stuff. Yeah, that's the reason I was like, oh, I need to switch and deal with this first. Is because we just got the warning that our harvester's almost full, and it'll just sit there and wait for me, charging me for the work. Man, this has been a productive in-game day here, because we basically started this day with $0 maximum debt, and we're at 51,000 for the day. That was the reason it's like, no, we should stop and do these harvesting contracts, because there were a lot of them and good paying ones. Normally when I'm doing my challenge runs, contracts are off limits, but because we are doing this whole thing about trying to check out the mod and everything, for a moment I thought I didn't empty this entirely. It is just one of those things that's like, no, we should get things going. And then, like, once I get things where I got a field set up, we'll start trying to pay down our loans and all that, get that out of the way. Because even though that helps me get set up earlier by having all that money borrowed, over time, that interest will just get in the way of a lot of our progress and a lot of things. Right, that's not the field. Okay, you're way over there on the west side, that's right. Oh, that means, 58's still sort of along the way. It's just not even remotely as convenient as I thought it was. That's fine. Honestly, I could probably take the small harvester and chuck it on there and have it working on it while the other one's still doing its field. Well, I mean, it's about to hit 80% done with the field, which means fully harvested for the contracts. Because 80% is the harvesting phase and 20% is the actually selling the crap phase. Right, it's down on the road down here, not the one up there. We learned that the last time. I haven't done much of the Riverbend map, so I'm having to learn it. I'm assuming it'll either finish the field or be full long before I get there. Oh no, never mind, it's right there. And that's the field done. Oh, no, wait, there's the tiniest little strip left. I'm not sure I can get next to this where that fence is. Okay. That compartment's full. All right. Okay, so you're all set up here. So I just got that one tiny little field to do. And then we'll be good to go. And it did strike me that I actually should use this one, and the reason why I'm going to use this one as opposed to my own, which is already over there, is the fact that I will have to drive my one that's already over there back to my farm. And so while this one's actually doing the field and all that, I think I overshot that one. It might finally be one that I went too far. There we go. That is really forgiving. I didn't think that through. Yeah, so while this is harvesting the field and getting all it set up, we can drive my harvester back home. But that'll be good. That'll be paying down more than 10% of her debt all in one go. Okay, well that's doing that. Give me a moment, because I am cooking alive in this room. There we go. Okay, so when we hit the T, I want to turn right and just follow it down. But yeah, so you can see when you do contracts, you can get a lot of money in a day. It just takes time. For me personally, the thing I enjoy the most in the game is actually more running your own farm and just watching it grow little by little. Very much, there are a lot of really fun maps like No Man's Land. I don't know if they've come out with that one for Farm Sim 25. I know the person who actually made No Man's Land was like, yeah, I'm not going to be updating it. But, you know, the question was, would someone, like, take over that? But, you know, equivalents to that one you have is you got Calm Land, you've got Frontier, there's a couple others. But these maps that are basically empty except for where you can buy vehicles and sell your crop, that kind of thing. And so those ones end up being really, really kind of fun maps to do, because you sort of make the map what you want of it. You don't have the aesthetic of like where you're going through like an existing town. They don't tend to have these really interesting winding roads, which is kind of a bummer. But at the same time, you can make your own like dirt roads and all that. There are mods to make it so you can make asphalt roads and all that. I've not messed with them myself. I don't actually expect them to be particularly great. A lot of what you place down is on a grid-based system. So I'm curious how they approach the roads to make that work. Alright, and that's the last field right there. Like I said, it's not a very big field. The whole thing's going to fit inside this in one go. you can pop right here. And it'll get you in position to empty that. And then from there, we need to get my actual tractor and my actual harvester that I own and get those back near my farm so they're useful for whenever I need them there. Because got equipment scattered everywhere. But we must have done like 6, 7, 8 contracts all in one day. I still have more of those to turn in. I still have the one for 14,000 we haven't turned in. I think one of these ones we've got outstanding is 6,000. The other one's like 1,500 bucks. But all in all, almost at our 20,000. Which is huge. You usually don't get that much money in one day doing contracts unless you're really picking up just about everything. Another note of caution to new players. If you're going to be leasing your stuff to do contracts, be very mindful, like look at how much the lease costs. You can find contracts that the cost to lease the equipment to do the contract costs more than the contract pays, which means you'll literally lose money for doing it. There's not many, it's mostly when you have really, really, really tiny fields that's a problem, but it is a thing you can run into. I don't know if they fixed in this last update, I hope they did, but that is still a thing in the game, last I looked. So it is usually, again, like, really, really small fields where it's like, hey, bale this field, and the field is like super microscopic, and then you lease it, you get like 3 bales, and then you realize you've spent $500 more leasing the equipment than you got for doing it. What economy level on your farm? So normally I run hard economy. Right now we're on normal because it's been entirely about getting into the precision farming mod to check out the settings. Because at the moment I'm not going to be able to put like hundreds and hundreds of hours into Farm Sim. Getting ready for Roadcraft's release here in less than a week. Sorry, just over a week. Not less than a week. The opposite of less than a week. Just over a week. So where normally I play like hard economy, no loans, no leases, $0 start, yada yada. Like super sweaty try-hard stuff. The reality was if I did that, we wouldn't even see the precision farming mechanics for like 5, 6 streams kind of thing. So instead, just set ourselves in pretty standard settings and just rolling with it. That said, I am starting to work on another YouTube series. It's not been released yet. I'm recording it still. That I am going to start up another Survivor Man challenge on the Frontier map, I believe. Yeah, I think I went with the Frontier map. Pretty sure I went with the Frontier map. That I'm starting with like hard economy, $0. I gave myself, it is the 20-something horsepower tractor, so basically the tiniest little tractor and a tiny little trailer. And we're going to build up from there with no loans, no leases, no contracts, none of that. No power generators. Where it's going to take me the better part of like 2 in-game days to cut down enough trees to build like a greenhouse or something to literally give me any sustainable money. It can be a little difficult to stream that content too. That early game in that one can get pretty rough to watch because you're just watching someone cut down trees for a full stream and a half or 2. And I've done that on the channel plenty of times. We definitely did the No Man's Land one. We did that way. The other one I did, so Farm Sim 25, I instead went with grass mowing as the start, just to be something other than cutting down trees. Because then I also did Silver Run Mountain where we just hacked down a ridiculous number of trees. Because that wasn't even money, like, cutting down trees is good money in the game, especially when you get the equipment so you can cut them to the correct length to get the full value and all that kind of stuff. But Silver Run Mountain being like, I want to make this into a field, and you would spend a lot of real-life hours just hacking down tree after tree after tree and taking it on to the next place to be sold again. Well, actually, to taking it to the sawmill to then sell. So you were just swimming in money. Money was no problem. But you needed to put all the time and effort into clear the clear the land to make room to put down a field. I kind of debated a number of times. I've gone back and forth between wanting to do one of these forestry maps, like there's the Frontier Maps has a forestry edition, like wanting to do that, and then remembering how obnoxious dealing with the cut down trees can be sometimes. So like the cutting down part is fine, but then loading them up and dragging them back, it can be fun for a while, but when you're doing it consistently for a run, that can get tedious real quick. And I've gone back and forth whether I want to do the forestry map, because that feeling of slowly watching the area transform from just being woods into being like your whole big farm is really kind of fun. It doesn't have a lot of challenge to it, because again, you're just practically printing money even on the worst possible economy settings you can come up with. Like, you could mod your economy to be even worse and it'd still probably be just incredibly lucrative. But it's one of those things that, like, the feeling of progression is very strong in that run. At the same time, you're going to be cutting down a lot of trees, and unless you do, like, the auto-loader mod and all that, picking up logs can get real tedious real fast. Like, a little bit's a lot of fun, but when you're just doing entire play sessions that you're just loading logs. So you just need to be dropped off into our trailer over here. And then once we sell that, that'll be this done, and we can turn in all of our contracts, and then we just need to get our main tractor back home. You like chipping the trees into wood chip? Yeah, my whole thing that I found, and I haven't experimented with it enough, is I haven't found it I haven't found a good, fast, effective way to load the logs into the wood chipper really quickly. And I mean really quickly, like where it feels like smooth and doesn't feel like I'm trying to give myself arthritis by just, you know, moving an arm around or chopping the logs into tiny chunks and loading them, or using super strength. Super strength solves a lot of that. Like, part of me wants there to be a machine that you could just roll up to a tree and just kind of grab the tree and just suck it into the wood chipper. So, like, if you think of, I think it's John Deere who makes the one that's got, like, the little arm that grabs around the tree and then just chops it, like, holds this tree vertically. I want something like that, but then you can tip it over and just feed it straight into it. It just spits the wood chips out the other side. I think that'd be a cool machine that probably has no reason to exist in real life, hence why it doesn't. But for clearing a forest, it feels like it'd be a very fun machine to do that with. You set up a yarder behind the chipper? Yeah, I can see that working. Just cable it into the back of the chipper. Like, in real life, the reason why you don't have much more efficient ways to just suck trees into a chipper and everything is there's a lot of things that can go wrong. It's just begging for industrial accidents. But in video game world, yeah, no, I realize there's a mod. I think it'd be cool, though, if we could actually, like, there's gotta be some kind of machine for when you're dealing with needs to get rid of trees fast. I mean, I realize the concern about that is, in real life, that's, you know, you just going up to a forest that's been there for hundreds of thousands of years or whatever, and just being able to uniformly just delete the forest. Like, that machine could certainly have a use, but it's probably one of those machines that any environmentally conscious person follows around and is like, this machine is what's wrong. Like, this is the bad thing. Because most of its use cases would be horrendously bad for anything remotely considerate of the environment. Being able to remove trees at scale very rapidly, while again, for building purposes could be pretty good, but it also means you're just mowing down an entire forest. Which is generally not great for anything. I guess the alternative is places doing burns, which is even worse because of the risk of the fire getting out of control. And then also, in theory, you could use those wood chips for something that would still keep the carbon sequestered for a while. But, you know, torching the whole thing is just saying, hey, carbon, get out of here. Alright, so I would say that was a hecking productive in-game day of contracts. That we have $75,000 that we just banked on contracts. Which is certainly going to help us repay this loan a good deal. And it's gone. I do not want or need any of these things. We did harvest our field. But what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to walk over to the building. We're going to advance a day because we're not doing anything else in this in-game day. We previously had been putting down the oil radish for the bonus fertilizer and all that. Realistically, we're going to be switching crops up here in a minute, and I'm not going to have the option to really do the oil radish. Because pretty much almost all the other grains go over the winter. So you plant it in like late summer and then it grows all the way around to spring and then you harvest in the spring kind of thing. And as a result of that, it just becomes a whole thing. So we got this stuff here. What the heck are you? Oh, it's an auger wagon. That's fine. Yeah, so we got all this stuff. I'm not going to mess with any of the contracts right now. We'll probably end up having some good contracts show up here potentially. That one's okay. But with that said, I'm going to go ahead and hit the save button here because it is already well past time for me to wrap up and I got to use the bathroom than rather making you wait on a break that I'm then going to immediately just leave afterwards. Let's get this thing wrapped up. So, first of all, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to do that. For those over watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you over there because I don't have a host lined up. But for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can